Let's lock in here, chat. Type locked in. First video of the f***ing day. I survived the 5 deadliest places on Earth.
I am currently on an island infested with snakes.
That is so loud. That is so f***ing loud. Oh my god.
But I'm visiting way deadlier places, like scaling a mountain covered in ice. I'm gonna die. Let me down. Let me down. Driving a road that has killed thousands of people. Or like 7 inches from falling to our death. Swimming uncaged with vicious sharks. And so much more. All starting in this cage. In the middle of an African safari where there are lions, cheetahs,
You're already back, bro?
African safari where there are lions, cheetahs, hippos, and a dozen other species that could kill us.
Why are we doing this?
Because we're visiting the 5 deadliest places on Earth.
Oh, I see one of them. Oh my God. Why are we doing this?
And to make sure the lions actually visit us, I brought a bunch of meat.
All right, yeah, bro. I understand this is like the deadliest place on Earth. You're standing in a metal cage. Open that up. I don't know. The whole suspense aspect, I'd shit myself. I would not be nervous in a cage. If I was them, I'm not nervous. Okay, maybe I'm a little nervous. I'm standing in the middle of the cage, okay, and then I'm not nervous. I wouldn't stand on the edge because then they could, you know, grab me.
Spread. And surrounded the cage with it.
All right, now that's a little scary.
Oh man, are we trying to die? Well, what actually makes this place so deadly is that when the sun goes down and we lose our sight, the animals do not.
Bro, isn't that a little too close to the edge there, though? Like, that lion, obviously it's not going to eat him, but that lion could reach its hand in and grab him. I know they're trying, obviously they're probably not going to fall asleep. And so they're going to be, like, tentatively aware of what's going on. But if that just ran at him and then it could, like, claw his, yeah, it could claw his neck, cut his jugular open.
There's 2 lions.
You said you would not be nervous? I didn't know they were sleeping here. I didn't know they were sleeping here. I thought they were standing here during the day, and it was going to be a shark in a cage type of situation.
That sounds...
Now that I would be nervous. Whole cage, this is less scary than sitting... Okay, what would you rather do? This and have to sleep here or sit in a shark cage? I'd rather do this. Shark cage, fuck that. They could ram the shit out of a shark cage and break it open and then eat you. This, it's like, as long as you hover in the middle, like, I love how they're crowding around Mr. Beast as well. Human meat shields. Human meat shields they have to be. Mr. Beast doesn't sleep on the end.
Is that a rhino? No, bro, it's huge. Oh, dude, everything's coming out at night. But we're surrounded by lions. They're literally 20 feet away from us. Oh my God.
I don't know. I think they're smart enough to realize they're not going to kill them. Also, all the lions, where are these lights coming from? They're in like an industrial area that they set up.
I'm so scared. Oh, no.
It's coming towards us. These lions will not stop circling us.
We might actually die this video.
Well, let's see if we do.
There ain't no fucking pack of rhinos. There ain't no pack of fucking rhinos right there. Yo, that shit, where are the rhinos at?
We might actually die this video.
Well, let's see if we do. Because the next place we'll be visiting in this video will progressively grow more and more deadly than the last. All leading up to an island riddled with venomous snakes. And next, we're gonna be ice climbing on this massive, deadly, frozen waterfall. All right, boys, this is where things get crazy. Helicopter is hovering right now on the side of a mountain. What are we doing? See you later. We are now standing on the side of a mountain. And now there is no turning back. One way or another, we are going to climb this massive cliff using these bladed boots and these ice picks. This might be the scary.
They don't have any training for this. Obviously, they're caught by the pulley system. Don't you think you would have to take like a class on how to fucking do this? I don't know, man. You got like sharp objects. It's like just ram them into the ice and pull yourself up. Is that all it is? I thought this would be way harder than that.
Scariest thing we ever do. Wish me luck.
Jimmy, you really expect us to climb this whole thing?
Yeah.
There's no chance.
Truthfully, I wasn't sure if we could pull this off. But what happened next with Nolan did not make me feel any better.
Ow! No, all right, guys, stop.
Nolan, you gotta kick your feet into the ice, boy.
I'm out. You
Nah, that'd piss me off. Unless I was that guy. Nolan, we just started. You're fucking 6 feet off the ground, bro. Come on. You gotta fucking get up here. I'm out, man. I'm out. No, you're not.
Can't quit. What?
Jimmy goes, oh, you're out? shuffles over to his little rope and cuts it. Climb down, man.
That's me. I can't believe Nolan chickened out. That is insane.
Nolan truly left us. We're really high up right now. You're almost halfway! Oh, Jimmy, don't look down. Oh, my God.
It's getting steeper.
Oh my God, yeah, no, that would scare me. Dude, you ever... Okay, I'm not afraid of heights, but climbing up one of those, like, pyramid ladders and standing on top's a little bit scary. You ever have to, like, change a light bulb or something or, like, fucking clean your gutter out? You stand on one of those foldable ladders. Oh, fuck, that's scary as hell. You're only like 6 feet above the ground there, but it's more so just like the instability of the ladder itself, where if I trip, now I'm gonna fucking face plant and I'll fucking snap my neck and die.
As we go. Oh, my foot. I'm losing grip. Oh, did you almost fall?
Yes.
Oh, God.
I see the top, Jimmy.
This is the scariest thing I've ever done.
Like, I would love to be one of those YouTubers that just drops bowling balls off of fucking dams. Today's video, we're going to try and hit a trampoline with a bowling ball. And that's the whole part. That's the whole video itself. And they just chuck it off. That shit seems so fun. Just going.
I'm doing this. I'm going to get to the top.
Show him how steep it's gotten. We're in too deep. I can't quit. I got like 10% left. I'm fighting the urge to cry, man.
Even though I definitely shouldn't have been doing this,
You're almost there, Jim.
I somehow made it all the way to the top of this water.
Kind of nervous. I might cry. I'm fighting the urge to cry, man. No, reshoot that. That wasn't emotional enough.
I definitely shouldn't have.
Because it's like, this is like TV show production. So it's never going to be like 100% raw. You know what I mean? They're going to have to, at some points, not stage it, but you have to reshoot shit. If you don't get a good cut, then it's a waste of money to spend on this video where it has to be perfect.
I've been doing this.
You're almost there, Jim.
I somehow made it all the way to the top of this waterfall.
We made it to the top.
Like, that was definitely voiced over. You're almost there, Jim. One more. Jim. 3 more steps. You've got it, man. Think of your wife.
We made it to the top.
Let's go. You know what? Nolan had the right idea.
But we'll see if he can handle the 3rd place on our list. All the way in Bolivia, where we'll be driving a road where few make it off.
Yeah, no, fuck this. This would be the one thing I would never do. I've seen these roads. I love watching car shows. I don't know a lot about cars, but I love watching car shows where they're like, it's a British guy. It's always a British dude. And he's like, oh, this is a 1975, one of the best off-road vehicles you could ever. And he's doing one of those videos where he's just like, you know, Top Gear, the Grand Tour, shit like that, where it's like fucking Jim, what is his name? Something Clarkson, Jeremy Clarkson. And he's like, I'm driving one of these fucking, I don't know why I'm giving him an Australian accent. You know what I mean? He's driving an old-ass car that's for some reason the best car for this fucking specific scenario they could be in. And he's not nervous at all.
Live. And now we are on the deadliest road on
Fuck that.
Earth.
This drop
All right, I got to squeeze by one of these old tractor trailers.
is literally as tall as a
That's not how he sounds. I got to stop trying to impersonate him.
skyscraper. I am regretting this. I really am.
No joke, so many people died on this road that they literally shut it down a decade ago. This road was causing nearly 300 deaths per year. But I got the government's permission to reopen it just for us.
I really wish they hadn't done that.
It'll be fine.
And I chugged an entire 5th of Jack Daniel's whiskey. It hasn't hit me yet. Let's see how this ride goes.
Not sure that it will.
I'm starting to understand why they call it Death Road.
You're not driving.
And we taped the gas pedal down. I can't hit the brakes. So let's see if those driving sims really kick in here.
Like it's Death Road, I'll tell you that. Oh, yeah, your life is in my hands. I don't like when you say, oh.
No, your life is in my hand. And look, the steering wheel just jerked.
Hands on the wheel, please.
We're like 7 inches from falling to our death.
You're getting too close to the edge. Please. Oh my God, my life is flashing. It's flashing over and over and over again.
And if you thought that was a close call, we're about to hit the first of the 3 deadliest spots on this road.
This is where the road gets very thin. This is the part you gotta be really careful.
Wait. They shut down this road. When are people driving on this road? This looks like it's going to the middle of a jungle. Where is this being used? To get to your house? Nobody's fucking house. This is in the jungle, dude. On the side of a mountain. There's no way they're like shipping fucking tractor trailers over this road.
Dude, I mean,
I know it's shut down now, but even then.
It's gonna go off right up
It's
here.
been closed for 10 years? Bro, you're acting like 10 years ago was the fucking 500 BC.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
10 years ago was fucking 2015. We were in the same fucking scenario technologically.
My God, look how far down that is.
Here, Nolan, can you guide me?
Gladly, I'll get out of the car gladly. Bro.
Don't fall, please.
Why would you get out of the car on that side? Nah, Nolan's a fucking idiot. I would, what the hell? Nah, I would go on the other. I'm not fucking getting out over here. Let me see. It's a little slippery.
No way.
Look at how steep the
Oh, fuck that.
Drop is. That's a whole ravine.
Oh, see, if I'm Nolan, I want to see how far I can lean over.
There's like a waterfall down.
Yo, help me get through this.
All right.
Oh my God, he could just eat shit right now and fall to his death.
Dude, this looks crazy.
Look how close we are to the ledge.
Your tire is literally right next to this giant ravine.
That is crazy.
Watch out, it goes down. It's very slippery. Keep coming.
No, you're not really good at this whole directing thing.
I mean, I feel like I'm just running away from the car at this point. Not much direction that I can give.
All right, get in the car. You're useless.
Okay.
You
I don't really know why you needed direction there. He could have just looked over the
I'm
edge.
about to speed up. Nolan, you know what might make this ride a little more fun? What? Our brand new Feastables Creamy...
They're going way too fast. They're going, fuck off with the Feastables bar right now. Dude, he's driving like 40 miles an hour on this fucking road. I'm thinking that shit like a solid like 10 miles an hour here.
Slower.
No. It's getting so foggy coming up, I can barely see it. At some parts, the road is actually pretty normal, but due to extreme elevation change, a sudden blinding fog can roll in as a silent killer.
All right, stop. Stop, it's edge.
How much money do you think Mr. Beast would make if he did a rug pull? Like a Jimmy coin, Mr. Beast coin. I think Mr. Beast could make $200 million if he made a fucking cryptocurrency. Let it ride for like 3 weeks and then just rugged the fuck out of it. An absurd amount of money.
Am I good, Nolan?
No, it actually looks like they're about ready to fall. It is so close.
Okay, so, like, right here? You good?
Just stay as far away.
Ah,
Oh my God, dude, why are they getting closer to the edge? I know it's for content. There's a good fucking 4 feet on the right side of the truck. Drive on the fucking right side.
What's that noise?
Closer than I prefer, but...
I thought, why don't we mix things up and come out with our own Feastables cups?
Woo!
You see, the best part about these cups is that we use peanut butter straight from a jar, and look how jam-packed it is. These things taste amazing. Whoa! And on top of that, we use Feastables chocolate in this, which if you don't know, at Feastables we pay all our farmers living wages. We use fair trade certified beans. We remediate
Farmers? Oh, for cocoa beans.
child labor on our farms. Oh my gosh, this is very bumpy. All 3 of which no big American
Yo, that's crazy. This motherfucker had to go, we don't have child labor. I didn't assume that there was. Is he saying most American chocolate companies use child labor to make chocolate?
Nolan. It's been like a decade.
What big chocolate brands are that? What's another big chocolate brand outside of Hershey's? I can't even... Willy Wonka? That was a good one. I like that one. Willy Wonka does actually use, like, borderline slave labor, like, in the movies. People kind of just move past that. Are they there willingly? Are the Oompa Loompas working for Willy Wonka willingly? Do they get paid? No, right? I think canonically, I think the Oompa Loompas are addicted to chocolate, and he pays them in chocolate, which is basically just like paying somebody in crack and not giving them money.
Can you go make sure that bridge still works? All right. I just really want to make sure if it collapses, I'm not on it. All right, Nolan, test the bridge.
He rescued them from extinction. Are we gonna start having an argument on whether or not the Oompa Loompas are getting fair work compensation? I don't know. That's probably a Googleable question. Are Oompa Loompas slaves? In the original 1964 book, Oompa Loompas were African slaves before they were retconned into being from Loompa Land. In the revised canon, so the original story of Willy Wonka, they were slaves. Oh my God. No. Bro, this is the original sketch of Oompa Loompas. That's fucking crazy.
Good.
It's getting worse.
It's good.
Big Chocolate pays farmers so little that they're forced to literally use child labor. No joke, there's over 1 million kids in illegal child labor in West Africa just on cocoa farms. So not only should you try the new cup because it tastes phenomenal, but also help me send a message to the chocolate industry. Pay your farmers a living income and do more to get rid of child labor on your farms.
Ah, this is crazy. We survived Death Road.
So far, we've survived on the land. But for this next bonus place, Carl and Nolan are in the middle of the ocean, surrounded by sharks.
And we're getting in the water without a cage for some reason.
Yeah, we usually use this thing, but now we're not going to.
The sharks in these waters are notorious for unprovoked attacks, making this the most dangerous water in the United States.
I can't believe this is happening. Oh my god, these are gigantic sharks.
Dude, why are we doing this without a cage?
Dude, behind you, behind you.
Oh my god, that's huge!
What type of sharks are those?
I don't want to.
Actually, stupid question. I took a sharks class in college. Let me analyze. I don't know. That's probably the Pacific Reef. Yeah, no, that's a tiger shark. No, that's a lemon shark. No, that's a tiger shark. Yeah, no, I knew that.
Get in now.
I don't want to. I don't want to.
No, hopefully I don't die. I don't want to die today.
Oh my god, the thing is so big. Okay, all right.
Carl, the sharks are like twice your size.
You cannot pay me enough money to do this. I am mortified of sharks. I hate sharks. They're so scary. Maybe it's just media, because that was half of the shark class was like that sharks aren't as dangerous as you think they are. But put me in the water with one of those motherfuckers, it's like they're killing me if they want to. I can't beat them.
I'm good on sharks. I'm good.
But that was nothing compared to our second most dangerous spot, which just so happens to be in the middle of the Amazon rainforest, the beauty of which can only be paralleled by its danger. Because in a matter of moments, the forest can go from this
Hard cuts to a clip of Nolan just standing in the jungle with a snake attached to his ankle. Guys!
to this.
His face swells up like a pumpkin. Or
Just
it looks like a tomato. He has like a fucking poisonous frog on his face.
a little rainstorm can cause the rivers to flash flood and overwhelm the entire area. And today, we're visiting the Gata Cataracts waterfall, where a flash flood could send us down over 1,000 feet to our watery grave. And to join me
No, you could jump into that, dude. It's like Minecraft.
on this cloud,
You just need a water bucket.
you get
How about these guys? You'll remember Hayes, he spent 70 days,
Flint and steel! Flint and steel!
and Bailey spent 100 days trapped together in a cube. What we're about to do seems more up his alley. They said the chance of death is low. Wait, come on, boys, let's hit it.
And after hours and hours of trekking through some of the most slippery and at times steepest terrain mankind has ever stepped foot on,
Nothing to see.
we finally made it to our destination.
That's a waterfall right there. Like if you slip, you're dead.
And with the help of a guide, we were able to cross the river safely.
Hey, look! Whee!
And then we were secured to some ropes so we could look over the edge of the waterfall.
Can you see over? Wow! This is so gorgeous.
But as I said before, for how beautiful this place is, at only a moment's notice, it can be just as deadly.
And it just started downpouring like crazy.
You know, this is why this is one of the most dangerous places in the world. This
What is that? The audio and the fucking video are not syncing up.
waterfall is now becoming wider and wider, which are creating flash flood conditions.
Sorry, we're literally getting flooded out of the Amazon right now. We gotta go.
Should we use the ropes to go down the waterfall? Seriously.
I don't think so. That seems like a bad idea.
We're gonna be in the woods. Isn't that just equally as bad? What's the risk? There's mud coming down on.
Why is Jimmy's hat so fucking big? Can we not glance past that? Is it so he can wear it over a helmet? We're in a life and death scenario in the Amazon jungle. All right, so we're going to get flooded out of here in, 30 seconds. What are we going to do? And I'm just like, Jimmy, why is your hat so fucking big?
Coming down on Jimmy's line, like a lot.
At any point, they could be struck by lightning. And I really don't want
What? I'm going to just wait in the woods, bro. I'm waiting in the woods. Walk away from the fucking waterfall. And I'm going to go sit in the woods for an hour until the fucking weather clears up. I'm not trying to get struck by lightning.
you to die.
So, with our YouTube video turned emergency operation, the only way out was through the same steep and slippery terrain that got us here. And now, we had to do it while the entire forest was flash flooding.
You can see the flash flooding. Now the path is locked off.
I could quad jump that. If you give me a running start, no slip, I think I could jump that waterfall.
After rope off multiple parts, it's gonna.
No, you can't. Bro, Chad, I hit a great fucking dismount on that rock right there, and I pull one of these. And that one French song plays.
It's gonna take us hours to get off this mountain.
Do you remember when I crossed this river and I was laughing? I'm not laughing anymore. I'm actually scared. And if I fall, that's the waterfall. Right over there. Look at this water. Like, seriously, no joke.
Grab the rope and pull yourself up.
Don't let me die.
And after hours and hours of trekking through the floods and muck, we walked away from this mountain with our lives. Now we're headed to the most lethal corner of Earth, the #1 spot on our list of the world's most deadliest places.
And what better way to end this video, boys, than the most dangerous
Drew Binsky. Never thought I'd see these two together.
island on the planet, Snake Island.
Why are we going to an island filled with killing machines? We might die.
Bye-bye. And we are now officially stranded until tomorrow.
That's right. We will be spending the night on the most deadly island on Earth. And with lethal snakes hidden beneath our every step, these specialized shin guards were our only hope of protection from their venomous bites.
What if he just bites higher than the shin guard?
So there could just be snakes anywhere here.
Yeah. Jimmy, what happens if one of these snakes bites us?
Basically, as soon as the venom enters your body, your skin will start to melt off and you could die within an hour.
Well, it's kind of terrifying to think that I could just die at any second. This is wild, bro.
You know, for an island full of killing machines, this is actually very pretty.
This is so beautiful from up here, man.
If you fall right here, you're dead.
Yes, I see that.
Boys, be careful.
You'd think that with a name like Snake Island,
You know, walking first in most snake territory is actually better because they will first and foremost try to hide before they'll strike. And so if you're later on in the line, you're more likely to get bitten. So if you ever have to walk through a jungle with a lot of snakes, go first. Because you're more likely to get bit when in the snake in their mind, when more and more people cross, they know I'm here. I have to fight. But the first guy that walks by, they just go, I'm going to hide from him.
there would be thousands of snakes
Being in the back's bad.
all over the ground. But after killing all the ground animals,
How you know that? Because I almost got bit by a rattlesnake in Wyoming. Because I had to walk around. I almost got bit by a rattlesnake, and that was interesting. I would have died out there.
on the island, the snakes now hunt the birds in the trees, the island's only remaining prey.
We are officially entering the jungle. At any point now, a snake could jump from the tree and bite us.
I was just worried about my legs, but now we've got to be worried about them falling from trees, too.
This is insane, bro.
Oh, there's one right here. There's one right here, right next to my face.
By capturing the snakes, scientists can extract their venom and create anti-venom with it.
Wait, that's venomous.
Yeah.
So if that bit me, I would die.
Yeah.
This is where I start tickling him. Wait, that's venomous, right?
Whoa! Hey, make sure you got a good grip.
It's a juvenile.
Oh, no!
It's gone.
You dropped it.
Oh, escape it. It escaped.
He's as chill about dropping that snake as I am when I drop my phone.
And the further in the jungle we get,
These bushes are too thick. I can't see 2 feet in front of me, man. A snake could pop out any second.
the more snakes we see.
Here and there.
This time, let's not lose him, okay?
Okay.
Scoot back, scoot back.
How many lives will the anti-venom from that snake save?
Thousands of lives.
Oh, that's insane.
The anti-venom
From one snake?
they create can be used to treat 90% of all snake bites in Brazil, meaning every snake we
The problem with anti-venom, or at least the anti-venom, what I knew about rattlesnake shit, is it only lasts for a certain period of time. It's pretty expensive, and you're not just going to carry it on you at all times unless you're literally knowing you're going in snake territory.
catch could save thousands of lives.
Hey, Jimmy, there's another snake up there.
Whoa, that might be the biggest one so far.
We're finding them all now. They're coming out.
So for the rest of the day, we helped find these deadly snakes. And we even assisted the scientists with their research.
So that snake is about 15 feet in the air, and the scientists propose we shake the tree so we can get it.
There's no way I'm camping under those trees.
That thing ain't moving, dude.
It's not going to fucking die when it falls.
That anti-venom, it can save lives.
At this point, it was getting dark, and we needed to focus on survival.
Time to build camp. Camp is now set up. Full disclosure, I have no idea if these tents are snake-proof.
Could be sleeping among the snakes. This is scary.
About to go to sleep. Hopefully a snake doesn't slither into my tent tonight. This is terrifying. I can't be in the safety of my own home.
So we woke up with one thing on our minds: getting off this island as fast as we can.
Just want to go home.
We avoided death all around the world, from hanging off the side of a massive ice mountain to driving inches away from a 1,000-foot drop, swimming in shark-infested waters with no cage, and lastly,
We survived Snake Island and no one died. Thanks for watching the video. Make sure you go try the brand new Feastables Creamy Peanut Butter Cups available at these retailers, and help us send a message to the
7-Eleven. 7-Eleven.
Make sure you go try the brand new Feastables Creamy Peanut Butter Cups available at these
Kroger. I see Feastables at Walmart. I'll see them at Target. I never go to 7-Eleven. Y'all still got 7-Elevens by you? I feel like Wawa is just what runs the Northeast now. Next. Next! This rapper's going viral for being too fat, Dave Blunts. Can't put down the cup. Can't put down the cup. That's him. Everybody knows him. Dave Blunts.
Rappers endanger their lives in a lot of ways. Some of them are embedded in the streets, while others have crippling addictions to drugs and alcohol, putting them in a constant risk of overdosing. But for Dave Blunts, the situation is a little different. Because even though he claims that he can't put down the cup, that's just one of the dangers that's facing him. While the walk could be a problem, it's his waistline that really has people wondering if there's a way back.
I just never understand the level of eating it requires to get that large. And this is not fat shaming. Dude, I genuinely say that everybody should always be proud of their own body, but you should also try to be a healthy individual, right? You could recognize that you need to change your weight for your own health. And outside of that, you know, whatever, you know, do whatever you want. But he's at the level where if he doesn't lose weight, he'll die in 10 years, right? And he's like 24, right? And I don't want to be, I hope he loses weight, right? And I think he's trying to, but at the same time, when you're like 500 plus pounds, you have to be eating over 6,000 calories like every day. He's like 24. Let me actually look him up. He's 23. He's a year older than me. And like, bro. And when you weigh that much, like, you could have, like, irreversible damage if he doesn't lose the weight. I thought he was, like, 30. Dude, no, if he... that's the thing is, like, you also don't see people that big that are, like, over 40 because they just die. Obviously, the average person has heart problems, like, at the age of 65. But if you have that much weight on your body, like, it's just going to kill you. Like, it's literally just going to kill you.
Recently, Iowa-based rapper Dave Blunts has been making moves. Recently, he's appeared on prominent platforms like On the Radar and has steadily dropped 7 projects over the course of the past year. And gradually,
I don't know any of his other songs. Like, and I'm not trying to, like, diss his music, but I think a lot of people, like, hate watch him, right? And I think that's also probably mentally taxing on him, knowing that, like, a lot of the people that are either going to his concerts or, like, listening to his music are, like, either making fun of him or, like, just looking at him in a kind of fascination way rather than actually enjoying the songs.
Gradually, his buzz has been building, with fans enjoying his high-pitched delivery and melodic style.
But it's just sad. Like, he's 23. He had to wheel himself out on an oxygen tank. And he had to sit on a couch when he was performing. Recently, I saw one where he stood the whole time and people were cheering, and I think that's good because that's, like, showing some form of, like, you know, him trying to get better. But, yeah, like, if you're performing at a concert, you shouldn't have to sit down.
But the attention he was getting back then doesn't compare to the chaos that surrounds him now. Because after he performed his first ever show, people couldn't believe what they were seeing. Immediately, Blunt shocked everyone with the sheer size of him, and the fact that he couldn't even stand up the whole performance.
Whenever I see somebody that's this overweight, I always just imagine, like, he has the same skeletal structure as me. Like, you don't got, like, thick bones, right? Like, I mean, maybe, like, if you're just a big dude, like, you're taller or something, you might have, like, slightly thicker bones, but it's genuinely just, like, you have the same skeletal structure as me, but with 400 pounds more.
Social media, everyone had jokes. One user said, the notorious BMI. Others referred to him as the last chairbender and claimed, fuck the cup, but he gotta put the plate down. He was even dunked on by fitness influencers like Bradley Martin, who could barely understand how someone of that size exists. Even unflattering.
I mean, I'm agreeing on that. I would not say Bradley Martin is dunking on him. If he was being rude, that's one thing. But, like, it is, Have you ever watched My 600 Pound Life? I was watching episodes of that the other day, and like some of those people are so large that it's other people inhibiting. Like Dave Blunt's can still move around, right? He's getting his own food, he's living his own life. But when it's somebody that's like this big, and I'm not making fun of him, this is just, I think TLC is kind of a fucked up TV show, because I think they kind of like showcase people as freaks, and they kind of write it off as like, oh, this is sad, we're going to try and help them. But they're also like going into these people's homes and filming them and being like, you're fat as shit. And that's like the content. But like when they're this big and he can't move and he can't get out of his bed and they have to sponge bathe him, that's like, at that point, you're that big, maybe to your own doing. But then people are giving you food, right? Like you can't move. So like people are promoting you being fat by giving you food. Like if I had a family member that was that fucking fat, I would not give you food, right? Like I would give you food, but I would not give you like bad food. I would be giving you like salads and vegetables and base proteins. I would give you a 2,000 calorie diet, right? But if you're that big, you're maintaining that weight because your family members are giving you 10,000 calories a day, right?
Comparing.
And at that point, it's on them. And I see those shows, and it's always like the mom or the dad, and they're like, well, I don't know what else to do. Timmy just loves eating. I'm like, dude, you're killing your son, right? I know it's hard, right? And you're like the one that has to take care of him, and you're doing a good job for doing that. But like the part of the reason he's dying is because you're agreeing to his like pout fits where he's like, I want food, and then you cave, right? Like you just got to put your foot down. Like, he can't move. He's not going to get up and go grab his own fucking food. Take his phone, right? So he doesn't fucking Uber Eats some shit.
Bro, he got to go on a diet for real. I didn't know he was that fat. You couldn't even tell he was that fat in the radar thing. This guy looks like Jabba the Hutt, bro.
Okay, see, this is fatphobic. See, this is that's fucked.
It's kind of... Anyways. Right.
Left alarmed by what they had seen, hip-hop commentators scrambled.
Or like when I don't even know their name. And see, this is what's fucked up about it, is I don't even know their name. Gorlock the Destroyer. I don't know her name, right? But that's what people call them, right? Like that's like fatphobic. It might be fatphobic, but it's true. I mean, yeah, but it's still something where it's like, it's just rude, you know? I don't know. I wouldn't want to be like, you know, you look like Jabba the Hutt.
To give their audiences the scoop on Dave, all the while remaining in disbelief over the situation that he's in at such a young age.
Oh, he's a lean sipper. How much I think he weigh? About like 300? Nah.
300, bro. 550. 556, right? No.
About 600 pounds.
Yeah.
I don't know too much about him in terms of his come up story. I'm guessing he just got on with that one song. I think once he's gotten past that very small phase of, okay, he's new, he's going to want to make sure his health is good. And if his health is good, now granted, I think people would look at just like his size and be like, yo, bro, we can't lie to you and say this is any type of healthy weight, brother. You look more than morbidly obese, right?
Although it seems like he appeared overnight, the Davenport MC has actually been working towards this for a long time. In a recent interview, he revealed that he's actually been cooking in the studio for 6 years now. Everybody told me I was crazy. You know, I felt like Chicken Little, but now I really feel like Chicken Little because the sky is really falling. You know what I'm saying? After such a long time.
I have no idea what he's saying. What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? I don't even know. What is he in? Is that like an analogy, like of something going wrong? Chicken Little is a movie. I know Chicken Little is a movie, you fuck. That's the... Okay, Chicken Little's a movie and the sky falls in the fucking Chicken Little movie. Now explain the analogy that Dave Blunt just gave in this interview. Oh, well, you see, Chicken Little's a movie. Okay, yeah, Chicken Little's a movie. Okay, and?
After such a long time attempting to reach big audiences, Dave should be ecstatic about the position that he's currently in. But between the public's reaction to him and some persistent health issues, things likely aren't panning out the way that he hoped they would. Because for most people who've recently discovered him, the conversation is less about whether he has the talent to be a future star, but if he's going to live to see the age of 30. As footage of his inaugural live show went wild online, he was unsurprisingly in for a lot of comments about his rotund look. But while Dave must have assumed that the internet would have had a field...
I mean, it's like the same shit as, fuck, what was his name? I listen to his fucking music all the time. Big Pun. Big Pun was, I mean, like before our time. But Big Pun was another rapper that was fucking huge. Like, a very large guy. Like, this is Big Pun. Somebody said Rod Wave. Yeah, I mean, Big X the Plug is a big dude, but Big X the Plug isn't like Dave Blunt's big. Big Pun, I'm pretty sure died. Cause of death. Hold up. Yeah, Big Pun died of a heart attack and weighed 698 pounds. And he died when he was 28. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to diss, like, fucking Dave Blunt's here. Big Pun's a good-ass fucking rapper, right? Like, Big Pun made some really good songs, but the problem is, like, Dave Blunt's is going down the same fucking path, right? Like, Big Pun was big for, like, 4 years and died in 2000 because he was so big that he had a fucking heart attack. So, being on an oxygen fucking tank at 23 is bad. Like, y'all know Big Pun. I play his songs on fucking stream. Like, dude, he's a good fucking rapper. But it's just like, you know, he gained a lot of weight and then died.
One thing that he likely didn't expect was that a hip-hop legend would be taking shots at him. Under a video of Dave performing, Snoop Dogg came out of nowhere to give him some unsolicited advice. Well, put down the chicken wings and the Tata chips, nephew, and that chair gonna break soon. Get to the end of the cup. Clearly, this assessment from Snoop struck a chord with Dave because soon he took to Instagram to tell the dog.
I don't know. I feel like Snoop should Snoop could as this kid's a rapper, right? He's a young guy. Yeah, he's a year older than me, but he's a young dude that's getting success in the rap world. And people are really recognizing that he's fucking overweight. If, like, some role model-esque guys, like Snoop Dogg to him, like, genuinely went, hey, man, like, you really need to lose weight, and were, like, respectful about it, I think he would lose it. But then now it's kind of like that situation where your hero's an asshole to you, and you're just gonna be like, fuck you, and then now you're not gonna even try and get help.
And to clap back at Snoop for playing a sexual abuser in the hood classic Baby Boy. I'm actually a very good guy. I take care of my family, I put my friends into positions to win, and I'm chasing my dreams every day. Despite his best efforts, Dave couldn't put this behind him or leave it at that. So he took a bold step of dissing Snoop from the stage at Juice WRLD Day.
Hey, Chicago, do y'all have a problem with me sitting down on this stage? Exactly. Get the off my dick, Snoop Dogg.
Right off the bat, he tried to explain why he
I mean, I wouldn't say I have a problem with it, but bro, it's like, I feel like half the people in the crowd said yes, by the way. But I don't know, dude. Like, at that big of a weight, like...
And as far as the Snoop Dogg shit, yeah, I mean, that's real. You know, I got on the first altercation we had, I got on the stage and he said, you know, put down the chips, put down the all that other shit. And I'm just like, my whole thing about that, why I didn't like that was because that was a very...
Yeah, but here's the problem is Snoop Dogg doesn't give a fuck. Snoop Dogg commented that, laughed, and then threw down his phone and probably hasn't even seen the video of Dave Blunt's dissing him on stage, right? Like, you're causing drama with a guy that's like a fucking bajillionaire, right? Like, Snoop Dogg's rich as shit and very popular, right? It's not, like, I'm not trying to say, like, oh, Snoop Dogg's better than everybody, but it's also just, like, I don't want to say Dave Blunt should just let it roll off his back, but just fucking ignore him, right? Like, be like, hey, yeah, I need to lose weight, but fuck you, you're a bitch, and then just not respond. Outside of that,
very proud moment. You know, that was my first time performing, and I didn't do nothing to nobody. I didn't say anything to anybody. I
think he was just getting attacked, and that's why, I put it in the realm of like fat phobia and like, hey, like they're just making fun of him because he's fat. And people will say like, yeah, bullying works, and in some ways yeah, there are people that got bullied for being overweight and then lost the weight and they're happier because of it. But there's also people that get bullied for being overweight and then eat to cope with it and get more fat and then die.
And so for me to get online the next day and to see people shame me for that, I don't necessarily feel like that's cool.
And for his part, Snoop actually laughed it off.
That was funny. Go ahead, little homie. I mean, big homie. Do your thing, cuz. I ain't fucking with you. Have your fun. I apologize to this nigga. He's still going off on me, cuz. I must be getting old.
But when you realize that Dave wasn't just sitting down again during this performance, but was literally hooked up to an oxygen tank while doing it, it's no wonder why the internet completely backed Snoop and agreed that he had a valid point.
because like y'all might not notice this. Like
Yeah, Snoop was mean, but he's right. Yeah, Dave Blunt's is extremely overweight.
couldn't even hold his breath up long enough to sing his own song. Then like this girl came on whenever she realized that. You know, Snoop Dogg wants to call him a fat ass. Snoop Dogg's right. Snoop Dogg at the end of the day, he's like 50.
And he has to get wheeled out. I think a big problem too is like, you know, when you go grocery shopping and they have those like carts for people that can't walk so they can like drive around and pick up groceries. I feel like those primarily are for people that like genuinely can't walk or they're really old and they have like health problems. But I feel like whenever I see somebody in those, they're extremely obese. Like, and maybe they're obese because of other problems they have and they can't get exercise or other things. But I don't know. I feel like it promotes people being overweight because it accommodates that lifestyle. And obviously you need to accommodate people that have to, you know, obviously grocery shop and stuff, but it also promotes them being that overweight to where it's like, hey, they don't even need to walk around to shop for their groceries. They're going to like sit in a chair and drive around, right? Sometimes it's like needed, but a lot of the time it's like, fuck, man. Like the mobility scooters are just like overused. And then it's just like, it makes them feel more comfortable to be that heavy because their life isn't as hard, right? But if you didn't have those and they had to walk around the grocery store and they were like, damn, I can't even fucking walk around the grocery store to get my food. I don't know if that would help motivate them to lose weight, but yeah, it's getting too normalized. It's especially in the United States. It is getting so, dude, and if you look this up, I don't want to say that social media did this. The prevalence of obesity in U.S. adults 20 and over is 41.9%. Almost half of American adults are obese. And it's so normalized to be like really fat. Right. And that's the one thing that I'll say on social media is like some people are offended by the word fat. And it's like if you say it in a mean way and you're like, you're fucking fat, that's different. But if it's just like, yeah, you're fat, like it's fat, right? Like you're overweight, right? You're overweight. You're very overweight. Like it's just a common term to use, I guess. And dude, 42% of the U.S. being that overweight and 9.2% of the United States American adults being severely obese. 100 million American adults have obesity. That's out of 380 million Americans. 22 million have severe obesity. And that's just normal, right? Like for us. Like you walk in public, like and I haven't been to that many countries, but like I did not see, when I was in Iceland, I maybe saw 3 fat people the entire week that I was there. If I walk out in the US and I'm just in the grocery store or at a Walmart, it's like 1 in 2 are like people over 350 pounds. That's why also it's a culture shock for people that come over here. Like there are very, very fat people everywhere. And you don't usually see the severely obese people because they don't leave their house. But it's like, oh my God, this is a massive problem in the US. And we're not doing anything about it. I'm not worried for me because I'm going to maintain the weight that I need in like health, but like we have to teach our kids. There should be classes on this shit. Somebody said RFK will help. I know that is actually something that he cares about, right? That's a big fucking problem that even kids, bro, like people like it because the parents are overweight and then they're obese. And so they're giving their kid the same diet they're eating. And now their kids starting out life. Like, I'm assuming Dave Blunt has always been overweight. He's probably been a guy that's always been heavy, right? And that's most people that get 600 pounds were never like fit athletes in high school. They always have always been overweight and have just constantly gone heavier and heavier and heavier and heavier. And that's a problem, dude. Like, I don't know, man. It's a food addiction and it's more normalized than like nicotine and alcohol addiction. Like food addiction in the US is like one of the biggest problems that we have in terms of like hurting the health of our people, and no one cares.
He even woke up catching strays from comedian Godfrey, who had Snoop's back.
This is not me putting him down, but I think Snoop Dogg was actually giving a Snoop's gonna say it his way. What did you want Snoop to go, hey, sweetheart, you gotta no, it's Snoop, man. Snoop put some laughing.
Yeah, there are people that are just very blunt.
Emojis there. Actually, he's paying attention to you. He's trying to help you out. That's the way he's trying to help you out. It's this woke society now, this so-called fat shaming that is keeping people in bad health. I mean,
yeah, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't say Snoop's like was way over the line, But there are people that like genuinely harass fat people on the internet. And I think there's a difference between that and maybe poking a bit of fun.
Great for the guy. Let's keep it 100. You're on stage with an oxygen tank, sir.
I will say it is weird, right? Y'all make fun of me for having a big forehead and shit like that. But like, I don't know. I think it's different. Like it's weird that it's acceptable to make fun of people's appearances for certain things of like, hey, you're balding. Hey, you have a big head. Hey, you're short. Shit that like you can't control. But then it's like, hey, you're like that. People do make that point. And sometimes I think people make that point and then they go, okay, well, I can be an asshole. And I disagree with that. But like, there are people on the internet that get flamed for being short and like having a or having a big forehead or being bald or being like, you know, having bad facial structure. And it's like, okay, that's okay to do. But the second that person turns around and goes, you're fat as shit, like now oh, whoa. And the biggest thing that pisses me off is motherfuckers that make fun of people for being too skinny, right? I've seen so many people that are overweight that will diss and like make fun of people that are dealing with anorexia or eating problems, and they have problems gaining weight, right? Coming from somebody that used to be way too thin, right? And now I have stretch marks because when I was a freshman in high school, I made myself fucking eat and forced myself every day to fucking eat so I would gain 25, 30 fucking pounds. And those people can go, you need a burger. You need a burger. And then the second you turn around and go, bitch, you need a fucking salad, right? Then that person go, it's like, shut the fuck up, okay? Like, if you're going to make fun of somebody for being too skinny, I will say you should be able to say something about them.
When you say get off your dick, let's be honest. Can you find it?
At the moment, it seems like all of the press he's been getting is a double-edged sword. Because while he's reaching new milestones in his career, there's also a whole subreddit dedicated to mocking him rather than being made out of genuine fandom. Is there a human being long enough to make it through Dave's ass cheek tunnel? Besides that, Dave also can't do an interview without his weight coming up as one of the main topics.
I'm like, yo, this dude's voice is in.
Because that's part of the reason he's popular. I'm not trying to be mean. If Dave Bluntz was 160 pounds, he probably wouldn't be that big, fame-wise, right? Like, certain random things make you stand out on social media, and part of the reason he's getting all this clout is because he's fat.
Angelic, it's crisp. It sounds 300 pounds lighter.
Right.
I didn't know it was you.
What do you mean 300 pounds lighter? How do you sound skinny?
Well, you just sound angelic. You just sound like...
I'm trying to see if I should be offended by that or not.
Technically, you shouldn't, I don't think, because that just means that you're able to sound so much better than you look.
I mean, why are we also going on a fucking podcast with this guy? I don't know who this dude is, but like, dude, everybody and their fucking mom has a podcast. Like, fuck, what is with everybody fucking just going, oh, I'm going to go on this podcast. Fuck it. Fuck podcast, bro. I'll go on podcasts of people that I fucking watch and, like, know about, like Chuckle Sandwich or some shit. Like, I've gone on those. Bro, fuck going on some dumbass podcast with some dude that makes, like, financial advice content.
Because across the board, they are more interested in his condition than anything else.
In one of your songs, you said every time you fly, you have to buy 2 seats.
Yeah.
Is that all right? You for
that's real? Yeah, that's real. I gotta take 2 seats. Yeah, man. That shit is.
I was wondering. Like,
I respect that though, because I have had times, and I know there's certain airlines that have like weight plus programs or something like that, but it is. It's not mean. It's genuinely, it is a problem. If you're somebody that weighs 400 pounds and you buy 1 ticket on a plane, you can't put the arm thing down and you're half sitting in my chair, right? Like, I don't know you, right? I don't understand your struggle, but that also is going to bother me because it's ruining my experience as a paying customer that's losing half of my seat because you're in half of my seat, right? Like, that is something where I wonder if they make them pay 2 seats.
Like, where do you shop at to get your clothes and shit?
Mainly, like, places online is where I get my clothes. Hell yeah.
You got, like, a plug and shit that lace you?
Yeah, hell yeah,
I see you always got the black and gray sweatsuit on.
Yeah, man,
you know. Became, like, your image.
I mean, this is the only clothes that I really have.
Considering how long he's been aspiring to do this, it's obvious that music matters immensely to Dave. He's even described it as a toxic relationship and said that only his mom prevented him from giving up when he was ready to abandon his goals.
I threw the equipment in the garbage. Like, she dug it out of the garbage, put it on my bed, and she was like, don't give up on your dreams, some shit like that. And yeah, bro, like, shit, after that, like, I had to keep going.
Yeah. So did you wanted to quit back then? Like, what was that
I've been making music since like 2018. I've quit and came back to that shit so many times. It's like, I had like an abusive relationship with music, you know what I'm saying? Like,
now, she stopped him from making music, but she probably didn't intend that he'd be treated as a sideshow attraction by some. However, she likely takes pride in how he's being supported by others. Alongside the love of a whole lot of fans, he's had cosigns from Lil Yachty, and apparently, there's even talk of them working together.
First thing Lil Yachty told me, just normal nigga shit, him telling me to get a trainer, me telling him, get some new nail polish. We spoke on the phone, and the first thing he told me is like, your music is really good. It's like, it's different, I knew Juice WRLD, it reminds me of him, and we're gonna do an album together, so you just have to keep grinding, and I can't wait to work on that.
I think he could have success. I think he just, because his voice is good, but I don't like when rappers make songs where the chorus is 85% of the song. Like, it could be 50-50, right? But I want to hear some in between, right? Like, Still in the Paint by Denzel Curry is one where it's like the chorus is a big chunk of the song, but it's the chorus, then it's Denzel, then it's the chorus, then it's another rapper, then it's the chorus, then it's another rapper, and then the song ends. And that's like, it works, right, when you transition in that way. But if it's like, I can't put down the cup 9 times in a row, and then it's like, you think he's gonna start rapping, and then it's, I can't put down the cup another 9 times in a row, like, what the fuck?
Likewise, SZA has shown love to him on social media.
There's been a lot of big artists that have reached out and shit. Like, just the other day, SZA liked my shit.
Yo,
fucking SZA.
SZA?
Hell yeah, SZA.
You did that video with Nirvana.
Yeah.
And she liked that video.
Yeah, she
yes,
did.
Yeah, yes, dude, that is huge.
I was like, what the fuck? Yeah.
How did you think that even reached her? Because she doesn't follow Nirvana.
I don't fucking know, man. People be saying I have a mythical For You page pull and shit. I don't know.
Probably.
That could be what it is, man. But
bro, I need to see you flick up with SZA. Like, that would be amazing.
That would be fire. Yeah.
But amid all of this progress that he's making, the big problem is that the attention he gets from his weight comes with a higher price than just a few jokes. In recent months, Dave has been making repeated visits to the hospital, even trying to record from there to ensure that his momentum doesn't slow down too much. As he recently revealed, his health problems date back to his high school days, as he's always—
Bro, but he should be using the money that he's getting. Like, he could just do, if he has the talent to just make music, just let that carry you and use the money you're getting from fucking concerts and shit to pay for, like, a nutritionist and a trainer. And, like, actually, I don't know if he's doing that, but, like, he just needs to.
Why were you in the hospital?
I had, like, severe asthma. I think I was at school and I passed out and they couldn't wake me up. And I ended up having, like, pneumonia, some shit like that.
But as the strain of carrying that kind of excess weight continued to spiral out of control, he has already suffered life-threatening issues.
Yeah, bro, like, if he got COVID, he'd die. Like, if he got COVID and, like, the flu at the same time, he's dead. Like, he's not living that.
And at the age of 23, Dave has already come back from the brink of heart failure.
Yeah, I made that song while I was in the hospital. So I was actually in my hospital bed. My mom brought my studio equipment to the hospital, and shit, I was cooking up while I was in there. Learned how to walk again and shit like that. Had a catheter in, all that shit.
Oh, why were you in the hospital?
Heart failure.
Damn.
Although he is under no illusion that the problem doesn't lie with him.
Is that something that you struggle with, or do you just love yourself and you're like, this is who I
am? Yeah, I'd say it's something that I struggle with, yeah. But I'm working on it, you know what I'm saying? I plan, hopefully after this album drops, I can sign a deal and, then I'll have the money to, get a personal trainer, you know what I'm saying? All that shit.
Do you, like, overeat, or do you have more like a glandular thing going on?
Well, it's not a glandular thing. I don't know what that is. But
well, it's like...
Yeah, like a thyroid problem or some shit. I'm fast forwarding.
But the real danger to Dave's already rocky credibility is that not everyone is happy to take his image at face value, and that's because there's a whole lot of holes in his stories. One prime example came with his alleged girlfriend that appeared alongside him on stage at Rolling Loud. After images surfaced of the two, an apparent DM leaked where the girl in question denied being in a relationship with Dave and couldn't believe anyone actually thought that. But despite her making no further appearances on his Instagram, Dave has continued to act like they're together in his posts and interviews. I had to find out if my bitch out here fucking. She's not. We good, by the way. Then, during a recent call to No Jumper, he doubled down on the relationship being genuine. However, he sounded very nervous about
but he's just gonna get used, bro.
the prospect of her speaking out.
Come on, man. Hey, listen, no, I did not, man. I'm very respectful. That's my girl, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's your girl.
Disrespect her. Yeah, man, that's the love of my life, man.
Yeah, but she's fucking openly being ashamed of being with you.
These days, Dave is closely associated with the cough syrup. Apparently, he's even getting free lean because of
God,
it.
and he's smoking fucking cigarettes, dude. He's gonna die in 2 years. Like, he needs, oh my God, he needs to fucking lose weight. They're smoking weed, drinking, and smoking cigarettes. And he's 550 pounds. Like, come on.
Big making music. Have you noticed that people try to tax you more for lean?
No, the opposite. I go to these studio sessions and they're like, here's a free pint. Just, they're giving me free lean. And this shit is unheard of. Nobody, they don't do that.
Yeah, that's, no, I've never heard anyone say that shit.
Like, I'm so serious on my life, on my mom's life.
Yeah, I watch Goblin.
They just give me.
I watch his videos where he just goes to random jails and bails people out. Hey, man, I'm bailing you out today. Do I know you? No. Bro, you just forked over $1,000 to bail me out? Yeah.
With so many question marks over what's real and what's fake, the effect of all this is that the general public just aren't buying it. After watching the interview, dude's whole life story is damn near a lie. Wherever you stand on Dave Blunt's, he is currently at the peak of his relevance to date. And clearly, many of those in the game think there's something special about him. For that reason—
Dude, and part of like music producers and shit like that too, I don't know what his deals are, but most of those people like don't really give a fuck if you die because it just makes them more money. They have to give you less, and then also death makes people famous. It's like fucked up to say, but it's the same thing with like Biggie. There's like conspiracy theories about that shit with like Biggie Smalls and Tupac and all those guys, and how like they did, like, not necessarily like plotting for them to be killed, but I mean, like, wasn't who died with was it was either Tupac or no, I think it was Tupac. Wasn't Diddy in the car with Tupac when he got shot? Like, that's not, I'm not like saying like that had anything to do with it, or like that he like called a hit on him or anything, but like it makes them more famous when you die. I don't know. I hope he loses weight. I hope he continues his success. That was a fucking good video. All right, chat, I gotta call that there. I gotta skedaddle. The Bizarre Garfield Dark Ride. This is a older video, but I love Defunct Land. It's a long video, but I kind of want to lock in for this. And then we have a Chilling Scares. Yap, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I love the Garfield movie. Not the new one. That movie. The OG creepy Garfield movie from 2004, where he was a fat cat that didn't take shit from anybody. And it was a good voice actor, good acting. And it was just a fun film. This is a good movie. A little creepy at times. And, you know, I have the OG Garfield. Ah! That's this one. That's why this is the cool Garfield. He kind of looks like he's on drugs, like meth. No, not meth. He kind of looks like he's either really high or, I don't know, maybe about to throw up. It's a good one. Good film. Good film. And then they ruined it by getting Chris Pratt to fucking voice Garfield? Are you kidding me? Chris Pratt, Garfield is a grumpy cat. A grumpy cat, and he's obese, and he loves lasagna. And now you make him a little overweight. Maybe a little tubby, okay? So, let's get him a little fatter, all right? Let's get him a little fatter. I want Garfield a little bit bigger. I want him to look a little angry. And I want him a little angry, like he has hemorrhoids all the time. That's the vibe I want from Garfield, is that he can't poop well. It's like he's always uncomfortable. You know, he's always sitting weird. Always looks like he's about to attack you. Something like that. Like you? Yes, anymore, Chad. I'm not going into that story. Took too much creatine senior year and I had hemorrhoids. It was bad. I couldn't sit. You said you had herpes one time? I know, I accidentally said that. I was talking... I remember that. Yeah, no, I don't know what I was doing, but I remember I was talking to the guys. I was like, yeah, I had like herpes, my butt hurt. And they were like, what? And I was like, oh, I mean hemorrhoids.
In the mid-19th century, in the northeastern region of the United States, there was a new
I don't have herpes. Stop. Lock into the video.
pastime that people could not get enough of. Picnics. While
Don't 1 in 4 people have herpes? We need a lot. We're watching a video about Garfield. We're watching a video about picnics and Garfield right now. 1 in 3 people have herpes simplex, mouth herpes. If you've ever had a, not a canker sore, what is it called? A cold sore, you have herpes. Now, that's different from genital herpes. Genital herpes, less people have.
picnics have been a French time that 19th century.
Lock in.
In the mid-19th century, in the northeastern region of the United States, there was a new pastime that people could not get enough of. Picnics. While picnics have been a French pastime for over a century, Americans did not begin to indulge in the practice until the early 1800s, and then
Eating food outside.
it was almost exclusively for the
Eating food outside. That's a picnic. Okay. What defines a picnic? A blanket in a wooden basket with cheese selections and wine?
upper class. By the mid-19th century, though, people of all means were packing a basket, finding a picturesque location, and sitting on a blanket to enjoy a meal. Maybe somebody would bring a guitar and play some tunes. Maybe some couples would sneak off for some alone time. Maybe some guy in a boat would row by to watch. Everyone loves a picnic. And for those living near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, one of the most popular picnic locations was Kenny's Grove, a beautiful section of a farm owned by a man named Anthony Kenny.
What the fuck does this have to do with Garfield? Oh my God.
Located southeast of Pittsburgh.
What the fuck does this have to do with what the fuck does this have to do with Garfield? Oh, the cat started fucking eating lasagna?
In the Mifflin Township, Kenny's Grove was a popular picnic location with a beautiful view of the Monongahela River Valley. The area would become so popular in the latter half of the 19th century that in 1898, the Monongahela Street Railways Company sought to create a picnic park at the end of their Mifflin streetcar line. The company leased land from the Kenny family and renamed the picnic area to Kennywood Park. This type of trolley park was common throughout the United States, and they were—
Bro, I hate that old-fashioned, dude. It's probably 90 degrees outside in this fucking photo, and these motherfuckers are in full garb, dude. Full garb. I would die of heat stroke. I would be that guy that passes out at an amusement park. You're going to an amusement park, have a nice picnic to sit in the fucking beating sun.
were typically created to increase railway profits, especially on the weekends. As with many trolley parks, Kennywood Park would not remain a picnic park forever. In 1898, just a year after leasing the land, Monongahela added a dance pavilion, the casino building restaurant, and Kennywood's first ride, a carousel. The following year, a bandstand was constructed, and the year after that, in 1901, Kennywood built another new ride, named the Old Mill. The Old Mill was not a unique ride to Kennywood, but rather an entire category of amusement park ride. Old Mills are slow-moving boat rides, with no steep inclines or declines. The water in many of these rides are moved, as the name suggests, by a mill. Old Mills were best known for their significant indoor stretches that were most often in pitch-black darkness. This led many couples to take advantage of the dark portions for romance.
Oh, they just start fucking in the lazy river? Ugh. The Old Mill? The old hookup? The Old Mill? There's somebody 2 feet behind you? Oh, God. No. Pitch black. What is that? That's not romantic. That's
related
not
activity.
romantic. Oh, you're just, oh, it's dark. Yeah, it's fucking hot as shit.
Leading to the Old Mill getting its more recognizable name, the Tunnel of Love.
The Tunnel of Love. Dad, where was I conceived? The Tunnel of Love. Well, why would you ever ask your dad that question? That would be a weird question.
These seem to—
Where was I conceived? Yeah, never ask a parent that one.
Sprout up all over the place in the late 19th and early 20th.
In a Denny's bathroom. Now shut up.
20th century, in World's Fairs, state fairs, trolley parks, and amusement parks. And their reputation soon became a marketing ploy, with more and more Old Mills receiving branding of a romantic or sexual nature. The Old Mill at Kennywood was one of the first Old Mill rides, and although it was never branded specifically as a Tunnel of Love, local couples found that it worked just the same. Kennywood's Old Mill would receive several themes and overlays during its first few years of operation. It was first themed to the—
Bro, and this was like the cool kid thing to do, though. You know how, like, now, like, it would be like, oh, let's go to, like, a haunted amusement ride or some shit. Let's drink or something. It was like, let's go to the Tunnel of Love.
Fairyland floats, then to—
Ugh.
to the canals of Venice, and later to the
Nah, I feel like it was probably the equivalent of, like, spin the bottle, you know? Like, you would go into the tunnel of love, and you would, like, make out with, like, your girlfriend. That was it. I don't think it was maybe over the pants type of stuff.
the Panama Canal, which at the time was an extremely topical theme as the actual Panama Canal had just debuted. After the
I'm forgetting we're watching a video about Garfield.
Panama Canal theme, the Old Mill became the Rapids Gorge, and then the Fairyland floats again,
Now they're getting to it, Chad. It's not clickbait. It's a 33-minute video.
before returning to its classic name, the Old Mill. In 1922, the ride underwent a refurbishment and received a new facade to appear more like a New England mill, and had its ride system overhauled and enlarged. Arguably the biggest change to the Old Mill in its early years would come after the ride caught on fire and burned to the ground, being rebuilt for the 1926 season and receiving new theming with comic supplement characters, including Happy Hooligan, the Katzenjammer Kids, and Jiggs and Maggie.
Bro, when do we get Garfield, though? Jiggs and Maggie? That was the shit back then? A 10-cent magazine? Yeah, that's pushing the fucking budget there. That's probably like $100.
In 1936, the Old Mill was redecorated again with 8 new theatrically lit pictures. Another major refurbishment to the ride occurred in 1940. During this season, the Old Mill received a renovation with new animations. The refurbishment featured 7 well-known characters from comic strips and cartoons, including Blondie, Popeye, the Lone Ranger, the Little King, Tarzan, Gulliver, and Little Henry. In 1957,
I did not know of any of those outside of Popeye and Gulliver.
Gulliver, and Little
Because Gulliver's Travels, with Jack Black.
Henry. In 1957, the Old Mill was themed to a trip around the world. The comic characters were replaced with scenes of Hawaii, a kangaroo in Australia, a tiger in Asia,
No more Love Cave.
an elephant in Africa, and even Santa Claus in the North Pole. The loading area was also given an animatronic band of monkeys that would play music for guests in the queue, which was apparently
Oh, he said Tarzan? Oh, I didn't think he said Tarzan.
auctioned off just 1 month before I started writing this video, although it sold for $2,300, which is
That doesn't seem like a lot. I think Kennywood fell off a little bit. The fucking OG, like little, quartet here playing a bunch of stuff from the OG amusement park ride, only $2,300.
more than I've ever spent on an animatronic monkey band. For the 1974 season, the Old Mill would receive its most significant thematic overhaul to date, becoming Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. This retheme sent
What a stupid fucking name. No, that actually just pissed me off. Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. Why do we have a fucking 6-word all H's name for a ride?
This retheme sent riders through an Old West
You want to go for the 6H ride?
ghost town, with comical and frightening scenes of skeletons placed throughout the ride. Some of these figures were animated, and sound effects were added to a few sections. This is the first version of the attraction that has been well documented.
Oh my god, haunted rides back then were probably so bad. Because even now, like, a haunted hayride sucks. The only time I'm getting scared is when they bring out the dude with the chainsaw. Because that's always scary. Corn maze, scary. Haunted hayride, not scary. Anything where I'm sitting and they're just bringing me through like a passage, not scary. And even back then, they probably had some weak-ass speakers. It would just be like... You just hear the animatronics just fighting to move the fucking skeleton. That's not scary.
And it showcases the creative placement of the show scenes throughout the ride track. The Old Mill's middle section consists of 3 circles. In the center of these, outdoor show scenes were constructed, with parts of the tunnel being removed and replaced with fencing so guests could look outside. There are also 4 show buildings where dark ride scenes have been placed. Despite the creative theming of Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway, the Old Mill continued to be known for one thing. Kennywood's director of community and government relations put it best, explaining, quote, "It didn't matter what the theme was. Anyone who rode that ride in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, they were not on
Was gooning.
that ride
They were going in that ride to hook up with people.
to look at the scenes."
It's a place for cuddling and to sort of make out canoodle. You're a little bit
canoodle.
Nervous about.
I think this is gonna turn into the Garfield ride, and that's where things get really bad. People making out with the Garfield ride, they're making whoopee in there, dude. That's how this relates. is this ride has its name for being the hookup ride, and then they're going to full transfer it to Garfield and lasagna.
About getting on the old mill with the girl the first time, because you might end up getting slop, but you also might end up getting, you
might end up getting slop? Did he just say that?
You might end up getting slop, but you also might end up getting, a snuggle.
In 1984, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette...
Oh, slapped. I thought he said slop. He was going to say you might get, in a casual Discovery interview, yeah, you might have, Kennywood's Hideaway Cave, dude. It's just the slop ride.
Did a feature on the ride's reputation of romance. When interviewed, 15-year-old Missy Stash said, quote, "Everyone goes in there and really goes at it. You should see. Some of the boats come out and there's nobody in them." 61-year-old Ellen
What? Where do they get lost in the ride? They get out and just fucking just start like wandering in the back part of the rides.
Recalling her old mill trips from the 1930s, remembered that the boys would bring string.
Oh no, God, Grandma, no. Grandma, no.
They used to bring lubed up wooden poles back in my day. Let's just say, things got a little crazy back then.
Onto the ride. In the dark portions, they would brush the string along the necks of girls to convince them that there were spiders and water snakes in
Okay, no, never mind.
the tunnels, in an effort to hold them close through their terror. Another common occurrence was...
Oh, so they would scare them to intimidate them into cuddling with them. Interesting.
Seeing couples buttoning up their shirts while exiting the attraction. An uptick in romantic activity in the old mill was met with...
How long was the ride where they were unbuttoning their clothes, getting it on, and then getting out? Like, is this like a 15-minute ride? Like, this shit's probably like a minute long.
An increase in supervision from the park. Kennywood employees would be stationed at various points throughout the ride, armed with a flashlight and a disapproving stare. They would rarely intervene if the activity was...
What a job.
Nothing more than a kiss. But for anything more than that, the young couples would be told to knock it off.
Hey, buddy! He just got the strobe flashlight. Hey, buddy! Hands over the pants, pal. Over the pants, play, buddy. No.
At one point in the 1960s, Kennywood employees were given a plastic bat and were instructed that if they saw the...
They would start whacking people. You saw people making out. Hey!
Naked buttocks of any rider, they were to smack them with the bat. This was very effective, and almost always prompted the embarrassed couples to quickly redress themselves for the remainder of the journey. This solution was...
Oh, they should have doused him in water. Nobody had phones back then. That would have been hilarious. Cold ice water. You see somebody making out on the ride, woof, just a gallon.
Actually quite popular in old mills, as this photo from a different tunnel of love proves. Kennywood would later install cameras and a PA system, so that employees could tell riders to stop their behavior without having to assault them in the dark. Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous Haunted Hideaway understandably dropped the alliterative name in 1990.
That's a fucking tongue twister, dude. Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous Haunted Hideaway. Fuck. Hayride, not Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous Haunted Hideaway.
92, reverting back to the old mill but keeping the rest of the theming. As the old mill entered the 2000s, officially celebrating its 100th birthday, Kennywood was weighing the pros and cons of the ride. Due to its age and design, the attraction required a lot of maintenance and took up a significant amount of land at the park. Kennywood is well known for constantly building new attractions and creating new experiences to push locals to come back each season, so it was not out of the question to tear down the old mill and replace it with something more modern and thrilling. However, the management at Kennywood also cares deeply for the history of its park, and few, if any, wanted to see the park's oldest attraction torn down. So 100 years after its opening and 30 years after its last major refurbishment, a refresh of the old mill was on everyone's minds. Kennywood wanted to find a way to keep the historic ride in the park, but update it to appeal to modern audiences.
Garfield.
And the answer to this would come in the form of a powerful cat, named Garfield.
Whoa, he was really fat then. Dude, they've been slimming him out.
Would come in the form
but he's on Ozempic
of
now.
A powerful cat, named...
Holy. Dude, look at his cheeks. And he's smoking.
Garfield. Garfield is a comic strip written by cartoonist Jim Davis that debuted in 1976.
Hi there, I'm John Arbuckle. I'm a cartoonist, and this is my cat, Garfield. Hi there, I'm Garfield. I'm a cat, and this is my cartoonist, John. Stupid.
The eponymous orange tabby cat needs no introduction. The general public is well aware of his love of lasagna, hatred of Mondays, and his trademark laziness. Garfield, along with his dorky owner John, John's naive dog Odie, and a cast of other recurring characters quickly found their ways into the comic sections of newspapers across.
I don't know anybody but John Garfield and Odie. Who the fuck is Liz, Irma, and Lyman? And what is that on Lyman's face? Is that a mustache?
The country. By 1982, the strip was appearing in over 1,000 newspapers. Over the next 2 decades, as the comic and character rose in popularity, Garfield would spawn an unprecedented amount of merchandise and media, including toys, books, video games, TV specials, and much more. Despite Garfield being a household name and his face being on
itch.io horror games. And they're awesome.
Everything from tea kettles to lava lamps, he was noticeably absent in
a Garfield lava lamp. I feel like that'd be unsafe if I used that today. That looks like it's from the 70s. Well, duh.
In amusement parks. It seemed that every major park chain had a classic cartoon character as a mascot. Disney had Mickey Mouse and Friends. Universal had Woody Woodpecker. Cedar Fair had the Peanuts Gang. And Six Flags had the Looney Tunes. Garfield's omission from the medium was not lost on his creator. In 1988, when asked if Garfield would enter the theme park business, Davis said, quote, "I wouldn't touch it. Never." And that's the history of Garfield and theme parks. Wait, 8 years
But they paid his ass $1 million and he changes his mind.
later, he changed his mind. Wonder why.
For my money.
In 1996, plans were announced for a 535-acre theme park to be located in Davis's home state of Indiana, near Indianapolis in Hendricks County. The project was named the Heartland.
Did that say $120 million park? The $120 million park would employ 1,400 people? What year is this? Oh, 1998.
In Hendricks County. The project was named the Heartland Festival Entertainment Complex, and at the heart of the park would be Garfield's universe, a land dedicated to the character. This would include a character carousel, Arbuckle's picnic coaster, a ride called Garfield's Extreme Adventure, an Odie tongue slide, Irma's Diner,
Odie tongue slide is where shit's about to get crazy.
and Mama Leone's restaurant, which would serve, of course, lasagna. The park was planned to open in 1997 and was a joint effort between a Michigan development company and Davis's company, Paws Inc.
Somebody said I will be going on that.
The cost of the project was estimated to be $120 million. By all accounts, Davis was significantly involved in the park's design, even going so far as to have a special Garfield theme park planning room and even conceptualizing the more mundane aspects of the project, such as the garbage cans and restrooms.
You get a piss in Garfield's mouth?
On top of the design contractors, Davis reached out to other amusement park operators to consult on the project during its early stages. This was when Davis first reached out to the Kennywood Entertainment Company, which owned 5 small parks in and around Pennsylvania, including Kennywood in West Mifflin. A year after the announcement, the opening date was pushed back to 1998. Despite significant utilities and groundwork being completed, the project struggled to find the remainder of its funding. The following year, the park rebranded to Garfield's Adventure America and scaled back on its plans, opting to construct and
Oh, so they didn't have everything that they said they were going to come out with.
debut the Garfield area first, with the opening now planned for 1999. By this point, a significant number of Hendricks County residents opposed the project, even forming a group called Citizens Opposing Amusement Park, or COPE. The theme park was pushed back another year with a projected opening of 2000.
That's an ironic name for people mad about something.
In December of 1999, Kennywood officials attended the International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions Convention and Trade Show. It is here that they learned that Garfield was available to license. It seemed that while Garfield's Adventure America was in a state of limbo, Davis was looking to integrate the character elsewhere, at least temporarily, and Kennywood Entertainment was reportedly one of his top choices, specifically the historic Kennywood Park as well as lake compounds in Connecticut. Kim Campbell, a spokesperson for Paws Inc., explained, quote, "Jim liked the long histories of both parks, the family-friendly atmosphere, and the fact that they were picnic areas. Jim said the parks were a perfect fit for..."
I feel like they shouldn't have even made a ride, dude. You could have came out with like a Garfield's lasagna brand that would have just sold fucking heavily at amusement parks, at fucking frozen grocery stores. Like a Garfield's lasagna would have fucking hit.
Garfield, who never met a picnic he didn't like. You didn't think that picnic stuff was gonna come back, did ya? An agreement was made between Kennywood and Paws Inc. for a 1-year licensing deal to have Garfield and Odie become the mascots of both Kennywood and Lake Compounds. This is despite the fact that Kennywood and Lake Compounds already had mascots. Kennywood had Kenny the Kangaroo, and Lake Compounds had Kyle the Crocodile. Both parks...
Kyle the Crocodile. That guy... I thought, okay, no, I thought it was making noise. Holy shit, no, that scared me. No, I thought it was gonna explode. Doesn't it look hotter than normal? I was looking at it literally like 5 minutes ago when it showed the Garfield lamp. Like, look how much it's moving. Hold up, I gotta turn the lights off. Like, look. Unplug it? No. I don't think it'll explode. It's like making noises. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. No, it's not gonna blow up. No, it's not gonna blow up. It's fine.
Compounds had Kyle the crocodile. Both parks assured fans that Garfield and Odie would stand alongside the legacy characters and would not be replacing them. This integration in the northeastern park seemed
I don't wanna lose Kyle the crocodile. That really upset me. The pink crocodile that looks like his eyes are bulging out of his fucking head.
to conflict with the appeal of Garfield's Adventure America in Indiana. However, it was revealed that the developers of the Indiana park only had the exclusive rights to the character within a 150-mile radius, and that Jim Davis and Paws Inc. had never financially invested in the park. The developers assured the public and their investors that Garfield's integration at Kennywood and Lake Compounds would not detract from the appeal of Garfield's Adventure America. But at this point, many were convinced that the park would never be built. Meanwhile, at the Kennywood parks, Garfield and Odie were fitting right in, taking photos with guests, selling merchandise, and appearing in advertisements. The integration was successful enough that Kennywood and Paws Inc. extended their agreement, further cementing Garfield's presence in the parks. Kennywood's Kittyland would receive more Garfield theming, and in 2002, the first Garfield ride opened at Kennywood, named Garfield's Pounce Bounce, a kitty bounce tower made to look like
What a boring ass fun tower, dude. That shit's like 20 feet high.
a block of cheese covered in mice and
Never mind, it's still going.
adorned with a Garfield
All right, bro, what a boring ass ride. That shit's like 35 feet high.
statue. As Garfield continued to increase his presence at Kennywood, the
It's for kids? Yeah, it's boring as hell.
park in Indiana was
You're not dying from that height. A fucking, like a shot ride like that, it has to be like, if this didn't work, I die. That's a good ride.
adorned with a Garfield statue. As Garfield continued to increase his presence at Kennywood, the park in Indiana was finally canceled.
What the fuck is wrong with you? What do you mean? That's the fucking idea of an amusement park. It's scary. If that's not a scary height, well, that's a scary height, obviously, 35 feet. But I'm saying it's for kids, then make it a fucking seesaw, buddy. Then make it a fucking swing ride. What fucking double shot is for kids?
The developer had been
That's for adrenaline junkies.
sued by one of its contractors for lack of payment, and not long after this, it was revealed that the park owed $166,000
Oh, interesting. Maybe the double shot fucking kids ride didn't do so well, Chad, huh? Maybe the Garfield double shot ride wasn't as much of a success as you thought it would be. Huh, interesting.
in back taxes. The park was soon foreclosed on, and the development company filed for
Oh, cool. Maybe the Garfield ride wasn't so great.
bankruptcy. By 2003, the project was dead, and the county was redistricting the land where the park would have sat. Despite the failure of the park, Davis was still passionate about Garfield's presence in theme parks. And since he and his company already had a successful relationship with Kennywood, it only made sense to go all in on the Pennsylvania park. It was time for Garfield to get his own dark ride. It was at this point that the history of the old mill and the history of
Why would you do a dark ride for Garfield, though? I don't understand that. Like, what are they going to show in there? Just like animatronics of Garfield?
Garfield collided. Davis and Paws Inc. wanted a Garfield dark ride, and Kennywood wanted to retheme the old mill. The timing was perfect, and even better, Kennywood already had a designer in mind. Larry Kirshner, the owner of the haunted house design firm Halloween Productions, had recently installed an attraction at Kennywood, telling park management that if there ever came an opportunity to design a dark ride, Kirshner and Halloween Productions wanted in. Kirshner recalled wanting to design a dark
So they're going to make a horror-themed Garfield ride?
ride so bad that he would almost do it for free. When the Garfield Old Mill retheme was discussed, Kennywood reached out to Kirshner, who happily accepted the job. Kirshner's plans for the attraction included animatronics and 3D effects, and his background in haunted houses would lead him to pitch a Garfield ride with horror and comedy aspects, not dissimilar to the Old Mill's hard-headed Harold theming. However, Kirshner's plans were too ambitious. He recalled, quote, "We wanted to make it look like a billboard smashes open and there's a Frankenstein food character, and then we squirt them all with water. I wanted to do other CGI effects so it wasn't so static and so the characters were interacting with them." Obviously, big effects like this were difficult to achieve in the retheme's limited budget, but the team ran into another issue entirely. Kennywood officials explained to Kirshner and Halloween Productions that, quote, "We can't make it too great because too many people would want to ride it. It has a
What? So they make the ride boring enough to where it still gains attraction, but not to the point where the line is too long for the ride? We can't make it too great because too many people would want to ride it. It has to be pretty limited capacity since it's a boat ride.
Pretty limited capacity since it's a boat ride. Pete McEnany, the general manager of Kennywood
But the log flume's hype. How do you improve on the log flume? That's a boat ride.
Entertainment remembered, quote, "One of the things we had to do was not make it too spectacular because it doesn't have a high capacity. So with a small budget and an explicit directive to make the ride no better than good, the team marched forward." Kirshner imagined guests riding through the old mill as though they were riding through a Garfield book. The premise for the ride was that Garfield was having a nightmare, which would give the team an excuse to incorporate horror elements and retain some of the dark portions. One point of contention in the ride's history was the involvement of Jim Davis and Paws Inc. While Davis certainly wanted the ride to be built and approved it, there was a dispute as to how involved he was in the creative process. McEnany recalled that Davis wrote the script for the ride and drew the concept art, but Kirshner recalled, quote, "We did 20 or 30 drawings. He didn't do anything. I never talked to Jim Davis. The biggest thing was he or someone gave us some Garfield books and then we had to figure out which story we wanted to tell."
So he just kind of approved it.
Despite the obstacles, Kirshner and Halloween Productions were able to pull off a substantial retheme to the old mill, resulting in the most elaborate overlay in the ride's 103-year-old history. How this version would be received by the public, though, was still uncertain. On May 1st,
I never even knew the history of this shit, though, because this is all so fucking old. I never knew Garfield even had... Is there Garfield amusement park rides today or no? Like, this is just full failed.
2004, Kennywood opened for the season with a brand new attraction, Garfield's Nightmare. The retheme to the old mill was dedicated with a small ceremony, at which Garfield and Odie took their first ride. Kenny the Kangaroo was also in attendance.
It just immediately catches on fire, and one of the mascots falls into the fucking water.
Although he could not fit into the boat with the other characters.
He's sad as shit about it.
Guests entered the attraction under the large signage, twisting around an outdoor queue with the familiar old mill.
Oh wow, the Garfield ride's real fucking hype, dude.
Guests entered the attraction under the large signage, twisting around an outdoor queue.
Dude, grand opening, they got about 45 people waiting for this ride. Nice.
With the familiar old mill show building intact, with a small adjustment. In the window of the mill house, a frightened Garfield could be seen inside as the shutters opened and closed. While waiting in line, riders viewed TV screens that explained the history of the ride and featured clips of Garfield. As guests entered the loading area, they were surprisingly handed 3D glasses to wear on the attraction. After riders loaded into their boat, they would take a left turn, passing a guard station revealing that the ride was covered in cameras. Reportedly, this was intentionally put in plain sight as another deterrent for romantic activity. As guests climbed a short lift hill, they heard a mysterious booming voice.
"This is the most frightening adventure you will ever be on. Unless you have cheese. I like cheese. So give me..."
This is 10 years in the making. This is gonna be super scary unless you have cheese.
"Some cheese and
enjoy your ride."
After a right turn, guests went down a passageway covered in glowing advertisements for PepsiCo products, which was
standing in queue in line to get hit with a Ruffles ad. Oh my god. Yeah, this ride's about a 1 out of 10 right now.
unsurprisingly Kennywood's food and drink vendor. This was also the first of many blacklight scenes, and the walls were splattered with fluorescent material, which was
for the 3D glasses?
definitely added by Halloween Productions during the refurbishment and was not the result of 103 years of bad aim. This is also where the 3D glasses came into play. Rather than being a stereoscopic 3D effect in which two images are made into one to simulate depth, Garfield's Nightmare used chroma depth, which diffracts colors through a holographic film. This results in certain colors popping into the foreground while others are pushed into the background. The warm colors, red, orange, and yellow, are the ones pulled forward, while blue, indigo, and violet
so Garfield will look like he's in your face.
are pushed back. This effect works best with bright primary and secondary colors, which inadvertently gave the ride a distinct color scheme. The chroma depth effect is commonly used in haunted houses, and Kirshner and his team
Whatever ride this is looks sick as fuck.
are industry leaders in the style. A benefit of the style
Loki made me really nauseous, though. Oh my god.
is that unlike stereoscopic 3D, riders could view the ride without glasses, and would not have the ghosting effect seen when watching a polarized or anaglyph 3D setup without glasses. A nice
Yo, you know some fucking aura shit? Walking into a 3D movie theater with no 3D glasses and just watching the double fucking screen the whole film. Just giving yourself fucking eye problems.
without glasses. A nice possible coincidence was that Garfield was famously orange, so the character would always pop to the foreground while the background and other characters in the ride would be painted with blue or green colors. If you'd like to try this out for yourself, you can find cheap Chroma-Depth glasses online and watch a
Oh, yeah. Okay, chat. Yeah, we'll continue the video in about, I don't know, maybe 10 days. Hold on, let me order some fucking Chroma-Depth glasses.
POV of the ride with the brightness turned all the way up. It's just like the real thing. After the product placement tunnel, riders encounter their first Garfield strip, which depicts Garfield falling asleep after a big meal, thus beginning his nightmare. The strips appearing in the ride were previously released Garfield strips and not created specifically for the attraction. After this, guests enter the first scene, in which Garfield's messy house begins to come alive, with the door swinging open and shut. Garfield's voice plays overhead, repeating,
I never met an ice cream truck I didn't like.
Another strip depicted Garfield depressed that he couldn't catch the ice cream truck. In the next scene, the ice cream truck finally appears, but in a twist, the truck, driven by ice cream cones, is chasing after Garfield. Another strip depicted Garfield scaring the mailman, a running gag in the comics. The next scene shows the mailman smiling as an angry dog opens and closes its jaws. The next strip features another running gag from the comics, in which Garfield
This shit sucks! They 10 fucking years for this ride and I'm reading comic strips than fucking colorful LED lights?
meant spiders. Predictably, the next scene is of a large spider tormenting Garfield. This pattern continues with another running gag, Garfield eating a fish in a fishbowl, followed by a scene of a fish eating Garfield. The most terrifying part of the ride thus far is arguably this chair. While not explicitly referenced in the ride, another running gag from the comic strip is Garfield using John's chair as a scratching post, and it appears that this chair, while not getting direct revenge on Garfield, is having a great time watching. The next scene shows Garfield's vet Liz holding a giant needle, with Garfield tied up by a rope, held by an Igor-type character. The needle would blow a puff of air onto riders. Another strip depicts Garfield attacking the
Oh my god, that's like the cheapest scare on fucking amusement rides. The air canister that just goes and just hits you in the back of the neck. And you just go, oh, that's the whole scare. That's the one scare in the whole ride.
Pizza delivery man. And the next scene shows the pizza delivery man and evil pizza boxes attacking Garfield. The next strip and scene is a break from form. The strip depicts Garfield mentioning that he's going to the kitchen, with a depressed-looking John saying nothing. The next scene is one of the most difficult to decipher. On the right side of the boat, the appliances in the kitchen have come to life in menacing fashion, while boxes of lasagna have formed a kick.
You know, they got the directive, they need to make this ride good, not great. I think they went for bad, not good.
Line on the table.
I think they went for dog ass, not semi-watchable.
On the left side of the boat, a terrified Garfield is surrounded by an evil-looking John and a monstrous Odie, who appears to have torn off his
and a big wiener locked up,
long tongue and wrapped it around his body like a coat. There is also a zombie hot dog monster strapped to a table wearing sunglasses. The final strip and scene shows John asking Garfield to catch mice, which Garfield refuses to do. In the comic strip, Garfield will eat just about anything besides mice. Despite this, in Garfield's nightmare, the mice still want revenge on him, cooking up a cat stew. As the ride nears its end, the characters that were tormenting Garfield moments ago
that's near the end.
Are now lined up, smiling as the boat passes. Garfield's voice instructs guests that a photo op
I mean, maybe this would be a little uncanny for like a 6-year-old, but like, what age would this not be scary? 10?
is coming up.
Oh yeah, and a photo opportunity coming up. Doesn't get any better than that.
Oh, and a photo opportunity coming up. And by the way, I'm a little thirsty. And you know what would quench that thirst? A Pepsi with some salty Ruffles. I love Ruffles chips. I'm Garfield. Wow, Mountain Dew's really good with lasagna. And you can get a Mountain Dew for $5 at the stand outside of the ride. I bet you need something to drink after this ride. And I would quench that thirst with a Pepsi.
The mouse from the beginning of the ride instructs guests to smile as a large camera is clearly placed so the guests may pose for the picture.
Flashbangs the fuck out of you.
Picture. As guests reach the end of the ride, a final strip appears on the wall. Garfield says, quote, "What a great ride. It was kind of scary, but it's over now," while the creatures from the ride follow close behind. This appears to be the only Garfield strip created specifically for the attraction. Garfield's nightmare was drastically different than the old mill Kennywood regulars were used to, and any significant change would have its detractors. However, Garfield's nightmare almost immediately developed a cult of hatred among parkgoers, with many citing its cheap effects, product placement, and overall bizarre
And that's where it becomes the Goon Cave.
nature. It was too scary for many children, and too Garfield.
Too scary? Are you fucking kidding me? I was scared of everything when I was a kid, and I would have gone on this ride.
For many adults. For longtime Kennywood fans, it felt like a betrayal of the historic old mill. But in all fairness, they probably just weren't around for the 1920s version that featured Jiggs and Maggie, the Garfield and Odie of the 20s. As far as a Garfield ride goes, it successfully featured many classic characters and famous scenarios from the comics. And the original art that Kirshner and his team created for the ride looked like it was pulled straight out of a Garfield strip. Despite the low budget, the attraction featured solid gags and some terrifying imagery. But who cares what Kennywood regulars, Garfield fans, or even children think? The real demographic that matters is the one that gave the old mill its century-long reputation: young couples. In a Pittsburgh Post-Gazette report before the ride's opening, Kennywood officials assured fans that, quote, "We haven't messed with what made the old mill," which the Gazette took to mean that, quote, "couples will still be able to find a suitable spot along the way to, exchange pleasantries." This
Wow, the ride is doing so bad that they're like, okay, you guys can hook up in there. It can be the Goon Cave, that's fine. It's just go on the ride. Just go on the ride.
Persistent mentioning in official media of the ride's reputation as a love tunnel sent me down a rabbit hole that I could not have anticipated. Full disclosure for anyone that is not aware,
Oh no, this is gonna get disturbing.
every amusement park ride you have ever been on or will ever go on has been the setting for some funny business. Whether it's at your local amusement park or
King Ka. You were ratchet strapped into King Ka. You're not kissing somebody in King Ka. You could barely move your head. Nitro, El Toro, the Hulk, yeah, fucking Superman. What are you doing?
or at Walt Disney World.
You can't move.
If you can be seated
Walt Disney World.
within arm's reach of another
What's that one? Oh, that's what it is. If you could sit next to somebody, there's some funny business. What's the one ride where it's like, it's a small world after all?
person, someone has found a way to do something on that ride. I talk about amusement park rides all the time, and I never mention this because it's
Oh, that's Small World? Oh, it's just, okay, never mind.
never notable. It's just a given. However, in all of my research, I have never come across a ride in which major publications, journalists, have reported consistently, constantly on a ride's reputation like the old mill.
First ever kiss? Yo, where was your first kiss? The Garfield horror ride.
At Kennywood. I found a
Boy, was it crazy.
newspaper article from 1934 talking about how the ride is a great spot for couples, and the 1984 article in which couples were interviewed about their romantic activity pushed me over the edge. Not what I meant. After hearing mention that sometimes boats would pull into the station with no one inside, I knew that I had to go deeper. Dang it, look, if you're just interested in the physical history of amusement park rides and you don't
Wait, the video hasn't gotten serious yet? We're 24 minutes in. Chicken exit 26. Continue
care
watching
about the
certain
culture
Dune.
attached to the old mill, I'd recommend skipping
Yeah, they're having sex. They're having sex on this ride.
into this time code. For those remaining, there was a significant amount of documentation as to how Kennywood attempted to police young lovers on the ride, but little was known on how these riders were able to accomplish some of the feats that they were boasting about. Were these legends true, or were they fiction? In the name of research, I tweeted the following: have you or someone you know ever made out or made love in the Old Mill Dark Ride at Kennywood Amusement Park?
Well, you're opening a can of worms, man. I don't know if that's a good questionable tweet. Have any of you guys done it in the Garfield ride?
If so, please email your story to imadeloveintheoldmill@defunctland.com. I followed up this tweet clarifying that I didn't want details of the activity, I wanted to know where in the ride people jumped out. And either no one saw this reply or they didn't care, because I did receive many emails, and most of them contained graphic detailing of activities that took place in the old mill. To borrow a bit of Pittsburgh,
Gotta be a lie. Unless it's so detailed that it's like, okay, they've been on the ride.
yins are nasty. Of the 56 messages I received, only 3 were obviously fake.
Got an unpleasant.
and the vast majority contain details far too specific to be made up, mentioning school trips or special events that I verified were accurate. I'm not going to share any of these and assert that they are 100% true, but here are a few of the more interesting submissions with redacted bits for anonymity and appropriateness. Feel free to pause and read at your own pace.
While we didn't blank, me and my partner made sweet, passionate, gay kisses on the old mill because it was dark and the skeletons were kind of cute. I'm 48 years old. I normally don't share things like this, and I like your videos. My lover, ex-husband, don't marry your assistant manager from your first summer job. Went through the line normally. As people began to get packed into the line, my downstairs got as slippery as the log jammer. We were subtly grinding in line. Oh, they were dry humping, waiting for the ride to start. We played handsy, hotsy, totsy on the actual ride. Let me tell you that even though my ex-husband was a general disappointment in life, Garfield and I were both screaming by the end of the ride. Oh, hell no. I was 14 on the ride with my dad, visiting the Garfield Park to celebrate his recovery from a recent surgery. Two older teens in the boat in front of us were making out passionately. Yes, on the Garfield ride. I never witnessed such graphic kissing despite only seeing their silhouettes. There were noises, but I couldn't be sure if it was them or the ride because wet slapping. Ugh. Dad grumbled the whole time. Went on the boat. No parents were around, and sure enough, my friend stood up, screamed aerial dump and took a big wet one right in the water. Wait, somebody took a dump in the Garfield ride. That is hilarious to go aerial dump and you hear just a big, like a splash. Made out with multiple people. Oh my God, it's all redacted.
In the end, the email submissions did provide a few interesting insights. First, smart couples would come in packs, try to space out their boat departures as best they could from other riders, and then run their hands on either side of the boat to slow their motion, thus extending the ride and their time in the dark. Second, there are at least 2 people who claim to know someone that was conceived on this ride. Maybe it's
conceived. Bro, no way somebody was fucking conceived on the Garfield ride in fucking Kennywood.
It's you. Third, most surprising, the Garfield overlay did not deter many people from treating the old mill as the same tunnel of love previous generations had enjoyed. In fact, the majority of my emails were about acts of passion that
Dude, there's people right next to you on the boat. That's what I don't understand. Like, if you look, there's 5, you can fit like 4 to 6 people here. Are they getting on a lone boat? Like, there's no way you're just having like fucking sex right here and there's somebody right there.
theming diminished the place in the neon-lit tunnels of Garfield's nightmare. Some people noted that the Garfield theming diminished the aura of romance, while others admitted that they believe it added to it. Some even purposefully sought it out. Maybe ironically, maybe
both very big Garfield fans.
Maybe not. As one emailer so eloquently put it, quote, Garfield knows all of our sins. Perhaps the greatest sin, though, was the lack of upkeep and proper maintenance that Garfield's Nightmare experienced. Within just a few years, the screens in the queue were removed, and many of the effects in the ride stopped working. The audio cues were off or missing, and the video of the mouse at the beginning sometimes wouldn't play. The neon
Then why the fuck did they continue the ride?
paint started to fade, diminishing any effect the 3D glasses had. The 3D glasses themselves would often not be handed to guests, and it seemed they were eventually phased out altogether, although they would reappear
Dave and David
here infrequently. When guests were given 3D glasses, the often rambunctious riders would make a game out of throwing them onto the ride, trying to land them in the mouth of the dog or hit certain objects. Oddly, the upkeep of the ride was so poor that the whites of the eyes of the characters in the blown-up comic strips were either faded or removed,
that actually makes it so much more creepy.
In them appearing
that actually makes the ride better.
Permanently blackened. All of this somewhat added to the uneasy nature of the ride, but it really just showed the attraction's lack of upkeep. Other than this, the ride lived a quaint, quiet existence, with no major changes or updates. Year after year, Kennywood would open
like if the ride started falling apart and then like the animatronics or like the audio cues were just like that would just be weird
for the season, and Garfield
like that would be a better ride.
Garfield's Nightmare would open with it. In 2007, a Nintendo DS platformer named Garfield's Nightmare was released. But besides the title, the game is in no way connected to the ride. In 2011, the Garfield comic strip featured Garfield, Odie, and John going to an amusement park named Kittywood, which appeared to be a parody of Kennywood. After 2008, Garfield and Odie were phased out as Kennywood mascots and stopped appearing in advertisements. Kenny the Kangaroo reclaimed his throne in West Mifflin and even got a sidekick. Does he look familiar? No. It's the sign. It's the Kennywood sign.
I can't believe this place is still open. How do they, yeah, it's Pennsylvania, but how does this place make money? How does this make money? Your mascot's the fucking sign for Kennywood? That's so ass. That's the most boring mascot you could fucking have. Like, that actually upsets me. It's very popular. The Kennywood Arrow mascot is very popular. It's original. I don't care if it's original. That shit sucks. What's your mascot? The sign of the business.
You can meet the sign. Kennywood would eventually integrate Thomas the Tank Engine and the Pittsburgh Steelers into attractions at the park. And the new properties fit into
Two polar opposites here. Pittsburgh Steelers.
Kennywood much more effortlessly than
Yeah, we'll go on Thomas the Tank Engine.
Garfield ever did. Despite Garfield and Odie no longer appearing in the park, Garfield's Nightmare continued to operate, year after year, with no end in sight. This was until 2019, when news broke that Paws Inc. was being acquired by Viacom, and the rights to Garfield would be utilized by Viacom subsidiary Nickelodeon. This also put Viacom in charge of the character's licensing. Viacom immediately began tightening
is that why Garfield sucks now?
The brand's image, and the company told Kennywood that if they wished to continue to operate Garfield's Nightmare, the licensing fee would be increased significantly. This pressured Kennywood into removing the Garfield's Nightmare theming from the old mill, and no one at the park put up much of a fight to save the ride. Garfield's Nightmare had operated for 16 seasons, and for many, that was 16 too many. This is not to say that the attraction had no fans, as in those 16 years of operation, an entire generation of Kennywood visitors had experienced the ride as their one and only version of the old mill. In March of
Timmy, me and your mom conceived you on the Garfield ride.
2020, Kennywood's YouTube account posted a video titled The History of the Old Mill.
Right about here, next to this Pepsi logo.
Kennywood. The video started as a Ken Burns-style theme park
we shared a Pepsi after.
documentary in a similar vein to other YouTube channels that I'm completely blanking on. However,
that's why your middle name's Pepsi. That's why your middle name's Garfield.
Halfway through the video, it was revealed that this was not just a retrospective of the old mill, but it was also an announcement.
We're going to be bringing back the old mill as so many of you have requested and restore.
Who the fuck's requesting the old mill at Kennywood fucking amusement park, dude? 80-year-olds? 80-year-olds? Nobody went on the old mill outside of people that were born in fucking 1970. Nobody's requesting the old mill.
Restoring the ride to the retro Western theme.
The news was celebrated by
we're going to be re-putting this to the old shithole ride it used to be. It's just going to be pitch black the entire time with some Western music playing in the back.
Fans who cheered, "The nightmare is over." And the Pittsburgh City Paper's headline read, "I hope they serve lasagna in heaven." During the off-season, the ride was gutted and completely re-themed. Unfortunately, all of the props from Garfield's Nightmare with a direct tie to the Garfield brand were destroyed at the demand of Viacom, in order to prevent them from being sold or ending up on the black market. To ensure compliance, Kennywood had to film employees completely destroying the Garfield props.
Wow.
The opening of the ride would be delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but when it debuted for guests in July of 2020, when Kennywood opened for a shortened summer season, it was met with positive reviews. The familiar Old West ghost town theme was welcomed back into the historic ride.
This shit looks even worse. This shit looks even worse. It's just a skeleton with some fucking, LED painting.
Despite the massive overhaul, the new theming utilized multiple props and effects from Garfield's Nightmare. The new Old Mill also had multiple tributes to Kennywood history, including references to previous Old Mill iterations. For instance, the appearance of a character named Harold, referencing hard-headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. The scenes also featured multiple orange tabby cats throughout the ride, and a tombstone in a graveyard read, "G Nightmare. I hope there is lasagna."
Damn, that's kind of cool, though.
The Old Mill at Kennywood is the world's oldest operating Old Mill attraction, and this is not by coincidence. Kennywood is a historic park whose employees and visitors care deeply for its history. While Garfield's Nightmare was not necessarily a beloved attraction, the rethemed
Kennywood's successful because of its long-term fans.
Played an important part in extending the life of this historic ride. While some might remember Garfield's Nightmare for its neon paint and surreal visuals, like any Old Mill retheme, most Kennywood guests will remember the attraction for something else. While most of the emails I received detailed explicit and often
I gave incredible, I'm assuming, head to a guy on the ride. After the first bend, once you're probably in the tunnel with Garfield panels and the Pepsi ads, something on him. That could be a million things. I don't even know why I'm telling you this. What does that mean? Threw up on him? Ooh, what a bad, ooh, yeah, that's definitely what it is.
disgusting acts of passion that took place on the old mill. My takeaway was not that the ride should be burned to the ground for the good of the general public. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The romantic activities that happened within the walls of the old mill, as humorous and crass as they could be, reminded me of something that I've always believed. Theme and amusement parks are special environments, where some of our strongest memories are formed, whether that's thrill, imagination, or even love. Hearing people of many different generations share how this one ride impacted them was surprisingly moving. To hear stories of young angst, the nerves of going on the ride with someone you had a crush on, the scariness of having your first kiss, and even missed opportunities, lost loves.
Oh, it's thunderstorming.
For one rider who grew up in a small town, the dark tunnels of the attraction were the first place he felt safe kissing his boyfriend. For a married couple, a trip on the old mill made them laugh and feel like they were in high school again. When the messages weren't overtly erotic, they were actually beautiful, and a good reminder of why I love talking about these parks. They are memorable and exciting places where it's as much about riding the attractions as it is who you are riding with. And
Yo, that's facts. Defunct Land, bringing in the nostalgia. I will say the first amusement park experience is the best amusement park experience you're ever going to have. At a good one. Not like some like bullshit ass ride where they have like a Ferris wheel and something else. I'm not talking like a county fair. I'm saying like your first experience at like a Six Flags or Universal or even a Kennywood, somewhere where they have big rides. Very memorable. WVID. Pixel for the sub. What if the Minions served Hitler during World War II?
What if during World War II the Minions picked Hitler as their evil master? Minions are compelled to serve the evilest master they can find, but they were exiled to an ice cave in the Arctic after serving Napoleon. Now, canonically, they reemerge in 1968, conveniently...
Yeah, they do that, conveniently skipping World War I and II. Shocker. Illumination Entertainment. Huh. Why did you skip the 1940s? The Minions were just missing during World War II? Huh.
Skipping the two world wars. But what if we didn't let them off the hook that easy? What if they reemerged in 1938 instead? How could three small minions change the course of history?
No way this guy's going to make an in-depth video about if the Minions served Adolf Hitler.
From their
Who did they serve in 1968 canonically? Who was the evilest person then? Gru? I gotta say that as well. We gotta take everything with a grain of salt. We're gonna lean into the fucking actual historical accuracy of canonical Minions. Because, Pol Pot, Fidel Castro, like, the Minions resurfaced in 1968, served a few people, and then went, hey, we're gonna go with Gru. In modern day, but they live on Earth. And they have history. Gru's the most evil guy. Who's the most evil person alive right now? Dude, they'd be serving like Kim Jong-un. They'd be serving some fucking dictator that's fucking starving their people. Like, get out of here. They're going to be serving Gru. I'm going to steal the moon. I'm going to steal the moon. Oh, really? That guy's chopping kids' heads off. Stealing the moon, chopping kids' heads off. What? What? I mean, maybe, like, are the Minions looking at it at a utilitarian perspective where if Gru shrinks and steals the moon, that stops ocean tides and overall would turn into the, fucked rotation of Earth and kill all humans? Like, is he thinking... Are the Minions going, like, in depth right now to, like, hey, if Gru steals the moon, the adverse effects of stealing the moon would result in the death of all humans? I feel like that would be, like, maybe where they're going.
ice cave in the Arctic, the Minions trekked south into Soviet territory.
Wait, what?
From their ice cave in the Arctic, the Minions trekked south into Soviet territory. In St. Petersburg, they learned of Hitler from a Soviet newsreel while huddled inside a theater for warmth. The film warned of a power-hungry dictator threatening freedom and peace, the perfect traits for an evil master. When they reached Nuremberg, the Minions immediately knew they were in the right place. Posters with Hitler's face on it were plastered everywhere. Swastikas were hanging from every building. The streets were packed with cheering Germans. For them, no.
Wouldn't the Minions immediately just get clipped and murdered in World War II times? Because the army would just be like, who the fuck? Oh, wait, no, they're immortal. They can't die. They can't die. It's hypothetical? No, because they can't die. Minions canonically, I'm pretty sure, I don't think they reproduce. I think there's like a given number of them, but they're invincible, yeah.
They were in the middle of a military parade. The Minions are quickly arrested. While in prison, they caught the attention of Heinrich Himmler. Himmler was the head of the SS and deeply obsessed with the occult. He claimed that the master race came from Atlantis and believed that SS soldiers had reincarnated warrior souls. The Minions spent the next 18 months
He fucking believed that? Heinrich Himmler thought that the soldiers that were serving him had reincarnated souls from Atlantis. Like, I don't know which part of this is historical and which is, like, you know, panning into, we're talking about the Minions here.
During Nazi experimentation and torture. After cruelty proved ineffective and vivisection impossible, attempts at communication were made. Picture cards and gestures eventually revealed the Minions' mission. Himmler made a phone call. Mein Führer, he said. I believe I have found the origin of the master race. Gain the favor of their emissaries, and the war is won. Hitler is skeptical, but the evidence from the Minion torture trials was indisputable. By now, the war was in full swing, and not—
Minion torture trials? What, so they started fucking, like, cutting up the Minions and they just had no reaction? I always assumed a Minion would be, like, elastic. Like, you could kind of punch a— you could grab a Minion and squeeze it to, like, a compressed cube and let go, and it would just, like right back to what it looked like prior. Like, they can't— you can't cut it. Like, their skin's impierceable. You could shoot them. Nothing would happen. They're kind of like rubber creatures. Put subtitles on. Hard of hearing. Okay. I'll put yes, I will put subtitles on for this video.
Nazi forces had experienced their first major defeat at the Battle of Britain. They had to exploit any possible advantage. And so, the Minions became Hitler's constant companions. While living at Hitler's residence—
I mean, honestly, if we're really going into, like, the canonical abilities of Minions, if you have the Minions on your side, you physically can't lose. Like, you can't stop them. You couldn't stop a Minion.
The Minions were subjected to a constant stream of Nazi wartime propaganda, which they understood as movie nights. They'd get fitted for tiny uniforms, and soon literally be marching in lockstep. They deliver speeches at rallies and feel the rush of the loyal, ecstatic crowd's adoration.
I'm gonna say, though, like, aren't the Minions more serving of evil masterminds that kind of have, like, idiotic ideas? Like, I'm going to destroy the sun! Not, I want to eradicate an ethnic group of people. You know? Like, I don't think the Minions would really get behind the vibe of Adolf Hitler. Just off of my watching of, you know, Despicable Me 1, 2, 3. I don't think that I think they would see what's going on and then go, ugh. I don't know.
They toured the country, accompanying Hitler to demonstrations of the latest—
Stealing the moon was idiotic. Yes. That's like a kid's idea of something that's evil. Like, that's the Minions serve childish evil ideas. Like, if you asked a 5-year-old, like, what's something really evil? They'd be like, I'm gonna eliminate soda. Which would actually probably benefit society, you know? Like, they would say something stupid like that, because it's a kid's movie and the Minions are dumb, right? The 5-year-old isn't gonna be like, well, I would get rid of this group of people.
Wunderwaffen, like Heavy Gustav, the largest gun ever fired, even to this day.
They served Napoleon. True.
It shot shells the weight of 2 pickup trucks at targets over 20 miles away. It was pure catnip for the Minions, who were seeing a fully mechanized superweapon for the first time. That night, the Minions came to a consensus. They would contact their people and introduce them to their Fuhrer. It was during a demonstration of a futuristic jet fighter that Stuart's eye began to open. Bored with the technical details, he wandered off, away from the spotless showroom full of sycophantic Nazi scientists. He opened a door to the production line and was hit with a wave of hot, acrid air. Rows of haunted eyes looked up at him from dirty, gaunt faces. They were forced laborers, brought in from occupied territory. Stuart's heart plummeted. Was this the fate that awaited his kin? These men weren't minions, they were slaves. German guards descended on them with their cudgels, and Stuart could bear no more. He looked away. The other minions were reluctant to believe what Stuart had seen. Worse, Bob began to defend Hitler's actions. He was young, impressionable, his head full of ideas like patriotism and loyalty. Stuart begged the others to flee with him, but Bob refused, and Kevin wouldn't leave him behind. During a state dinner, Stuart slipped away and hid inside a shipping crate destined for Poland.
I can't believe I'm actually watching this right now. Like, can I say, this is like, I'm really trying to like get my head into this verse right now. But it's like, he's sitting there going, Bob's trying to defend Hitler's ideologies, but Stuart, on the other hand, really just wants him to be a part of the team.
The next few days moved quickly. Kevin and Bob spent their days in Hitler's war room. The Nazis were planning a surprise invasion of the Soviet Union, with a secondary goal of making contact with the Minions still waiting in the ice cave. They'd follow German troops as far north as Leningrad, then travel with a specialized detachment equipped to traverse the Arctic expanse. All that was needed was for Kevin to point out the ice cave on the map. He hesitated, just for a moment, but Hitler noticed. Back at Hitler's home, he invited Kevin into his study. He commended Kevin's bravery for going on this mission, which will bring the yellow Wundervolk to the forefront of the Nazi war effort.
And keep in mind, half of this conversation is... right? You have Hitler trying to communicate with a fucking minion right now, and he's just going, banana, as a response.
Unfortunately, he says, with sudden menace, Bob will not be joining you. He'll stay here, right by my side. Do you understand? Kevin understood. Bob would serve as collateral to make sure Kevin completed the mission.
Collateral for what? You can't kill Bob. They're invincible. They're like rubber. They have the gum power. You can't fucking hurt them. You can't threaten. What do you mean? What? So he's saying, oh, I'm going to if you don't complete this mission, Bob's going to get it. Bob's going to get what?
Meanwhile, Stuart came out of his crate and into a nightmare. The Warsaw Ghetto saw nearly 500,000 Jews crammed into an area hardly bigger than 1 square mile. Nazis distributed less than 200 calories per day, with the intention of creating mass starvation. Most of the food was smuggled, and this was how Stuart proved his loyalty to the Jewish resistance. When the true purpose of the Nazi resettlement program became clear, the resistance prepared for battle. Soon, Stuart was smuggling more than food. Weapons, fuel, anything that could help the resistance. He became known as the Yellow Golem, after the tireless servant...
He could just kill Hitler! What the fuck are we talking about? This guy made an entire fucking movie. Bro, he's literally right next to him at all times. He could just fucking shoot him. What do you mean? He's like inadvertently he's doing like all smuggling and helping people. Bro, just fucking kill him.
When SS forces entered the ghetto, they were prepared. Victory was impossible, but at least this way they could go out on their own terms. In the ensuing uprising, Stuart led an effort that smuggled dozens of civilians to safety, then threw himself into battle. He burned out a German tank with just gasoline and a cigar. But in the end, the Nazis razed the ghetto to the ground. Stuart was ready to die with his fellow partisans, but at the last possible moment he was smuggled out, and into the hands of American intelligence. Now at Leningrad, long-range air...
The American intelligence chloroformed fucking Stuart. What, and brought him to Alamo to help build the nuclear bomb? Where is this story going? Where's this story going? He's going to go meet Oppenheimer?
Crafted skis were prepared for their one-way mission. Kevin noticed weapons being loaded and explosives. It was only then that he began to realize the true extent of his collaboration, and his people, his innocent, naive kin, would pay the price. He thought of Bob and felt a welling of
kin? They're their kids? How do they fuck? How does a minion reproduce? It's budding. We had a whole conversation about this the other day. It has to be like budding. How does a minion reproduce? Minions don't reproduce in a normal way. They're essentially immortal beings that evolved from single-cell organisms at the dawn of time, with their numbers remaining relatively consistent through history, though some theories move and movie moments like Stewart turning into a chicken and laying an egg suggest unusual asexual methods of just poofing them into existence. They don't reproduce sexually or asexually. Their numbers don't grow or shrink significantly. Well, they wouldn't grow or shrink at all. They're all male. Well, they don't have penises. Why? If they can't reproduce sexually or asexually, what is the point of them having a sex? They're just minions.
They flew until the plane's tanks were run dry. When they landed, the commandos began to cannibalize the aircraft.
How do they pee? I don't know if they eat, dude. I've only ever seen them eat bananas. I've only ever seen them eat bananas. I don't even know if they eat the bananas. I feel like they just like bananas because they're yellow. I don't like where. I don't know. I need more info about minions before we go further.
The mood was grim. They had no means of return or resupply. They had to rely on the word of a minion that there would be anything at all at the location. Worse yet, a strong headwind meant they landed short. They estimated a 2 weeks trek to the cave. Kevin led them there, hating himself the whole time. He ate his last banana and thought of the absurdity
they eat bananas
of a tropical fruit in the frozen Arctic. It took even longer than anticipated.
Kevin was pondering the absurdity of a tropical fruit in an Arctic area. Really?
Almost 4 weeks in the end. When they arrived, the commandos were half-starved. They were ready to descend on the minion village and loot it for anything edible, even minion flesh. In order to prevent mutiny, the commando leader held a gun to his second-in-command and executed him in cold blood. Kevin is sent into the ice cave alone. To be reunited with the others after all he experienced felt joyous at first, but it gave way to a deep gulf of pain and separation. The past few years left him utterly changed compared to the naive minion he was nearly 4 years ago. He took the podium and spoke of what he had
seen. Yeah, how simple life was when they used to just serve a T-Rex.
Seen and done. He warned against blind devotion to a charismatic leader, the end result of hate.
And then they all go, papaya, papa boy. They all understand what he's saying.
Then he explained their present situation. He begged for forgiveness and rallied the minions together. When they emerged from the ice cave to greet the Nazis, they were armed. Their resistance was met with machine guns and rifles. It was shaping up to be a massacre, but the minions would no longer bend to tyrants. Suddenly, the commandos noticed a cloud of ice on the horizon, approaching faster than possible. At its center, a yellow speck. It was Stewart, but he was completely transformed. American scientists augmented him in an accelerated version of the Mega Minions program from Despicable Me 4. The order was given to fire.
I haven't seen Despicable Me 4.
But Mega Stewart was there. Bullets bounced off of his rocky yellow hide as he worked himself into a frenzy. The SS commandos could do nothing as Mega Stewart sadistically killed them, the horrors of Warsaw fresh in his mind. The leader took Kevin hostage and revealed the detonator to a bomb. He threatened to collapse the ice cave. They were standing on its roof. Mega Stewart simply reached out his arm.
They can't die! What? Don't step any further. Don't step any further or Bob gets it. Bob gets what?
Ripped the Nazis' mind to shreds.
What?
Mega Stewart simply reached out his arm and ripped the Nazis' mind to shreds. In seconds, he relived every atrocity he ever committed with such intensity his brain cooked like an egg. Several months later, Kevin effectively became the leader of the Minions, and they began construction of an impenetrable ice fortress around the cave. Minions
The Pentagon!
proved to be far more isolationist in this timeline, and the next time they exposed themselves to humanity, they would be prepared. One morning, Kevin walked in on Stewart putting on his super suit. "It's time to say goodbye," Stewart
Oh, I thought that was just his body.
explained. His American handlers needed his help on the Pacific Front, and he was duty-bound. Years later, Stewart testified at the Nuremberg
I wonder how Stewart's gonna feel about the Vietnam War in the coming years.
trials. They showed all that remained of Hitler's body,
What do you think his response is gonna be there?
just a burnt jawbone found in a bombed-out crater. On the slide, Stewart noticed the remains of a pair of goggles, cracked and blackened by heat. That was all that was left of Bob as well, he realized with mounting horror. Poor Bob. Sweet, innocent Bob. It seemed he had stayed by Hitler's side throughout his final days in the Führer bunker, although rumors of a yellow creature spotted in Argentina persisted for decades. The Cold
Bob fled to Argentina to live out Nazi ideologies in a German community in South America.
War began. Stewart played an instrumental role for American intelligence. He worked alongside the supervillain known as the Bald Terror, who would later prove to be the father of one Felonious Gru. Spy satellites revealed plutonium production complex at the Minion Autonomous Oblast. But all that happened in Minions 2, Cold War. While researching this video, I was actually able to find Bob's goggles on eBay. I bought them, I couldn't resist, and I went and put them on my shelf. I can't wait to see what else goes up here. If you like this, you'll probably like my next video too, which I'm calling I Get $1 Million, but I'm hunted by a genius gorilla for life. I'm trying to make these videos.
I gotta subscribe to Mitchell Sack, bro. This guy is fucking... What video is he making? Oh my god. Hunted by Genius Gorilla for life. He just posted that 2 hours ago. Bro, he only has 3 videos. Oh my god. Thriving internet theory. This one from a goofy idea based on a meme to a genius alternate history thriller. Top 10 debut video. What if Mossad kidnapped Bob from Argentina to go on trial? Must be the sequel to this. The Minions served Pharaoh, Dracula, Napoleon, 3 figures responsible for innumerable deaths and enslavement. They would find absolutely zero issues with Hitler's atrocities. Yeah, I mean, like, aren't they effectively just... I mean, that's if we're going... Like, I'm just basing how I perceive Minions, how they act and how they think off of their interactions with Gru. But if you're going off of the Minion movie and how they... and who they've, you know, like, served previously... they would technically be fine with anything that anyone did. But how do you think they would find the most evil person? After him, it's like, now there's just a handful of people that are like serial killers, dictators. I feel like it has to be in a utilitarian perspective of like, who's doing the most evil worldwide? All right. I gotta piss real quick, then we're gonna... Nick Crowley, YouTube's Darkest Videos 9.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now arriving our...
Do you think he gets recommended these videos, or do you think he finds them himself? Because I feel like YouTube has so many fucking videos that are uploaded constantly. There's like there's no way he could just comb the internet.
On the morning of March 22nd, 2024, the Kern County Sheriff's Office was flooded with calls about an incident that had taken place near the Wasco Amtrak station in Wasco, California. The incident involved a pedestrian who was reportedly walking dangerously close to an active train track before being struck by an oncoming locomotive, a situation that authorities knew was likely unsurvivable. Police arrived at the scene shortly after 8 a.m. and were met with the bloody aftermath of the accident, as they found 48-year-old Horacio Ayala Penosa deceased on the tracks, with the force of the impact being so strong that his body was torn apart and scattered all throughout the area. At first, it was believed to have been a clear-cut suicide, but after interviewing some of the witnesses, police learned that
the amount of people that walk into oncoming trains is insane, man. Like, I don't know if there's any countermeasures to fix that, because it's like, even if you get rid of that method, there's still other ways that people are going to try and take their own life. But I don't know, dude. I don't want to say like they should have employees that kind of just like hover train stations and wait to see it. Like, cause I don't want to say you can tell, but a lot of the time, like they're hovering like the wall of the train. Like they're almost already just waiting for it to come in versus like sitting back by a bench.
Never stepped in front of the train, and rather he had actually been sucked.
No, it's so sad, but it's like, what do you do?
Police learned that the man had never stepped in front of the train, and rather he had actually been sucked underneath as a result of walking too closely, painting a clearer picture that this was all a tragic accident. But as police were conducting these interviews, one strange detail kept coming up, as apparently Horatio wasn't the only one on the tracks around the time of the incident, with there allegedly having been one other man standing nearby, a man who took off shortly after Horatio had been killed. And strangely, witnesses believe they saw the man reach down and pick something up before leaving. For the officers on the scene, finding this man became the next obvious order of business. But by this point, he had already found himself a few blocks away, where he was spotted by a group of construction workers. The group watched as the man walked towards them, appearing to hold some sort of large item in one of his hands, the same item that had been taken from the train tracks. And the closer he got, the clearer it became what exactly this thing was. It was a human leg.
He took one of the okay, so he didn't push the guy, but he took the leg of the guy and left. Like he saw him get hit by a train and then stole his leg. He's just holding it in his hand.
For some inexplicable reason, when the train had dismembered Horatio, this man had run over and picked up his leg, and he was now waving that leg on the sidewalk of a nearby road, with the construction crew claiming that he had been banging it against the fence as he walked towards them, and at one point had even struck the leg against one of their machines. Upon the realization, a wave of fear washed over the group, as they were unsure what this man had done to get this leg, or what he would do next. Though that was something that even the wildest of imaginations could have,
like from their point of view, they thought this guy probably killed somebody.
Never predicted.
He's eating that shit. Hey, comiendo.
As the man looked down at the leg and began eating it, as the workers watched on in horror. Officers are...
Yo, like, what would this guy have done this day if the one dude didn't get hit by the train? Like, this guy was just, like, hovering the train station, acting like a normal person before this.
I've done the scene immediately after this, and when they asked the man what he was doing with the leg, he explained that it belonged to him, and that he was taking it to a nearby hospital to have it reattached. But it was obvious to everyone there that this man wasn't missing any of his legs, with the officers having to go as far as to prove it to him by making him roll up the sleeves of his pants and touch both of his legs. His explanation was completely nonsensical, and obviously didn't account for the fact that he was literally eating the leg just minutes before, leading to officers immediately placing him under arrest. His name was Rosendo Tellez.
You know what's so weird is, like, do we, like, in the U.S. legal system, there's a crime that applies to this. What is the name of that? Eating a human, like, body part? Like, what is the, like, stealing a limb from someone? Like, what is the... Yeah, it's cannibalism, but I'm saying, like, chat, it's beyond that. It's like he took someone's debt. I feel like it's not like grave robbery, but like if somebody dies, you can't just like steal their body.
Been experiencing homelessness and had been living on a street near the train tracks, with police determining that he did in fact have nothing to do with the actual death of Horatio. He just so happened to be near the tracks at the time, where he would first witness the accident, and then for some unknown reason, take Horatio's leg and start eating it. It appears as though this was the result of a combination of both drugs and alcohol.
Oh, no, dude. Yeah, fucking dude. He's probably on fucking bath salts.
He was found carrying narcotics when he was taken into custody, and he had just been captured by security cameras purchasing alcohol at a nearby liquor store just hours before the incident. But what's so interesting about this footage is just how normal Rosendo seems. In fact, the people working there knew him quite well, as he stopped in almost daily, where he was described as being polite and ordinary, including on the day of that incident. In fact, it's said that at first the shop owners didn't believe that Rosendo could have possibly done this, but it seems that whatever substances he had taken that day had changed him. Rosendo Tellez was charged with 2 counts of removal of human remains, and one...
See, that's a fucking... I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that... Like, I agree that should be a crime, but it's like removal of human remains. They had to add that. because there's been a situation where somebody's done this before.
Count of destroying or concealing evidence, as well as resisting a police officer, and was sentenced to 1 year in prison after pleading no contest, bringing this absurd case to an end. However, his unsettling behavior will forever live on in one of YouTube's darkest videos.
I want to know, like, dude, I hate that we just glance by. Now we're moving on to the next one. I know it's only a year, chat. I want to know why the fuck he ate the leg. Like, or picked it up, even to begin with. Like, I understand he's homeless and he's on drugs, but, like, what motivated you to be like, oh, I just watched a guy die right in front of my eyes. I'm going to go steal his body part and eat it. He was hungry? Bro, it's not that. There's no way that he was hungry. He had money to buy alcohol. He had a wad of cash.
It was just past 10 p.m. Safely tucked away in her second-story apartment, 20-year-old Hannah Vivaretti set up her phone to record a video of herself dancing. For her, this was a meditative practice, a way of unwinding after a long, stressful day, and to truly feel at peace. But that day, fate had other plans. As Hannah was dancing, something off camera caused her to stop dead in her tracks and yell, "Who are you?" It was a man whom Hannah had never seen before, standing in the doorway of her balcony, which again was on the second floor.
What the fuck? So he got, oh my god, and the door's probably open if she's talking to him. So he climbed her balcony and was just staring through the window at her?
That man had climbed up, cracked open the door, and was now standing in her home staring at her, quietly muttering nonsensically with a big grin on his face.
Who are you? Who are you? Please get off.
Hannah stopped the music and again asked, "Who are you?" To which the man responded by saying,
Please get out. No, please get out. Are you sure? Yes.
But her demeanor and the panic in her voice.
Are you sure? Gotta be on drugs. I feel like she should have fucking just drop kicked the shit out of him. Like off the goddamn balcony, man. Like kick him the hell out, close the door.
Made it all too clear that this was far.
I would fight him. I think it's easier to say that though. Like I'm saying the same thing, but I think it's easier to say that than when you're actually in the moment where you're kind of just like startled like that. Like you don't really know how you're gonna react. You can say, oh, I would have just punched him in the face. But it's like until you're actually in that situation where like you're dancing and then you just see a guy standing in your doorway, like you don't know what you're gonna do.
From the case.
Who are you?
I would grab my gun. Well, that's if you had it.
Please get out of my apartment right now.
She started to make her way over to her phone and then towards the front door. All the while, the man kept calmly insisting that they be friends. But Hannah was having none of it.
Please get out of my apartment right now.
Opening her front door and in the process,
Get out. Get out.
Pointing the camera directly at the intruder, giving us our first and only glimpse of the man as he's standing still in the balcony doorway. And with her front door now open, she yelled at him to get out, loud enough for the neighbors to hear.
Get out.
Which finally caused the man to retreat. As it turns out, Hannah did actually know who this man was, at least vaguely, as he lived in the same apartment complex, but he never actually spoke to her. He would always just stare and smile, making it apparent that he had some sort of sick interest in her.
Oh my god, what? So he thought that he was gonna like walk into the balcony and like climb. He thought he was gonna climb to her second floor balcony, walk inside, and she was just gonna be like, yeah, come in.
As for why he entered her home that night, it's fairly obvious that his intentions were incredibly sinister, with Hannah recalling that during the entire experience, his hands never left his hoodie pocket, making her wonder if he was holding onto some sort of weapon that he may have been planning to use on her. But thankfully, because of her swift reaction, we'll never truly know what he had planned that night. Days after the incident, police would arrest 36-year-old Angel Moses Rodriguez Gomez and charge him with stalking, second-degree assault, third and fourth-degree burglary, and malicious destruction of property. But surprisingly, shortly after his arrest, they allowed him to walk free on bail. And given that he lived in the same apartment complex as Hannah and clearly knew where she lived, this decision was incredibly controversial, with Hannah herself stating,
I mean, bro, incredibly controversial. Yeah, I think the apartment complex landlord, like, should at least evict him. You know, like that should be a part of the ruling. If he's able to get released on bail, she should be able to get a restraining order on him, and he should have to leave. Like,
in an interview that, I just don't think it's fair that he's walking freely right now, and I have to watch my back at every angle. Thankfully, the court's decision would not lead to any further escalations in the case, and today Angel no longer lives in the country, but the footage is incredibly chilling.
Bro, he left the country.
Nonetheless, and it sent me down a rabbit hole of home invasion videos late the other night. And here on YouTube, I came across countless unsettling examples. One such example comes from Saratov, Russia, and shows a woman moments after being awoken by the sound of knocking as she lay in bed in her apartment. It was around 4:30 a.m., which was already unusual enough, but things became downright horrifying for her when she realized that the knocking wasn't coming from the door, it was coming from the window.
That is so fucking creepy. Yo, I am so fast grabbing a fucking hammer and whacking that motherfucker in the head.
Outside of her
Holy
window was
shit.
a man, banging his head against the glass over and over again. And equally as disturbing, this woman's unit wasn't on the first floor. She was 2 stories up, and she didn't have a balcony. Across the street, a neighbor filmed the incident as it happened, showing us that the man was standing on one of the building's gas pipes while he continued to strike the window. Eventually, these hits grew so forceful that the glass started to break, and his head began—
Oh my god, he started bleeding?
And bleeding profusely, finally leading to the man stopping, but not in the pursuit of entering the home.
У него пена изо рта уже.
Слушай, этого дурачка пена изо рта, у него бешенство или чё? Ну, бля,
Where is this, Russia?
As he instead climbed to a different window where he attempted to peel it open with his fingers. But by this point, police had already arrived on the scene, and eventually the man would be forced down and placed under arrest. When looking for an explanation as to why this man was doing this, it appears that he was under the influence of bath salts during the ordeal.
Bro, that's what I say. That's what I said about the guy. Bro, I'm telling you, bath salts make people fucking crazy. I would bet that the other guy that ate the fucking human leg was also on bath salts. When you see motherfuckers on bath salts, they're climbing on cars, just breaking shit. Dude, they become animals when they're on— what is bath salts? It's not actual, like, Epsom salts. Like, when people say bath salts, they don't mean, like, the actual shit you get to, like, fucking bathe. You know, they're just called bath salts because they look like bath salts. The actual drug name is synthetic canthinones, a class stimulant drug in the khat plant. I think people chew khat as well in certain countries, like the khat leaf. Bath salts are powerful nervous system stimulants similar to cocaine, meth, and MDMA. Adverse overdose effects. The desired effects from bath salts are euphoria, increased alertness, physical activity, and sex drive. The adverse effects are agitation, confusion, acute psychosis, paranoia, hallucinations, violent and self-destructive behavior, panic attacks, high blood pressure, nausea, seizures, breakdown of muscle fibers, and kidney failure. An excited delirium, a syndrome characterized by psychosis, extreme agitation, violent behavior, dehydration, potential organ failure. Yeah, so it seems like a lot of downsides comparable to the ups.
But aside from this, I couldn't find any other information about the man's identity or whatever became of him. But I was able to find that this clip doesn't tell the entire story, as the woman behind the camera actually spoke to a local reporter and provided additional context to the ordeal, which only—
So this guy didn't know her, he just wanted to get into the house?
Only made the story more terrifying. At first, he knocked with his hands. Then he began to peck at me at the window with his head for an hour and a half without—
An hour and a half? They didn't fucking show up? An hour and a half? I would have called the cops immediately. It took an hour and a half for the cops to show up?
Stopping. After that, he started shouting my name to the whole yard.
Oh, so he did know her.
He was foaming at the mouth. His whole face was covered in blood, and he shouted that he wanted to talk to me, and he needed me. With the most terrifying part of the statement being that she had no idea who this man was, or how he could have even known her name. The idea of both of these intruder videos featuring people whom the victims had never even spoken to makes them especially unsettling, as it shows that you really never know who's watching and who might be obsessing over you. But incidents like this can be equally as chilling when the intruder is someone that you do know. Mohammed Amana was a 26-year-old man living in Orrefors, Sweden, and had been dating a woman named Maria. But after several run-ins with the law, Mohammed's lifestyle just became too much for her, and she eventually decided to end the relationship. This caused Mohammed to become enraged, an emotion that was only further heightened when he discovered that she was staying with a male friend of theirs. And on the 25th of May, he would show up at his doorstep and ask to speak to Maria. Inside, the male friend and Maria both refused to let him in and told him to leave, and for a moment,
But that's like a level of obsession, though. Like, you get broken up with, they move on, they're with another guy, and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna pull up to their house. She'll let me in. We're gonna fix this. It's too far gone. You know, what the fuck are we doing?
And he did, though only temporarily, as he would return minutes later, this time armed with a ladder. And noticing what he was trying to do, the homeowner began recording on his cell phone.
Brother, he starts climbing the ladder. I'm pulling a Looney Tunes maneuver, and I am pushing the ladder until he falls on his fucking head. What? He sets up the ladder. I'm going, whoop, pushing it off. Three Stooges, brother. He's falling.
Though only temporarily, as he would return minutes later, this time armed with a ladder.
Flip the ladder. That's like a 30-foot ladder. You fucking kidding me?
And noticing what he was trying to do, the homeowner began recording on his cell phone.
Yeah, throw a brick at his head. Not really a tall enough ladder. Not really a tall enough ladder. I think. I don't know. I mean, you get to the top of the ladder, then when are you gonna jump?
The man behind the camera asks, "What are you doing? Are you going to fight me?" To which Mohammed said no, he just wanted to speak to Maria. As he said this, his demeanor was unsettlingly calm as he continues making his way up the ladder.
Mohammed, du kommer inte upp här. Du kommer inte in I mitt hem. Du kommer inte in I mitt hem, Mohammed.
I'm pushing his ass off the ladder, bro. I'm pushing his ass off the ladder.
So calm that the cameraman couldn't tell if Mohammed was a threat or not, though it wouldn't take long for him to get his answer.
Also, why is he using his hand? The guy that's pushing him off, I'm getting like a broomstick, you know? I'm getting a broomstick and I'm pushing his ass off.
Inte in I mitt hem.
Yeah, there we go.
In an instant, Mohammed struck the cameraman, causing him to retreat into his room, closing the sliding glass door just in time for Mohammed to step on the balcony and brandish a large kitchen knife.
En stor köttkniv. Såg ni det? Du, han krossar glaset med en sten.
Yo.
Still dazed by the attack, the man holding the camera retreated even further into the house, while Maria had already run into the bathroom and locked the door behind her, a door that Mohammed would quickly rush over to.
Oh my god, does he get stabbed?
Släpp in mig på där så han kommer in. Han kommer in, Maria. Mohammed, hugg du. Mohammed, du högg mig redan.
And desperately tried to open, even trying to use his knife to turn the lock, as that lock was the only thing standing in the way of what he was there to do.
It really upsets me he didn't push this guy off the ladder, like, really bad. Like, because he could have just fucking stopped that there and then. Like, he would have fucking... Dude, that would have knocked the fucking wind out of you. He would have broken his spine.
What exactly that was...
Fucking falling 2 stories onto your back.
...is unknown, as police would manage to arrive on the scene within minutes of this footage being taken, where they would arrest Mohammed, before he was able to get to Maria. But it's clear based on the fact that he had a weapon on him, and his desperate attempt to breach the house, that he didn't just want to have a conversation. In the end...
It's weird, though, because it seems like he wanted to kill his ex-girlfriend rather than the guy.
The man filming was left with only minor cuts. Mohammed was sentenced to 2 years in prison, as well as a 10-year ban from the country of Sweden, leaving us with...
Wow.
3 haunting videos of 3 disturbed intruders, whose true intentions...
10-year ban from visiting a country.
...will thankfully never be known.
Only 2 years? I mean, yeah, only 2 years, but he can't return to Sweden. Like, if he pulled up to Sweden, they would immediately arrest him. That's like an even more extreme version of a restraining order. Like, you just got exiled from the country.
Alright, hey folks, this is Noah, getting my vlog live.
trucks and trucks and lots of trucks.
This is the very first footage that Noah Harpum would post to YouTube. After years of having a channel, Noah finally decided to give up.
Like, how are you finding this channel, bro? 52 subscribers? How does he even know about this story? Like, how does one find this? Like, it has to be like a fan submitting this.
Loading a try, posting this inaugural video to a self-titled channel on October 29th, 2015, titling it 102915, video blog number 1, and introducing himself to the platform with a simple "Hello world" in the description.
No, but I did want to dissect just the beginning of a sermon given by a Pastor Bill, a guy that my dad has been following, taking ideas from for 10 years at least. He and his family, 2 kids.
In the video, Harpum paces throughout his home and discusses a priest named Pastor Bill, whom he believed was influencing his father and his family, and clearly not in a good way.
I've been ignorant of it for a long time.
You know what makes me know that this guy's unstable is this whatever fucking music this guy's listening to in the background while he's just recording himself talk about how he hates his dad's priest. Like that. What the fuck is that?
And clearly not in a good way.
I've been ignorant of it for...
Who made that beat?
A long time. So I wanted to look at it, and I challenged him just to look at 15 minutes of this sermon.
Though he gives no context as to who this pastor is, only mentioning that he had been ignorant of the situation for a while, and that this video was his response after trying to expose the truth to his father.
Been waiting and waiting, and I haven't heard anything. So I was going to just post my reply, and I guess that's how I'll start my blog.
Again, what this truth is unclear, as the lack of information makes this video a confusing watch, and ultimately it tells us very little about who Noah was, let alone the other people he was discussing. But he did end the clip by making it clear that this was only the beginning of what would be a reoccurring blog series that would showcase just him, his thoughts, and his camera.
The blog is just going to be me with a video camera, and that'll be it. We'll see what happens.
But before those uploads would come, Noah had pinned a website in his description that directed users to a blog post written by him that same day, titled, "Is My Dad in a Cult? Even worse, is it satanic?" Throughout the writing, Harpum loosely provides additional context for his video, as he breaks down a sermon given by Pastor Bill, who is shown to be Bill Johnson, a well-known preacher from the Bethel Church in Redding, California.
I also feel like Satanism is like fully not understood by the average person. Like, most people that are Satanists, I'm almost sure don't actually worship Satan. It's just the denial of Christianity and the mocking of religion as a whole.
Who had garnered a large following online, and despite the sermon being over an hour long...
Like, they don't actually believe in the devil. They don't believe in anything. It's like a version of atheism. I gotta Google that, man. I feel like I watched a whole documentary about this shit. About how, like, Satanism started. Satanism. Satan is a symbol of individualism, rebellion, and enlightenment rather than actual devil worship. It's atheistic.
Harpum goes through it point by point.
Like, when people are like, they worship the devil, they're Satanists. I don't think anybody actually worships the devil. Because if you believe in the devil, you believe in God.
Critiquing everything that he said, and the more he typed, the more angry he got. And the more angry he got, the more nonsensical his words became. I'm attempting to present...
So no, because I don't worship. I don't use Satan as, I don't talk about Satan. You could say I'm more under the idea of atheism, but not atheistic, satanic, like Satanism.
A case that shows the leader of this prestigious institution, along with a select group of rulers, are using mind control techniques to poison and confuse legions of useful idiots that slave away to keep the institution humming along, and that this man, Pastor Bill Johnson, and his ruling caste are using mind control to keep people imbalanced and ignorant, in a state of perpetual...
Bro, this is insane. I mean, you could say that the pastor is using religion as a means to get donations for the church, but I feel like that's what he's saying, but he's saying it's through mind control. Pastors are preaching and also, yes, do funnel money out of people's pockets. Like, it was like tithing or whatever it's called, where you're supposed to give like a certain percentage of your income to the church. Like, that's a thing, but like, that's not through mind control.
Waiting for the material world to be defied, while they themselves are profiting immensely in this material world. The blog gives us a peek behind the curtain of the man shown in this video, a man who seems to be clearly mentally unwell, paranoid, and very angry, with the post making it clear that the purpose of Noah's content was to bring this pastor down, and video blog number 1 was supposed to be just the start. However, there would never be a video blog number 2, as just 2 days after posting this video, Noah's life would take a drastic turn.
Oh God.
Colorado Springs 911, what's the exact location of your emergency?
It's at...
Repeat that one more time for me and make sure I had it correct.
Well, it's across the street from me. I'm calling from my address.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Well, there was a guy walking around with like 2 cans of gasoline or something, 2 small cans, and a big, like a rifle. It was black, and it had a strap around it. He's walking up to doors and stuff.
Oh, fuck.
At 8:35 a.m. on Halloween morning, a woman named Naomi Bettis called 911 after witnessing a suspicious man walking around her neighborhood in Colorado Springs, as she watched him carrying several cans of gas, as well as an AR-15 that was hung over his shoulder. She didn't know it at the time, but this man was her neighbor, Noah Harpham.
Bro, how did he get that gun? How did he get that gun? Like, bro, I feel like that's one thing for, like, gun licensing. You gotta take, like, there has to be, like, a definitive, like, a 2-hour sanity test for this shit. Like, how are you allowed to own that?
And then I seen that he walked into the building, and the glass window at that business is broke.
And that's a business? What's the name of the business?
I have no idea, but I just know I don't know if it's a fake gun, BB gun, but it looks pretty scary.
As the call progresses, Naomi explains that she had watched him enter a nearby business, where one of the windows appeared to have been broken. She wasn't sure if anything illegal had happened at this point, but she was convinced that Noah was up to something sinister, which based on what he had in his possession seemed to be the only logical conclusion. However, this concern wasn't felt.
I mean, it doesn't even matter if it's a BB gun. If you're walking around with a black-tipped rifle, you could get arrested for that. Dude, I remember when I was a kid, that's why all fucking BB guns have orange tips. If you paint that black, that's illegal. You get arrested for that.
Felt by everyone.
Okay. And you said it looked like a long gun, correct? Like a rifle?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Well, it is an open carry state, so he can have a weapon with him or walking around with.
That's nuts. I gotta have the date. I'm not trying to make, like, a political standpoint right now. I think you having concealed carry or, like, carry and you have a gun, like a pistol or whatever, okay. But if you're allowed to just wander around with an AR on your back, why? What scenario? Like, why would you need an AR on your body? Like, in a random, what the fuck?
But of course, having those gas cans, it does seem pretty suspicious, so we're going to keep the call going for.
Like, that's so different. Like, open carry holding an assault rifle is so different than, like, concealed carry having, like, a pistol in your car.
That.
Okay, and the window's broken to that business downstairs, so.
Right, and you said he's now upstairs, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And are you or anyone else in immediate danger?
No.
Like, what? That's not illegal? He's walking around with 2 cans of gasoline, looking indoors, holding a gun? What the fuck? That's so sketchy.
Okay.
As the operator seemingly brushed aside the incident, stating that she was only keeping the call going because the gas cans could be suspicious. However, even with that, the report still wasn't taken seriously.
Hunters? Okay, but I'm saying the mixture, the situation here. The situation here, this guy's wandering door to door holding cans of gasoline and a gun.
Seriously, as the dispatcher.
What are you, like, what is the, what, they're gonna walk up to him? Oh, sorry, I was just gonna fill up my car.
Hung up on her shortly after, before dispatching one single officer to the scene.
Oh my God.
An officer that never even made it there, as just moments later he was called off and sent to what was deemed to be a more pressing scene at the local senior center. Naomi's concerns were completely ignored, but despite this, she continued to watch out her window, waiting to see what Noah would do next. 4 minutes after her call with police ended, and 10 minutes after first reporting Noah's behavior, Naomi would dial 911 once again, only this time, her demeanor was far different.
I just called a few minutes ago and the guy came back out and he fired a gun at somebody and he's laying on the street.
The police chief or whoever was the person that diverted that cop away from the scene should be fired. Fired. Dude, that seems illegal to me. For you to call and the police officer to not respond is absurd. Like, that guy died because of that. Like, you could literally say that the reason this guy is in the street dead is because that cop did not respond. Yes, the guy is the reason, the dude that killed him. But, like, what the fuck?
Dead. Oh my God. You sent an ambulance too.
Naomi's worst fears had come true, as she frantically told dispatch that the man carrying the gun had just shot and killed.
And there was a more pressing matter at a fucking nursing home! What the fuck? What, was there a slip and fall when somebody was playing checkers?
Killed someone outside of her home.
Oh my God.
Okay, calm down, okay? Stay with me. I'm just putting that into the call. Is anyone in immediate danger?
No, that I can see or think. No.
In response, the operator bizarrely asks if anyone else is in danger, but Naomi, likely in a state of shock, answers no.
Yo, I'm sorry, man. I'm really not trying to make this about guns again, because I really do think this is on, like, the police dispatch, like, problem. Like, the fact that they didn't get the one cop to, like, check on this. Because they would have had to call backup immediately, because the guy probably would have fucking pulled his gun on the cop. But, like, dude, in New Jersey, there's a dude walking around with a fucking AR getting arrested. That guy is not... Like, I know it's different states, different rules, you know, and it's what people want to vote on. It's democratic, but it's like, dude, in what world is it normal for you to walk around with 2 cans of gas and a fucking gun on your chest? And like, creepily, like, fucking wandering the neighborhood? Like, what are you doing? It's just like a showing of freedom or something? Like, what's the fucking point? Like, that's just disturbing. It's like, it's the same thing of, like, in those states, are you allowed to walk around, like, wielding a knife? Like, that's kind of, like, that's actually a question. In open carry states, can you open wield a knife? Because I don't know. But it's just, like, I feel like that wouldn't be allowed. Like, most people would agree if you're walking around holding, like, a katana, something's wrong with you. Like, if you're, like, wandering the streets with a katana, that'd be creepy. But then when it's a gun, it's not. I'm like, which one's more deadly? Like, I just don't understand. I get it if it's a hunting rifle. Like, I understand, like, you're open carrying a hunting rifle wearing camo, you're gonna go fucking duck hunting. But it's like, why are you walking the streets with a fucking assault rifle?
Before immediately realizing that Noah was heading in the direction of Platt Avenue, which was known to be a busier neighborhood.
Maybe on Platt Avenue there might be people in danger.
Naomi, I need the suspect's description. Do you know his name?
No, I don't.
Okay, is he white, black, Hispanic, Asian?
He's white, and he's got long curly hair coming out of his cap.
She desperately tried to relay that more people were likely in harm's way, only to be immediately proven right just seconds later.
I think, yeah, there's people outside that might be in danger up on Platt. Okay. Oh, I just heard another fire. Oh my God.
When she hears more gunshots, prompting the operator to once again ask...
Yeah, they need to call an ambulance or something right away.
Okay. Is anyone in immediate danger?
Only people up on Platt, maybe.
All right, I am sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay?
Okay.
It was only then that the operator would tell Naomi that police and medical personnel were finally being dispatched to the scene, but by this point, it was far too late. In the moments after Naomi had made her first 911 call, Noah Harpham would first attempt to light his house on fire using the 2 cans of gasoline, though this, however, failed and caused him to quickly shift his focus. Noah instead stepped outside and brandished his rifle, immediately pointing it directly at Andrew Mayers, who had been riding his bike in the neighborhood, and after seeing the gun, the man stopped and begged him not to shoot, to which Noah responded by pulling the trigger multiple times, killing him instantly, with Andrew Myers being the man that Naomi had seen laying dead on the street. From there, Noah began walking up the street where he would eventually see 2 women sitting on the porch of a sobriety...
This physically aggravates me, dude. This is so... Like, yes, you could do this even if there wasn't, like, open carry laws and shit, but, like, they could have stopped him, but because of what was in place, they didn't care until it was too late. And then now this guy's walking around town, lighting off rounds, killing people.
Center, where local women went to get help with their drug and alcohol addictions, and upon noticing them, he immediately started shooting, striking and killing both Christina Galella and Jennifer Vasquez. Noah walked for over a mile after this before the police finally caught up with him, and when they called out for him to stop walking, Noah turned and immediately opened fire, leading to a massive shootout.
Shoot his ass on the fucking ground immediately! What are we doing? What are we doing?
Noah walked for over a mile after this before the police finally caught up with him. And when they
A mile? Dude, he's been wandering the town for 2 hours.
called out for him to stop walking, Noah turned and
They call out to him to stop walking. Just kill him.
immediately opened fire, leading to a massive shootout.
You know he's wandering. I feel like that should be on site. You know for a fact this is the guy walking around. There's bodies in the street. He's killing people. Why are you going, put the gun down? Just kill him. Actually, no, don't kill him. Shoot him in the spine. Paralyze him, right? And then, you know, fucking go and handcuff him.
When the smoke cleared, the only one struck had been Noah, who was lying dead on the pavement, marking the end of his killing spree. The investigation that followed revealed that Noah had never even met any of the 3 people he killed that day. They were all total strangers, leaving the question, why had he done it? Well, even today, there's still no clear motive, with this appearing to be a completely...
And the reason that I'm so angry is because, like, bro, from the point of view from the family of these people, it's not even, like, a reason... Like, you're the wife, husband, mother, son, daughter, whoever, of, like, this guy riding the bike. And it's like he just got shot in broad daylight from a rando that was just pissed. It's like you just ruined somebody's life that you don't even know.
Random and senseless act. But looking at his final and only posts online, Noah was
and they're never getting answers, you know? Like, it's like there's no closure.
Clearly very angry and seemed to be mentally unwell, which was corroborated by testimony from his parents, as they later claimed that he had anger issues and suffered from drug addiction and bipolar disorder. But what's so...
How did he get a gun? Bipolar disorder, drug addict, anger problems, open-wielding a rifle in public.
So unusual about this to me was that this video was published just 2 days before the killings, and it was clearly not meant to be a one-off post. It was something that he seemed genuinely excited to continue, yet not even 48 hours later, he resorted to this. What happened in that time frame may never be known, but the effects of it will last forever. And I can't help but wonder how differently this all could have gone if that initial 911 operator had just taken Naomi's report
and just fucking listen to her. It doesn't even matter. You don't even take her word, bro. There is no word to be taken. She calls, you respond.
seriously. Noah's spree didn't start for a full 10 minutes after she started that call, which would have been more than enough time for police to intervene.
Yeah.
But instead, Noah was given all the time he needed to end 3 innocent lives.
Sue the cops? I don't even know if it's the cop, man, because the cop was responding and then he got told to divert and he has to take the command of the dispatcher, who might have been taking the command of somebody else. Whoever was responsible for diverting that cop to the fucking nursing home and made that happen, fired.
It wasn't an attraction for the faint of heart.
Yeah, it might be dispatch.
Standing over
1,300
feet above the ground, the Diogar ropeway was built to take tourists up and down the Trikut mountain.
I mean, it's also the fact that they sent one cop, like, originally. They got one guy.
In Jharkhand, India. It was the tallest cableway in the entire country, offering an unparalleled view of Diogar and the picturesque landscape around it. Because of this, videos have long since been posted on YouTube showing just how dramatic of a ride this truly is, with one such video being recorded on April 10th, 2022.
Bro, I hate ski lifts. I hate these things. Dude, it's so fucking sketchy, man. When you go over those, like, the post lines where it goes dum dum and you shake. I swear to God, right here, that's where the scariest part is.
That day, a woman and her family had been filming their adventure to the Trikut mountain, and were now filming a first-person view of the descent back down.
Oh my God, is the fucking thing gonna fall? Stop.
It wasn't the kind of place for anyone with a fear of heights, and the loud sounds of the car passing the support towers only added to the anxiety of the trip. But the group filming this all remained relatively calm, quietly conversing to themselves, seemingly unfazed by the spectacular height. Even enjoying it. A feeling that wouldn't last.
What's gonna happen? Are we gonna watch like another...
Without any warning, the car was met with a massive force, sending the occupants and the camera to the floor, causing the footage to go dark. In that moment, one of the ropeway's axles had dislodged, causing a failure on the pulley system, which resulted in 2 carts crashing into each other, and the rest coming to a sudden and violent halt. The impact was brutal, but somewhat surprisingly, the footage continued.
I thought the fucking... Dude, I thought the cart fell out of the sky. Oh, okay. Holy shit, man. I thought that it, like, detached.
Showing just enough to reveal that the ropeway and the cabin these people were in were both still intact, before the recording came to an end. This group had survived the impact, but the nightmare was far from over. News of the collision quickly spread throughout the region, leading to the scene being flooded with rescuers and news crews alike, with everyone trying to figure out what exactly was happening, and the initial prognosis was grim. In the impact, 1 man in a separate car had been killed, and many others were left injured.
What?
In the impact, 1 man in a separate car had been killed, and many others were left injured. And making matters worse, due to the broken axle, the ropeway was now
How did they collide that fast that it killed them? I feel like this moves at like 4 miles an hour.
no longer operational, meaning that the 70+ people spread throughout the various cars were now stuck, some of whom were still suspended over 1,000 feet in the air. It was going to be an incredibly difficult rescue operation, just given the height of the ropeway alone. And ultimately, it was determined that the Indian Air Force would utilize their special top-of-the-line helicopters to fly over the cars and lower down ropes with harnesses attached to them for survivors, who then would strap themselves in and be hoisted up to the helicopter above using an electronic winch. It took hours for them to even make their first attempt, before finally trying their approach on a middle-aged man, who slid on his rescue strap and was then slowly pulled up towards safety. The footage of this is horrifying. These people were already over 1,000 feet in the air when their cars got stuck, and now they were being lifted even higher, tethered only by a single rope and a safety harness. Worst of all, it was a particularly windy day, which was made worse by the swirling of the helicopter blades, a combination that caused the man to start swinging wildly from side to side as he hung onto the rope for dear life. It was a grueling journey up, but finally the man reached the aircraft, and with safety just a few feet away, he instinctively reached his arms above his head in an attempt to grab onto the helicopter, a decision that would have disastrous effects.
Oh my god.
As he did so, his harness slid upwards and was pulled over his shoulders, and then over his arms, before eventually landing in his hands, meaning the only thing left holding him up was his own grip, as he clung to the now useless harness.
Grab
For a
it!
minute, he dangled there, just inches away from rescue. Meanwhile, the rescue crew searched the craft for something they could use to safely hoist him in, but before they got the chance...
No.
The man slipped out of his harness, momentarily catching himself on the side of the helicopter itself, but by this point, his strength was gone, and seconds later, his grip would fail for good. Causing him to plummet approximately 2,000 feet to the ground below, killing him instantly. For those waiting to be rescued, the sight was especially horrific, as they watched the man...
I mean, no one's gonna do... No, literally now, dude, the first guy they try to save fucking falls to his death. None of them are going to fucking... How are they gonna get these people down? I'm not going on that fucking shit if I watch that guy die.
Who they thought had made it to safety, fall to the ground right in front of them. The fear they must have felt knowing that soon it would be their turn is unimaginable.
They're gonna keep going. They're gonna keep doing it.
After this, the rescue crews began making tweaks to their operation, which started to lead to a few attempts going off without a hitch. But the entire process was incredibly slow, as a full 24 hours would pass before 60-year-old Shubha Devi would finally get her chance to be removed from the car. And as she started her ascent up to the helicopter, the wind also caused her to start swinging wildly. So wildly, in fact, that the winch used to lift her suddenly stopped working, leaving her hanging there, only moving side to side rather than up towards safety. As she hung there,
lower me down to the fucking ground. What? Okay, the winch doesn't work. Bring the helicopter to the ground. I fucking slow and steady. I'll smack the ground, break a rib or two, and then I'll fucking unhook me.
Rescuers on the helicopter frantically tried to figure out what the problem with the winch was. But before they could ever get their answer, the rope...
Oh, the rope snaps. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. They should sue the fuck out of this. They should sue the Indian government for this shit, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? The goddamn military can't fucking save these people?
Suddenly snapped, causing her to free fall to the ground below. It came without any sort of warning, and from what I could find online, there isn't a definitive answer as to how this happened. But either way, it resulted in Shuba's tragic death. It took a total of 48 hours for the last of the survivors to be rescued and finally brought to safety, an unimaginable amount of time in an unimaginable position. With
2 days, they're just sitting in that fucking, like, lift.
Survivors having to watch 2 people fall to their deaths before them, unsure if they too were going to meet the same fate. Since its release, the footage has sparked some debate online, as the media actually hailed this as an...
Yo, this like really made me realize I'm not going on any of these lifts in any country that's not the US. And I'm not trying to be like judgmental when I say that, but like I'm so dead ass. I'm not like, just like any rant, I'm fuck that. Holy shit. And I'm not saying the US is like, not even in the US. Oh, any of the ones that are this fucking high, hell no. I'd go on a ski lift. That's why I'm not, I would still go on a ski lift. Because a ski lift, it's like, if that shit snapped, I'd fall 30 feet, break both my legs. But I'd live, you know? Like, there's people that jump off ski lifts to be dickheads, like snowboarders that fucking want to go. Like, that's different. This, hell no.
Actually hailed this as an impressive and even successful rescue operation for the Indian Air Force, while others have hit back on this, as both incidents seem to have been entirely preventable, with more people dying from the rescue than...
Not even in Europe? No, in like Switzerland I would, no. But I know that they're better built.
...the accident itself. Though ultimately there were no repercussions for the rescue crew, with the only punishments being dished out to the operating company DRIL.
Yeah, I mean, whoever the fuck designed this should just get sued, man.
Which was accused of not properly maintaining the ropeway and not following proper safety protocols. It was even alleged that when the initial crash happened, the people operating the ropeway at the time actually fled the scene and never even called authorities. But I'm not sure if this was ever...
They just left?
...actually proven. DRIL was fined over $1 million and has since been blacklisted from operating ropeways for 5 years, while the families of the deceased were given around $33,000 in compensation.
Fucking wipe my ass with $33,000. Are you serious? Are you serious? You watch your mom fall to her death and you get $30K?
Currently, there are plans to repair and reopen the ropeway. Though at this point...
Who the fuck would ever go on this rope? I mean, it's cooked. I feel like the fucking company should just fucking fall to the face of the earth. Fucking crash and burn, dude. Are you kidding me? Who the hell's gonna go back on this after they know that fucking 3 people fell to their death?
No official date has been given for the reopening.
Reopening. No one's gonna go on that. That's absurd. Mom's priceless, let alone 30K. No, I'm not saying there's any amount of money that justifies it, but I mean, like, you know, you getting $1 million would be like, okay, I understand them trying to make right in some way. 30K? 30 grand. Your mom's dead. 30 grand. And you paid to go on this for like a fun family trip. Oh my God, that's horrible. That is so sad. Okay. The day Gen Z got cursed.
January 26th, 2020 was the day everything seemed to change for the worse. It also happened to be my 15th birthday. I can't seem to remember much about the day other than the fact that I was scrambling to finish my science fair project for school. And oh yeah, one of my childhood heroes died in a helicopter crash with his daughter.
Wow.
I can still feel the shock of my
brother. 5 years. It was over 5 years ago.
They're texting me RIP Kobe and the subsequent Google search confirming the news. My family was never big on birthday celebrations, so I didn't have a big party to look forward to, spending much of the day coming to grips with this passing. It was the first time a celebrity death seemed to have any real impact on my emotional state. I wasn't immediately overwhelmed by grief or sadness. Honestly, after I got the news, everything just felt off. I felt a deep pit in my stomach that persisted for the rest of the day, and I had trouble focusing on my science project. Unfortunately, this feeling did not subside, and the coming week, I was filled with a similar strange pit in my stomach.
Oh my God, for COVID?
As well as a more bleak outlook on life. The first semester of 9th grade, I had a blast. Starting high school, making friends, it was a time of much optimism. But after
the dog filter
Kobe passed, it felt like the joy in the world went with him. A month later, we all know what happened. All of a sudden, we were stuck inside. I'd made great strides to socialize and make friends my freshman year, and now the only communication I could have with them was over Discord.
I really think that era, and I hated when people tried to talk about how COVID life was weird. I even did it before, admittedly. But I hated when people would talk about how weird COVID life was in like a past tense sense when we were actively living in COVID times. I think COVID really, that era ended like late 2021. I remember I still wore a mask, but I was returned to college for the first semester of fall of 2021. That was a weird era though. Like a blurb. Do you guys remember a lot from that time? I think it was a blurb for everybody because those days dragged by. I remember and it really makes you understand, like, time flies when you're having fun, but you remember a lot more from good experiences. It was boring as fuck. Sitting at home all day, doing class, and then playing. It was fun for like the first month. You remember when we all thought it was just going to go away? Because when did you guys get out of school? Mine was like March in New Jersey. It was like early March. We had off for something, and then it was like then on. I remember being at work and in school my senior year of high school talking about COVID and me going, I don't think it's going to be a big deal. Like openly saying it doesn't matter. Like it's not, I just thought it was like the flu. Because you know how the media overhypes a lot of shit? I thought it was going to be like that. And then I like knew people that got it, and then their family members got it. And for the most part, I would say, basically everybody that got it was okay. But people died. Like I knew people that died. And people that knew people that died. Like I had friends, family members that were like serial cigarette smokers die at like 50 from having bad lungs and like getting COVID, and there was nothing they could do. And it was such a weird time. Do y'all remember, okay, this depends on the state that you were in, but I would say most states were kind of like this experience. Do y'all remember going out for the first time mid-COVID? I'm talking like April, May of 2020, when it was like peak COVID cases, everybody was worried. I went to the grocery store, and I remember wearing a mask, and that was it. And there were people in fucking hazmat suits. I'm so serious. I remember there being no toilet paper on the walls, or no toilet paper. If you didn't have toilet paper, you were just fucked. Toilet paper, hand sanitizer, like any like regular ass shit. I remember I was wiping my ass with paper towels for like a good week. We would order, you couldn't order toilet paper online. You couldn't fucking get it at the grocery store. There was nothing, bro. It was just it was such a weird, and I feel like now it's been long enough to where like, dude, that was 5 fucking years ago. We could talk about it now. I just hated when people were like, it was like 2022. And we would all be like, oh yeah, COVID days. Like that shit wasn't 6 months ago. The whole freshman year of college, though, I had online. And a lot of people were the same. Like, did you guys have a 2020 to 2021 school year in person? I feel like most states, and even most cities and countries for that matter, outside of the US, you probably like maybe hybrid, but for the most part, fully online. My freshman year, 2020 to 2021 of college was fully online. I did not go to campus once outside of getting my student ID. And that was it. And I didn't even use it. So I don't even know why I went. I think it was just like a requirement that we had to do. And I can tell you right now, no change happened for anybody then. And it was such a shit time. Like a lot of you guys were probably going into high school during COVID or even graduating. And those were like the worst times to be in COVID because they're like monumental areas where you're supposed to change as an individual. And everybody was just so delayed. And I think that's part of the problem today with like youth in general is that everybody's like a 2-year lag behind maturity-wise to where everybody acts like they're a fucking kid, bro. Like that, I think social media plays a part, but COVID fucked a lot of people growing up to where they're just at a disadvantage. Like they act like they're like 15, they act like they're 12. And so they're just years behind. Like coming from personal experience, I did not change mentally at all from senior year to freshman year in college. And then right when I got back and I started taking classes in person and I started being like an actual human in society, it like clicks. And you're like, okay, I have to actually grow up. But it was so weird in that time. I remember even hanging out with my friends. I was nervous. I remember it was probably like June or July and it was midsummer and you're used to like hanging out with your friends. Do y'all remember, like, what did you do that summer, chat? Obviously, end of school year online, school year after that online. What'd you do that summer? I fucking played video games and went on a bike ride every day and then that was it. The only other thing that I remember doing was I would get in my car and drive to an open parking lot to watch the sunset alone every day. And it was so depressing, bro.
The rest of 2020 and 2021 ended up being the worst time of my life.
2021 was a worse year than 2020 because it was just dragging. So 2020 was fine because the first 3 months, there was no COVID. And then the first 3 months of COVID, it was just like, no school, yeah! And you just would fuck around in Zoom class and play video games. And it was also peak, like still good Fortnite. That was fire. And then 2021 hit. It was the new year, and we're still in fucking quarantine. That shit was terrible. Gyms still weren't open. Nothing was fucking open. You're just sitting there literally doing nothing. Brain rot.
Not because I remember it.
Oh, and Among Us carried too. Among Us and Fall Guys dual drop 2020.
As particularly bad, but because I can hardly remember it at all. I can't recall any significant memories from that time of my life other than
Among Us, Lil Nas, streaming, The Queen didn't die in 2020. Oh, early 2020s. When did she die? Like 22? Joe Biden, Mr. Beast. Did Mr. Beast do videos during COVID?
Of my life other than Zoom classes and watching movies in my bedroom. The isolation got to me.
Bro, I learned nothing. I cheated on everything in that time. I remember I took my AP test online and that shit was so scary because you couldn't cheat on that and I had no knowledge from the fucking latter half of AP Bio. And I was just sitting there like, what the fuck am I doing right now? Just guessing on everything. Didn't care. Literally did not care. Do you miss school? I was going to say, I talked to my friend about this the other day. I have basically been out of college for almost a year. It hasn't even been a year yet. I was in college a year ago. It feels like I was in college 5 years ago. When you're out, you're out. Like, I was out, and for about 2-3 months, I was in that funk where I was like, I'm not going back. And now it's just done. I don't miss it. This is what I miss. I miss class. I loved class in college, not high school. I don't miss high school at all. Fuck high school. Fuck that shit. The era of high school and being a kid was fun. High school class was shit. Having 8 classes at once and having to study for all of them, that was fucking terrible. I hated every second of it. What I will say, though, college class was awesome. Going to college class and fucking sitting in and just talking about philosophy and stuff, fun as hell. Homework, ass. Writing papers, ass. Forced reading, ass. If I could go back to college, just sit in the class, never take a test, and dip, that would be awesome. That, like, people that sit in at classes, like old people that do that and they pay to, like, see one class, that's cool. But the rest of it's horrible, because that's when it becomes a job.
Because of the media I consumed, BoJack Horseman, Blue is the Warmest Color, Manchester by the Sea, Requiem for a Dream.
Nope. I remember BoJack, nothing else.
Black Swan, Perfect Blue, Archie's Final Project.
Nope.
All of these are...
Nope. Yo, I can tell you right now, me and you had 2 different COVID experiences, brother. I was not watching any of these fucking shows. Are these movies? I don't know. I watched BoJack Horseman. That was about it. What the fuck did you guys... I don't remember what I did during COVID. Like entertainment-wise. Movies? I don't even remember what I watched. I feel like I just played fucking Fortnite all day. All day. I played Fortnite. I never watched anime. Maybe YouTube. And then what else did I fucking do? Be a bum. Literally sit and do nothing.
A great piece of
class.
Of art.
And then I got into streaming later on, but that was like way down the line.
But were terrible picks for an isolated high schooler who was still trying to figure out life. Eventually, we got back to the outside world, but nothing was the same. The youthful optimism and wide-eyed...
I don't miss that smell of a mask, like a reusable mask. You remember that smell? Where it would be a mask you wore for like a week straight, and it would be your own scent, but it would just be like that. Like, you're smelling your own breath, like, all day. That was so ass. Having to just fucking sit there, like... And it would, like, puff. The mask would, like, puff in and puff out. It would get moist. Ugh.
Curiosity I possessed before had left me.
Dude, working out at the gym with a mask on was the worst fucking experience ever. That shit sucked.
My hatred for school grew exponentially, but I also had no clue what I wanted to do with my life, which created this self-fulfilling loop of misery. The rest of high school was a slog, a never-ending cycle of tests, essays, and a deep longing for more from life. I just wish I could go back to that first semester of 9th grade and stay there forever. But...
Well, I think it was also an era where you could be lazy as fuck and it wasn't bad. And so it normalized everybody wanting to just like chill at home and do nothing. And now anything else seemed worse in like perspective.
Time waits for no man, and every year that passes, that 14-year-old that I once knew grows farther and farther out of reach, and the pressures of growing up mount ever heavier. I used to make fun of millennials a lot. I would make the same tired jokes about them being the participation trophy generation and how
I hate participation trophies. Oh, I'll agree there. I personally think, hey, that's one take. I don't know if a lot of people agree with that or not. I fucking hate the idea of a participation trophy. If you're not, I ran track in high school, and I didn't even like the idea of like 5th and 6th place medals. I don't want a fucking medal. 1st, 2nd, 3rd. That's it. I remember field day, and they would hand out participation trophies. Chuck those in the goddamn garbage, okay? Because, like, I understand it's the mindset of, like, oh, everybody has to be, you know, on even terms, and it's, like, okay if you didn't win. Yeah, sure, it's okay if you didn't win. But now, like, giving out medals to everybody ruins the achievement of the person that got 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. Like, if you did a race and it was 8 people in a race and everyone gets a trophy, what's the fucking point in getting 1st place anymore? There's no motivation to actually try and win. I mean, I don't know. If your kid wants a participation trophy, your kid wants a fucking participation trophy. You know, whatever. But when I was a kid and I got a participation trophy when I did not get first, second, or third, it made me mad. I did not want it. I would rather have nothing.
They're more special than they actually are, but I no longer make these jokes because at least millennials seem to have purpose. Gen Z, by stark contrast, is clinically meandering, too afraid to
I don't know. I think part of the problem with millennial cringe is the idea of holding on to being a kid. And I think you want to have that kid aspect of yourself and that enjoyment of life and that new experience day to day, because you don't want to leave that when you grow up. But at the same time, it's like the shit you see on social media where people get like attached. Like you see a lot of millennials, and I'm not doing a blanketed statement about millennials in general. I'm just saying what I see on social media, where there's like a few people that are, you know, in their 30s and they're like obsessed with something that was nostalgic to them. I don't want to say like Disney adults, but something on the same level where it's like they care so much about and it's whatever, care about what you want to care about. But like you could tell they hold on to it, not because they actually enjoy it that much, but because it reminds them of when they were 6.
Publicly care about anything, yet secretly overly concerned with everything.
The elder millennial, I hate that meme. I hate that meme. That shit's so cringy. Where they're all saying their age and they're on like, I think it's like roller hockey, or they play like some sort of roller skating shit. 35, 39, elder millennial. Just say how old you are. Elder millennial. 40.
32, 33, 35, 35, 35, 38, 39, 40. Elder millennial. Elder millennial.
Millennials think they can make a difference. We know that we can't, so we don't even try, unless it's by damaging property or getting engagement on social media. Growing up was a lie for Gen Z. It wasn't Zac Efron dancing and playing basketball. It was 8 hours of Zoom classes for a year.
Okay, but nobody was growing up with Zac Efron playing. That was not a real high school experience.
Well, it was 8 hours of Zoom classes for a year and masks for another. We don't want to have fun. We just want everyone to think that we are. Reality is artificial, authenticity is scarce, everything now is aura farming, nonchalant slop. If I talk to a Gen Z woman, 50% of the time I'll be subjected to incoherent word vomit about how all her friends are fake and how she needs to post again. If I talk to a Gen Z guy, 50% of the time it'll turn into a subtle contest to assert dominance and prove that you get more women, make more money, and have more fun than he does. If you try to be interested in something, you're corny and trying too hard. If someone makes you mad, you got rage baited.
But why did COVID make that happen? Because we all just became chronically online for a period of time and you get obsessed with other people's lives. I would assume that's it. Like social media usage spiked, and then everybody's association with their own personal self relied on how they're perceived by other people more because they were on social media more just like everybody else. And so then you're fucking just stuck in this cyclical loop of needing to feel like you're promoting your life the best, even though behind the scenes it's not nearly as good. I always say that shit too. If it looks like your friends are having fun on Instagram, that's good and all, but don't fucking sit there and be like, oh, their life's so much better than mine, because I guarantee you they're going through some bullshit. You just don't post about it, because you're not going to air out every bad thing that's ever fucking happened.
If you keep up with the news, you
post the good shit on social media, because that's what you want to look back to personally, and it's also what you want to show to other people.
Anxious. If you don't keep up with the news, you become isolated. It feels like nothing really matters anymore. I still feel the age I was in 2020. I don't. I did for like maybe a year or two. I think like 18 to 20 was a weird time in my age, but I think that's also a weird time in general. I will say it is hard for me to look back and go 2016 was 9 years ago, because there is like a level of me that's stuck in 2020 where like if you say 2016, I go, oh yeah, that was like 4 years ago. But no, that was 9. Like 2020 was we're closer to 2016 is closer to 2020 than we are to 2020.
Like, that's how fucking nuts that is. Like, we're closer to 2030 now, actually, than 2020.
Massive events pass by like they're nothing. Time is running at 2 times speed, and adulthood is not what you thought it would be. I feel like we currently occupy an alternate reality and the timeline split, like we're in a Black Mirror episode warning us of the negative effects of a prolonged period of societal isolation. Sometimes when I'm sitting alone, I imagine myself going back to January 25th, 2020, the night LeBron passed Kobe on the all-time scorers list, and I could just warn him that I could prevent the imminent tragedy from happening. I didn't realize what Kobe Bryant meant to me until he was gone. You see, I grew up a Dallas Mavericks fan, so I spent my entire childhood rooting against Kobe whenever he'd play my team. It wasn't until his retirement that I found myself watching all of his interviews and falling in love with his mindset and approach to life. He represented everything that I aspired to be like: driven, obsessive, thoughtful, curious, a man who spoke through his actions, and he will forever have a special place in my memory because of that. I'm writing this at 2 a.m. because I can't sleep and want to put this restlessness to use, but really, I guess this is more so just a message to myself. Maybe the timeline did split. Maybe this is the darkest timeline. Maybe growing up is not what you thought it would be. So what? Make it count while you're here.
I think that's really what it is. You grow up assuming that life is going to be laid out a specific way, and I think COVID really fucked that up for a lot of people more than it naturally would be. Say COVID didn't happen. You probably still wouldn't be where you thought you would have been, but it would have diverted not as much. You would have been slightly different from your general, 5-year plan, right? But as you age, and I'm just going to say this coming from somebody that's 23, for a lot of my audience that's like, late high school. 5 years from now, you're going to look back at the you that is sitting right here, and you're not going to be doing anything that you fucking thought you would be doing. Maybe a few of you will, stick to it. And yeah, sure, you might go to college for a specific major and end up graduating with it and never change your major and end up getting the job in that realm. But I can tell you right now, you're probably going to be with somebody that you didn't think you'd be with. You might be dating somebody you didn't think you would be with. You might break up with somebody that you didn't think you'd break up with. You might be picking up a new hobby, having a new sport, having a new mindset, having a different political or religious perspective, and you'll have had no idea of that matter. And I think people have too much of a want of control in their life. They want to feel like they're able to do everything. And that's also why death is scary, because it's one of the things that you can't control. And COVID also brought that out. But I think a lot of people are upset about it, and so they choose to do nothing rather than just go with it. And that goes back to the idea of Amor Fati, exclamation point merch. Love of fate, You can't control a lot of shit in your life. Fucking deal with the shit as it comes. Go from there. It's easier said than done, but it's all you can really do at the end of the day. Next fucking video. Oh, God. The deadliest amusement park rides. Papa Meat.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today we're talking about amusement parks because spring's right around the corner and it's the perfect time for amusement parks to open back up. The weather's going to be really nice. You get to go on all your favorite rides.
Spring and early fall are the only good times to go to an amusement park. If you go to an amusement park in the middle of the summer, it's like a death sentence, man. 95 degrees outside, UV index is like a 12. You're getting sunburnt. You're going to have a farmer's tan because you're wearing a t-shirt and maybe actually sweatpants or some shit. The air doesn't even feel good when you're on the roller coaster because it's so hot. It just feels like somebody's putting a blow dryer in your face. It's awful.
The tragic thing about amusement parks is that death lurks around every corner, which is why I have my God damn it, I forgot my document. Okay, 1 second.
He's been doing a lot of animated, collaborations here.
Winslow, wake up. Winslow. Come on, buddy, wake up. Winslow, buddy, you're having a nightmare. Hey,
Santa! Oh, thank God! Oh, you saved me. I was having the
He's an
worst
animator. I know. He runs Meat Canyon.
nightmare.
Okay.
Oh, it was awful.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. So, I'm actually doing a video right now on an amusement park video idea, and you still haven't sent me the information on it. They're
Oh.
waiting for me, so.
I'm sorry.
That is a dinosaur of a computer.
Just, I didn't know what day it was. We can film it down here if you want.
No, I don't.
I need to skip through this. I need Papa Meat, I love you, bro. I can't commentate on this, man. This is just you talking to a computer.
How do you get the decimal point there?
It's an average.
It's an average? Is that about little people? Little people and people that have lost limbs? This is down from 4.5 previously.
Wait. What's the statistic?
Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So, from 1990 to 2004, there was an average of 3.7 amusement park deaths annually. How do you get the decimal point there?
It's an average.
It's an average? Is that about little people? Little people and people that have lost limbs? This is down from 4.5 previously, and may have a lot to do with the fact that more stringent laws were put into place. Things were a lot dicey back in the day, and all of us millennials.
What's crazy, though, is amusement park rides, while they're few and far between, are the most gruesome deaths imaginable. When somebody dies from an amusement park, it is never, oh, they had a heart attack. They got fucking decapitated. Their head flew off. And the whole ride, their headless body was still strapped in with the guy next to him going,
babies and on have actually had a relatively safe amusement park experience. At least so we thought. Despite these deaths occurring in the same place, the deaths are usually related to guests refusing to follow safety protocols, but even still, measures have to be put in place to prevent guests from breaking safety procedures. We're talking about basic fencing, guardrails, time gates, belt buckles, all this kind of stuff really wasn't around totally, which I think we overlooked today. It's an annoyance. It's a thing that stops
dude, El Toro at Six Flags. A lot of you guys probably don't know that roller coaster, but I've been on it. It is a wooden roller coaster, and you only wear a seatbelt, and it goes 75 miles an hour or some shit like that. Like, dude, this just looks like it could collapse at any this looks like it was made with popsicle sticks. And you get on that bitch, and people will be throwing their hands up and going, woo! I'm like, you're about to fall off. Little rule for people that don't know this already. When you have the rides that give you like an over-the-shoulder strap, they're only required to do that if you go in like a loop, I'm pretty sure. So whenever it's just like a seat belt or like a bar where your stomach is, that's because it doesn't go fully around.
They say. Oftentimes, it's a guest health issue that causes the problem, as roller coasters are known to cause blood pressure to spike, which can injure or weaken already stressed arteries and valves, resulting in aneurysms, heart attacks, and bleeds. AKA, my fat ass is going up on a roller coaster.
Are they that deadly? Is it actually not safe to go on a fucking amusement park ride? I thought they had so many safety precautions. You're telling me I could just have a fucking increased chance of having a brain aneurysm if I'm on that fucking ride?
Back down. Gross negligence on the park's behalf can account for many injuries, whether from fault in structure, design, maintenance, or even operator error. Sometimes, even nature gets in the way. It's a slippery slope in these big amusement parks meant to be fun, with machines that propel you at speeds that you would have never gone before. At times, there's going to be human error, but sometimes I think God looks down even, and he says, no. You come back to me. And according to the National Safety Council, more than 1,400 ride-related injuries occur every year. And according to the Global Association for Attraction...
But what counts as a ride-related injury? I feel like Karens are like, it gave me a rash. If you fall off, I doubt a ride-related injury is if you fall off. If I'm keeping it real, if you fall off any amusement park ride, you're dead. You're fucking dead.
I think that a lot of these places like Disney, they're meant for children, but they're coming for children. The death is coming for those that are young. With the economy failing and parks having to refinance everything, amusement parks are cutting corners left and right to get people in without having to do all the maintenance and stuff. Yeah, they might throw a little paint on something to make it look new, but goddamn if that thing isn't holding on for dear life. And the end result is always whether or not your safety is profitable. It's one of the more recent events from the Orlando Freefall Drop Tower, which is the world's
Oh, this is the video I saw. Oh my god, it was on fucking Twitter, dude. If this is the one, I don't know if this is the only he might be talking about somebody else, but it is the Orlando Drop Tower. It was a 14-year-old kid. He's gonna explain it. But they like fucking, they had some like the people that are manually fucking attending these rides or attending to these rides are like usually like minimum wage teenagers or college students. And he was like a bigger guy, so they had to like fucking loosen the strap, and then he literally fucking fell to his death, and it's on video.
Tallest freestanding drop tower, standing at 400 feet tall. The
Ooh, are they gonna show this? Hold the fuck up. Okay, now.
14-year-old boy fell from the ride after not having his harness properly secured, and bystanders recorded the incident.
Yeah, that's
the weight
the
limit
video.
was 287 pounds, and the child was 6 foot and weighed 383 pounds. The ride operator had only been working for 3 days at the time of the—
He was like on the, I'll describe it. He was like on the ride, and you could tell that it like looks loose, and they went up, and then as they're going down, it's like the last third of the way, he slips off the chair and literally just face plants on it.
That someone had tampered with the harness, and thus the safety sensors did not trigger a warning. I'm a big old boy. Going in—
I'm saying they should have just told him he couldn't go on the ride. Don't fuck with the stuff. If he was too big for the ride, he was too big for the ride. Tell him he can't get on it. Rather than say, oh yeah, let me loosen this with a fucking screw real quick. You get what I mean. I'm going to move on.
In this video, I feel personally connected to every morbidly obese child and man or woman out there, because my fat ass trying to get onto Disney rides was difficult. If you're a big old boy and you got some cake, rides aren't worth it. You know what you should have done? Eat a churro. Disney churro's pretty good. Or you can go through the Disney Star Wars experience where you can be really fat and no one cares because you're just walking around a little bit. Or the seats are like that of like a buffet bench, so it's perfect for me. But my fat ass trying to squeeze onto Space Mountain? Are you kidding me? For these big old, like for people that were built in the 1960s? Are you kidding me? Yeah, right. To that 14-year-old 6-foot monster of a man, that absolute unit. Godspeed, kid. Godspeed. Without further ado, we're going to get into some of the nation's funnest rides that killed people. So let's get into it. First off, we have Ride of Steel in Darien, New York, Six Flags. I can't remember the last time I went to a Six Flags. I'll tell you, the only thing we had in Kansas City was Worlds of Fun. Not on this list, but there is another little Kansas attraction here. That was horrible. It actually really tore the community up. But we're going to be talking about it here in a bit. Anyways, Ride of Steel in Darien, New York, Six Flags. In 2011...
I feel like these rides, though, where it's just going, like, up and down, if it's not going on a loop, even if you didn't have a harness on, I feel like it's pretty hard to die. Like, that's why El Toro is still a thing. Like, it's a wooden roller coaster, and you're only wearing a seatbelt, but it literally just goes up, down, up, down, up, down. It goes, like, around on, like, maybe, like, a 15-degree angle, and then it ends.
A 29-year-old Army veteran was violently launched out of the ride after he raised his arms to try to hold on to his loose hat. Be really funny if his hat said "No fat chicks." No, no! He was a double amputee and was riding in the front row of the roller coaster. What? 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 I thought that if you didn't have legs, you couldn't. There's no way.
That they eventually said, no, we probably shouldn't have done that.
There's got to be something.
So he didn't have legs and he was sitting. How did they keep him down? That's why he probably fell off the ride.
150 feet, resulting in his death. Because of his lack of legs, it was determined later that he should not have been allowed on the ride since there wasn't anything to secure the lap belt per the safety regulations.
I'm saying this right now, though. If I was with my friend at a ride, his harness opened up, and he fell to his death, I would actually fist fight the worker that did that. You know when you're at a fucking ride and they go, and they check? Whoever fucked that up, oh, I'm fucking throwing down right there. I don't give a shit the repercussions. You killed my friend. Right? Like, you're the reason they're dead.
I'm laughing and I'm smiling, but it's not because of the no legs thing. A horrible person, and I'm very sorry.
Like, that's your job.
The ride was shut down for 2 weeks following the incident. This is not the first time. A lot of these...
Do they close the park? What do they do? If, like, somebody falls to their death, imagine, like, you're a kid just, like, walking around with your ice cream cone. And you hear, ah! And then some guy just splats right in front of you. Like, do they just shut... I feel like everybody has to go home. They probably refund everybody. There's no way they're just like, shut that part off. We're going to keep the... I would leave. right? Like, if I was at a fucking Six Flags and somebody fell to their death, I'd be like, I'm not going to get on any of these rides today. Something's going wrong.
For like a week or two, and they're like, okay. Or they'll paint it and rename it or something. It's unbelievable. And the weird thing about that too is like, it's the uncanny thing of like, if you were buying a house and you knew that someone died on it, would you want to buy the house?
How cheap is it?
What kind of person are you? Next up is Disneyland. As a big, thick bitch, I have a lot of complaints about Disneyland, and especially the ride that we're talking about now, the Matterhorn. I rode the Matterhorn 30 or 45 minutes before the park was getting ready to close, and that ended my night. After I went on the Matterhorn, I was done. So Disney, which is supposed to be the happiest place on earth, would you be surprised if since it's been open, 26 people have died there?
4 people died at Disneyland in 2016? How? That's like, dude, even one person. I would have assumed that no one's... Nah, they had to have, like, a stroke. They had to have had a stroke, dude. It had to have been some bullshit like that. There's no way it was like, oh, we fucking didn't tighten your bar enough and you fell to your death. It was probably like they had a heart attack on the ride.
Which, honestly, I thought was going to be much more. Really, the numbers for how long they've been open, that's probably not that bad of a rate of people and the amount of people that come in. But still, 26 people died in there. Come on, Mickey. Come on, let's half that up. 13. It's nice to help with 13. And in 1984, a 48-year-old woman was tossed from her bobsled car and was hit by another bobsled car on a track, immediately decapitating her. If you've ever been on the Matterhorn, I mean, it feels like a fight to survive anyways. And for a woman to be flung once more...
Somebody dying at a Six Flags would also be less traumatizing than watching somebody get decapitated at Disneyland.
If I was going to die on the Matterhorn, I feel like, I don't know which way it is. Maybe the giant Yeti animatronic falls on you, or it's like, you know what I mean?
I was gonna say, what if he like ripped you out of the seat and threw you?
Is it a real Sasquatch? Okay, I'm trying to think that it's a robot, Nick. And upon investigation, it was determined that her seatbelt was not properly fastened.
Oh god, I hate the rides where you get fucking sopping wet. Dude, I never want to go on the fucking log flume.
Whether it came loose during the ride.
The funniest ones though are when you're going down like the river and it's like that rotating circular ride, and it's always like 1/3 of the fucking people get sopping wet and everybody else is like dry. And so you're like gambling who in your group's gonna get fucking doused.
Or if the passenger willingly unbuckled it on its own. I'm pretty sure my seatbelt was not totally fastened, but I think I was so suctioned in from being so fat, nothing could have got me out of that. Remember me even trying to get out of it? Took for a long time. Next up, Action Park, New Jersey, which everybody's heard about this. There was the Johnny Knoxville movie that was made. It's one of those things, it's like from the 70s and 80s where people didn't give it safety regulations, and they had a lot of stuff. But we're just gonna hone in on one. In 1982, a man got caught on the Kayak Experience ride, promising a simulation of what it's like to go river rafting. At one point during the ride, his kayak tipped over, and when he got in the water to tip it back over, he stepped on a metal grate that was too close to live wiring that powered the underwater fans, causing the waves. He was electrocuted and went into cardiac arrest, dying shortly after. The park claimed the man wasn't electrocuted because he didn't suffer any burns, even though the coroner claimed underwater electrocutions rarely cause burns. This begs the question because so far we've just talked about people being flung.
Dude, like imagine seeing that
from a ride due to no legs or no seatbelt. So let me ask you this so far. Would you have rather been electrocuted or would you have rather been flung from a deal?
Am I instantly killed from the electrocution?
I would say no, but just to make it fair, as in the idea that you're being flung, so like you have to at least have that mental thing of like, oh my god, right? And then you hit the ground, so you would think that you would at least have to kind of be like, ah! For like a second, and then you die.
Would you rather die instantaneously or no? I feel like I'd rather just it be instant. Falling to your death on a ride is like you have that 5 second, not 5 second, like 2 second, oh shit, and then it's over, right? Versus like you just instantly get electrocuted and you're just dead.
Die about the same equal time, 4 seconds. Hey, leave a comment down below, smash that like button, and ring the bell. Be sure to subscribe. And also, would you rather be electrocuted from a live wire under a water ride, or would you rather be flung from a roller coaster?
Wow, that is literally what we just said.
Down below. Which one would you do?
I think to be dramatic, I'd be.
Why would I suffer a slow death? It's not going to be a slow death. When you hit that asphalt, you're dead. I'm saying, would you rather instantly get electrocuted or instantly die but have a 2 second time frame where you're like, I'm gonna fucking die?
You kind of know what it feels like to fly for a little bit. Next up is Hagrid's Magical Creature Motorbike Adventure in Universal Orlando. First off, redo the fucking name. Hagrid's Magical Creatures Motorbike Adventure. Why not just
Oh my god, and it was probably some Harry Potter super fan.
Hagrid's Motorbike Adventure. Why
in their little cape? I'm a Hufflepuff.
Magical creatures, we get it. We're in Harry Potter world. This happened in 2019, and the cause of death...
Leviosa! A Leviosa!
...results from bees. Not the bees! For over a month from September into October, Hagrid's Magical Creatures Motorbike Adventure was plagued by a nest of honeybees. Since in Florida, honeybees are an endangered species, they could do little to remove it. Despite paying to have them removed, the bees continued to return. The ride had to be closed for several days, and despite relocating, had to be closed again.
I don't think anyone dies here.
What? Okay, what part of my research here, which I'm going to slap the out of my computer, Winslow, because no one dies here. Winslow, nobody died! People just got stung. Well, what if somebody was allergic and they got stung? That'd probably be reported, though.
That's what I was hoping for.
You were hoping for that.
I was hoping someone went to anaphylactic shock. And lived, of course.
You're horrible. You're a horrible, horrible man. Next up, Holiday Land in Santa Claus, Indiana. Which, what a terrible name, dude. Every month that it
Being deathly allergic to bees is horrifying. Because if you're ever just outside, like, you could just step on something and they get mad and sting you. And now you're fucked.
The Santa Claus? The jolly red men?
The reindeers.
Are they actually the reindeers? Probably. You're probably right. In Holiday Land, we're talking about the ride, The Raven, which is an enormous swaying wooden roller coaster. The Raven was designed by Custom Coasters International in 1995, and the company, as is, no longer exists as of 2002. That feels suspicious. If this thing happened in 2003 and the company went out of business in 2002, what did they do to this ride to cause this event? A year before the incident, voted #1 roller coaster in 2001, its path was designed to mimic the flight pattern of a raven, and it's themed around Edgar Allan Poe's poem. Which everyone's heard that stupid ass.
I am not getting on a ride that's themed after Edgar Allan Poe, a guy that would just write about death and then ended up disappearing.
Quaff the Raven, nevermore. The first death on the ride, a guy named Tamar, was sitting in the last car on the coaster and was seen standing as the ride progressed. The Raven, as it is
okay, see, but that's like dumbass shit. Like, that's not even the right. Like, you stood up on the roller coaster, he's about to get decapitated. That's your fault.
Wooden constructed coaster with nails sticking out of every which way and sagging boards as far as the eye can see. When the car returned, Tamar, the victim, was no longer in her seat and the seatbelt had been unbuckled. This
oh
ride
my god, was their head just like stapled to a fucking wooden post?
Has no loops or extreme curves. It does, however, feature an 80-foot drop that gives the sensation of being likely to be thrown from the train. According to her fiance, something was very wrong with the ride and she panicked. Why would you panic? So your first thing to do is while the ride is going, you unbuckle your seatbelt? I'm free!
Wait, what? She said something's wrong and then got out of the fucking ride? In what world is that gonna fucking save you?
I'm free! At the fifth and final drop, she was thrown from her seat. Spokespersons for the park cited that the ride was functioning as intended. And the Indiana Fire Marshal declared
yeah, like you wouldn't even be able to sue. That'd be like, dude, you unbuckled your... The fiance can't even sue. It's like, oh, your wife unbuckled her seatbelt.
Nothing wrong with the ride, mechanical or otherwise. All restraints were functioning properly. I mean, come on, yeah, no shit. You like freaked out and took. I mean, listen, I have panic attacks too, where I'm like, and
why are you even at an amusement park if you would freak out that badly that you're just gonna be like, I need to unbuckle? That's old rides for you too. If you're in a new ride, you can't even unbuckle. You're just locked in.
I get up and I have to go, but I would feel like at that point, you close your eyes and you just breathe. You do like the... Because, I mean, how long would the ride be? A minute? I mean, 2 minutes max. 2 minutes max.
Some people
Dude,
panic.
some of these rides are like 30 seconds. Those are the letdown ones where you're like hype as shit and it's like literally not even a minute ride.
Especially you've gone through 4 drops and you can't just do the last one. In 2005, the family sued the park and the manufacturer of the train of the coaster, the actual train carts. They settled for an undisclosed amount out of court. Conversations with workers and interviews with EcoTaste, the executive committee of the American Coaster Enthusiasts. Who the actually made that?
Coaster enthusiast, man.
What I'm saying is, like, it's not even a business. It's just them being like, oh, I love coasters. Love them. I love coasters. Well, they say that the lap bar had been broken for some time and was being rigged together with an old lanyard. Despite the public claim that Tamar had been standing up, the official announcement was that Tamar had done nothing to risk her life, but later on, the statement changed, accusing her of
Wait, what? So she didn't unbuckle herself?
being careless. Tamar, who weighed under 100 pounds at the time, may have been too small for the bar to work effectively. Couple things after that. That's very sad. Gain some weight. Only let the fatties go on the roller coasters is what I gotta say. Who's at fault here?
I think Tamar.
You think Tamar had a panic attack? I think the fucking Raven didn't do its job, dude. Especially it was held with a lanyard. What the f? Anyways, Voyage Coasters, June of 2003. The Voyage, a metal-structured coaster with wooden tracks, voted 2013 top wooden roller coaster in the nation. Oh, it's a wooden roller coaster. There's one in Kansas City at Worlds of Fun called the Timberwolf. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Whiplash. I mean, I think that people have gotten legitimate
That's every wooden roller coaster is just exactly this. This one angle, and that's it.
Whiplash on that ride.
Oh yeah, she's rough.
So one fucking sitting there. Oh yeah, she's rough. You're sitting there going, fucking the whole way, just holding on to the front bar, just fucking waiting for that ride to stop.
1.2 mile long track with 90-degree banking and hard turns with over 24 seconds total of weightless fall time. It opened in 2006, developed by the Gravity Group. Gotta get over yourself.
You feel every bolt that it passes.
The fucking roller coaster company. What do you want to call it? The Gravity Group. The remaining front of the custom coasters that designed the Raven, themed after the Mayflower. As the structure began to sag and the ride became too rough for most passengers, so they got new train cars to soften the experience. This resulted in the cars being traded between coasters and cars tested, but eventually never kept. And in June of 2021, a passenger was found unconscious after the ride. Coroner declares that cause of death to be internal bleeding from tear in the thoracic artery. Dawn, who was from Ohio, was perfectly fine when she mounted the ride. Extreme drops and jarring banks of the ride were said to have caused the tear in artery and resulting to the drops to allow her to bleed internally. Holy, yeah, just like.
Do you think she had like pre-existing health conditions, or was she like perfectly fine? Because I feel like the average person wouldn't just die at a ride.
Going left and right, and all of a sudden you tear a literal artery in your body just from violent movements. As with the Rave event, all inspections performed and no safety violations or flaws in the procedure or structure were found. I just don't believe it. If they're comparing it to the Raven, where the f is Ecotace?
They found no foul play.
They found no foul play. I think Big Coasters is keeping us out, dude. I want to talk to the guy who drinks his whiskey glass in the towers of these amusement parks, and he devises these plans to shut the families up. Next up, we have the one that, oh baby, this is in my neck of the woods. Schlitterbahn in Kansas City, Kansas. And this was on a thing called the Verrückt water slide. Let me tell you something. This is just me talking to you. Because
dying on a water slide would be even fucking scarier.
I know this one very personally. The only other water park we had in Kansas City was connected to Worlds of Fun, the amusement park I said, and it was called Oceans of Fun. This is a legitimate memory I have. You have like one of the lazy rivers of all time, and everybody likes a nice lazy river. I was swimming through there. I got a Band-Aid stuck in my mouth.
Oh my god, yo, I would get tested for shit. Yo, why was your mouth open though? What are you just swimming around just breathing and shit?
And a legitimate Dippin' Dots cart fell into the lazy river, and they took it out and they just dried off the packaging and still sold it. Dippin' Dots. I saw that with my eyes.
Oh my god, at the same time.
And I remember I legitimately had to get an AIDS test because of the Band-Aid. That's not even joking, because there was blood on the Band-Aids. I didn't have AIDS. I don't have AIDS. I don't have HIV. I'm saying it like I do, and I don't have it. Schlitterbahn, when it opened up, it was supposed to be this big thing because it was new. You know, everyone's like, fuck Oceans of Fun. We're going to Schlitterbahn! But it all came crashing down.
That looks horrifying. If you have there's nothing holding you down. You're just jumping right on that fucking thing. That looks too steep.
With the Verrückt water slide. And the water slide,
Oh, what? Dude, I feel like I'm going to rocket right through that cage mesh. I'm going to be fucking going so quick.
Verrückt, which is German for insane. It was the world's tallest water slide in 2014. The 168-foot structure meant to open in 2013, and it didn't open until the next year due to the rafts becoming airborne. Tests with sandbags resulted in flying inflatable rafts loaded with sand hitting speeds of 70 miles per hour. And I don't know if I can find footage of this, but they showed that on the news. And let me tell you, people were like, maybe Oceans of Fun isn't that bad. In the grand scheme of it all, I wouldn't mind just going hitting the wave pool at Oceans of Fun. It was horrifying. When they say it became airbound, that they were flying. Big sandbags. I remember there was even dummies at one point flying through the air at 70 miles an hour, okay?
Oh
it was
my
open with the
God.
addition of netting stretched over an arc of metal bands made along the areas
But that netting's just gonna fucking kill you, or you're gonna rip right through it.
where riders were
Yeah,
most
you're gonna be like a cheese grater. You're gonna be in fucking cubes. If that's metal, if that's like a metal fucking cage, you're just gonna be wedged through it.
likely to become airborne. So this is what they decided to do. So because people at a certain point kept going airborne on the slide, they covered the entire thing in a metal mesh. So then it's like, okay, well they'll just hit the metal, and then
they'll just smack. They'll, instead of flying into their fucking depths, they'll hit the metal cage going 75 miles an hour, and that'll save them.
This was never open publicly, I don't think, because if I remember correctly, this guy, when this happened, it was like they were getting ready to open, and this was all the special people in Kansas City got to come and test out the park or go there early, like investors and all that stuff. In 2016, the tragic death of a 10-year-old named Caleb, which he was the son
Oh my
of
God, they sent a 10-year-old down that fucking slide?
Kansas legislator shut the ride down for good. Caleb, riding at the front of the raft with 3 passengers, became airborne at one of the dangerous drops. Hitting the safety net was reported to have done great damage to his neck. It was later revealed that the impact was so severe that he was decapitated. Once again,
Oh my God. He got his head fucking sliced off? I thought it would just fucking brute force kill you.
became something too. And that was something fucking insane. I used to know a girl when I was in high school working and stuff, and she said that she was one of the people that saw that.
Oh, she saw it?
She saw it in person. She was one of the people, like, his head rolled down the slide, and it was, like, in the pool of bloody water, and she was, like, around the area. I don't know if she was in the water. I don't want to go out that far. This is also all speculation from almost 10 years ago, so give my memory some rest here. It was later revealed that the ride had not been adequately designed or inspected. There were no restraints other than some Velcro or no curve to the half pipe that would have prevented the ride from going airborne.
You know what? All they had to do to fix this was make this part higher. They were going too quick at the peak. If they just made this 20 feet higher, then they would have slowed down enough to where they'd be able to fucking go back down and then maybe hit like just a straight water path.
Committed that a shoulder restraint be installed. A shoulder restraint. I'm guessing that. Does that mean tuck it in? Oh, you mean like go like that? I don't like that. That's a claustrophobic nightmare. It is. That's like some Hellraiser. You're stuck in a tube and there's like metal netting. Your soul, you're going to die. Just like flying.
And then your tube fucking rotates and you're just stuck in a shoulder strap drowning.
Down this deal. Later on, due to this extreme negligence, the owner and operator of the park were separately indicted and charged with involuntary manslaughter, aggravated battery, aggravated child endangerment, and negligence and interference with law enforcement. I don't think the Kansas legislator was too happy about that, I'm gonna guess. The ride was demolished and the laws in place that allowed for—
Dude, like that just looks awful. If they didn't even make this like a high peak, if they like maybe even if they didn't make it higher, they just pushed it back and made it a fucking like a steeper climb.
Regulate and self-inspect was repealed and replaced with new legislator with more strict rules. During the investigation, it was eventually discovered that Caleb and his passengers were not the only ones hurt. Over 13 others over the course of the ride's lifetime were hurt and never appropriately documented. And the 2 designers of the ride were indicted on charges that they were not qualified, nor did they follow any protocols in designing and testing the ride. They also performed no basic safety inspection to any quality and attempted to hide evidence from investigators. I think to recoup some of the losses, they had like conventions or something in the parking lot. It was just weird, especially because the slide was so big and you're just like, oh, he got his head cut off on that. And now, especially, I'm finding out that 13 other people were hurt. But anyways, to keep it up, Terminal Velocity, Extreme World, Wisconsin. That's a fucking sick amusement park name. Extreme World? Oh, dude, I would been busting out my britches trying to go to Extreme World every weekend. In 2010, it was a free fall experience offering a 50 mile per hour, 100-foot free fall drop. Free fall. A 12-year-old
Some kid's gonna fall through the fucking netting.
died after a ride operator did not engage safety net before dropping a girl. Riders are treated to a free fall experience by hoisting them 140 feet.
So they just dropped her to her death. They didn't deploy the netting. They just dropped her and she splat on the ground
in the air via a harness. The rider is released from the cable and allowed to fall into a safety net 40 feet off the ground, reaching speeds of 50 miles per hour. Ride operator was distracted and did not raise the safety net and stopped the ride too soon, pulled the lever without looking, only to realize his mistake and try to lift the net. Parents were filming as she fell and hit the ground, and she was taken to the hospital. She had 10 fractures in the spine and pelvis, another in the skull, brain swelling, liver, spleen, and intestines were lacerated. Heart stopped.
Is that her?
Times and was revived via CPR. She was near paralyzed and only able to communicate by blinking. She was hospitalized for months but survived and eventually regained ability to walk. No fail-safe mechanism to prevent this injury. Ride operator was determined to be at fault for not paying attention and pled second-degree bodily injury. Park management...
Bro, like, you should be able to sue the park millions of dollars. If you fucking pay, like, $50 to fucking go on this ride and they paralyze you...
Circumvented police order to preserve the scene for an investigation, but did not adhere to this and were caught working on the ride to hide evidence. The ride itself was extremely rusted, and the family sued and won for $3.5 million. This motherfucker went through it, dude. At the same time, I would want more than $3.5 million, if I'm being honest. Just, why not a crisp 10? A crisp 10 for that deal. Especially 10 fractures in spine and pelvis. That just seems like it should be 10 million. $1 million for each fracture. Why not? You know that guy was definitely
I'm digging for gold. I had a booger.
Like that. He's like, yeah, I mean, I get off at 8, Rebecca. Rebecca, are you coming over or not? I'm getting Panda Express on the way home. Are you coming? Oh, the net! And then, it just happened. We have Paramount's Great America Amusement Park in Santa Clara. In 1999, Labor Day accident involving a trespasser who, avoiding all signs placed every 50 feet, jumped 2 fences in order to crawl underneath a low-passing roller coaster to retrieve his wife's beloved baseball cap. Oh my God. What was the team? What was the team? Renato, a 25-year-old, earned a Darwin Award beneath the Top Gun roller coaster when a passenger's leg collided with his head at speeds of 50 miles per hour. Some person just clubbed him with the f***ing leg. The unique design of the roller coaster leaves patrons with their legs dangling in the air, giving them more of a weightless, suspensory feeling. The dangling leg of Jessica...
Wait, so they hit somebody that wasn't on the ride?
Dina collided with Renato's head and simultaneously decapitated him and broke her leg in 2 places. Whoa! Her leg decapitated the guy? That bitch was drinking some milk. Sure, it broke her leg in 2 places, but to decapitate a man? Holy shit, that's awesome. While waiting for park security to clear the scene, Medina was not allowed to disembark the ride. With her obviously broken, dangling leg, she was forced to wait suspended for an additional 40 minutes before park personnel came to her aid. Holy, you know her leg had to look mangled too. Medina, as a result, lost her job.
Being that person, I lost her leg to swelling and infection. Lost her job, had massive scars. I wanted to say being her, what isn't ideal, obviously, but being in the scenario where somebody dies, she could probably sue, and she... yeah, lost her job, but she's still alive, you know?
Almost lost her leg due to infection and swelling, and now bears lifelong guilt, nightmares, and massive scars down her leg.
I don't think she should bear the guilt. I think she should still feel bad that person died, but I don't think she should personally feel guilty that she was literally, like, she couldn't do anything about it.
As a reminder, every day, she is suing both the park and Renato's state. Renato's wife of 2 months was suing the park, seeking over $1 million in damages as the signs were only in English and he may not have been able to read them. In addition, she claimed the fence paneling was loose. If there's a giant roller coaster, maybe dogondred. I think that's a universal f***ing language. I feel bad for Jessica Medina. It's not your fault, but still, how would you not feel like it's like, I took a person's life, I rode this ride, and my leg was the result of this person's life. It could have been anybody else's leg, but it was hers, and now she fucking is mutilated.
I think she's also probably thinking, if, you know how when your legs are dangling on that ride, you can still move your legs up. Like, if she just picked her legs up, he wouldn't have died. Well, no, somebody else behind her would have killed him.
With the Ferris wheel at the Jambalaya Festival in Louisiana. May 2023, riders at the Jambalaya Festival in Louisiana were left terrorized after the Ferris wheel halted. Jolted and metal creaking sounds broke the silence. These portable carnival rides...
Damn, dying on a Ferris wheel ain't even cool. That's just, like, sad.
Came through the area are under lax inspections, and the aging mechanism that controlled the tires that spun to control the turning of the wheel by park reports went flat, causing the wheel to spin freely. This was contradicted by patron footage, as the entire structure had leaned and the ride was spinning very fast while operators desperately tried to pull people off the ride as they passed. That's not going to work. Tried to pull people off as they passed. Hold on! Grab my hand! That's how they do it at the Jambalaya Festival. Now, goddammit, I got jalapeno and Andoine sausages on my eyes. Come on, grab my hand.
I feel like you should be able to time that. Like, it's probably old people and shit, though, because those are the people that are going on Ferris wheels. But if this happened, I feel like I'd probably just hold onto the handrail here, put my legs up, and then just jump off when I was, like, 5 feet off the ground.
Some patrons jumped off the ride in a panic, and a 2-year-old was almost flung from the ride as the structure skipped the rails. There were no safety fasteners and only a bar stopping people off the side. Anytime you see one of those like state fair redneck amusement park things, I never go on those. Those are a recipe for disaster. I'm telling you, these things are absolutely. Also, I remember one time I saw this carny at one of these things. I think he got arrested that night, but he was spitting at people when they went by, and it was so fast that you couldn't tell it was him. But he was just sitting there eating sunflower seeds, and he was like hawking loogies at people and just laughing. I remember, I think I was like 9, and I was like, I don't think I want to come back here, Mom. Next up, we have the Ghost Train in Sydney, Australia. In 1979, the Ghost Train ride caught fire at the Luna Park, Sydney, killing 7 people. The park was unprepared when the train caught fire due to low staffing and inadequate firefighting equipment, and the fire completely destroyed the train. Originally, the fire was blamed on
And that's fucking terrifying, especially if you're, like, locked in on the ride and you can't get off.
Electrical faults, but arson was also claimed. Ooh. Someone thinks it was intentional, huh? Ironically, the train cars would enter through a door called Hell's Doorway at the start of the ride. That's unfortunate. Most of the time during the ride was spent in the dark. The ride also featured dancing skeletons, an ape monster, and a dragon's head. And the ride also featured a fake fireplace, which, according to witness, is where the actual fire took place. The irony of this ride is haunting. The fire broke out at 10:15 p.m. on the ride, and 35 people were on board. Staff raised the alarm and started to pull people from the ride, and the park's fire hose had a low water pressure and could only cover part of the ride as it sprayed, so it took an hour to get the fire under control. Originally, the staff thought everyone had escaped the fire, but the bodies of 7 people were soon found inside. The bodies revealed a man and his 2 children and 4 students from the Waverly College. That is horrible. The low water pressure thing is pretty insane. There must be like an immediate realization when you turn it on, you're just like, this is not what we had planned. The Euthanasia Coaster. The Euthanasia Coaster is a hypothetical...
Oh, hypothetical. I was going to say Euthanasia Coaster. That just sounds... That sounds like they're trying to kill you.
Cool roller coaster that is designed to kill you. Yes, you heard that right. A person made a roller coaster that was designed to be the funnest way to die. Which honestly, when he says it like that, you're like, that rules. Actually, that would be sweet. Would I rather be lethal injection? Hell no, dude. The ride plummets down a 1,640-foot near vertical drop before it enters in a
and it just keeps going into a series of smaller loops, and so I'm assuming the G-force gets stronger and stronger.
Series of loops that gets progressively tighter and tighter. The riders would sustain 10 G-forces for a full minute. Everybody looks like those pilots in those like training things where they're like their faces all sunken in. This would cause your blood rush to your arms and legs, which would starve your brain of oxygen. Shortly after falling unconscious, the brain would quickly follow into death. The designer of the ride, Juliano Urbanos, stated the goal of the concept was to take life.
He actually made a fucking concept for this ride, like he wanted to do it.
With elegance and euphoria. Juliano Urbanos I feel like he is the only roller coaster designer to ever actually tell the truth of like, it's not necessarily about the fun, it's about putting people in a near-death experience, except he was just like, the near-death, I want to kill you. You almost think he's like in an all-black suit, and he's like, with elegance and euphoria, ride my ride. What would he call the ride?
The Death Spiral.
Death Spiral works. There's that. I'm trying to think of something like in Kansas
City. Death Spiral just sounds like a real roller coaster, though.
Because he spins? What about that, dude? Dude, that'd be some sick merch, too. Some of those, like, 90s airbrush Tasmanian Devil things.
The brain hemorrhage. The hemorrhage. Something where your brain fucking loses oxygen.
Tweety birds around his head. And last but not least is the Human Trebuchet in Middlemore Water Park, England. This water park had a trebuchet in the grass where customers could pay...
This just seems like they're gonna fucking overshoot you.
Roughly $70 US to be launched into the air and land into a safety net. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that did not happen accurately. Riders soared through the air at 60 miles an hour and traveled a distance of 75 feet. The safety net they were supposed to land on was rather thin and also not very wide. It was about the size of a tennis court. That feels so
Are you
small.
like straight jacketed in too? It looks like they can't move.
For a human body to be flung that far? What's on the list, man? What do I expect? That's not safe. Duh. Many onlookers noted how many riders barely made it onto the net in the last second. In 2000, a middle-aged woman named Stella Young landed in the net, bounced up, and fell through the netting and broke her pelvis. The ride continued on despite this, and 2 years later, a 19-year-old Oxford student, Dino Yankoff, missed the net by a few inches and hit the edge. He broke his legs and his spine upon impact and died later in the hospital. The paramedic that attended to Yankoff said the damage done was, quote-unquote, horrific, and that Yankoff knew that his chances of survival were grim, yelling, "I am going to die!" to Picard, the paramedic. That is horrible. You know what kind of reminds me of a little bit is whenever that guy, the skiing accident, when he
Okay, see, that's terrifying. Knowing that you're gonna die and then yelling that you are gonna die, like, that's so much worse than just hitting the fucking ground going 100 miles an hour and just getting decapitated.
that ski, and he hits his shins on the ski slope, which is like pretty much raw ice, and as he's sliding down, he's like, "My ankles are broken!
My ankles are broken!"
And the guy's like, "He has broken ankles," and he's like, "I have broken ankles!" Ah!
I got broken ankles!
It's coming, Cole!
I bet it was not like that, but the guy actually died, so that's not funny. And we're not going to joke about that. The two men in charge of adjusting the weights for the release of each trebuchet pole were on trial for manslaughter, but are eventually cleared of the charges due to lack of evidence. How was that possible? They were there for the trebuchet, and a man
They
died.
manned the trebuchet. He missed the net, and they died.
I guess we're just going to have to chalk this one up to an oopsie daisy, ain't we? That's fucking England, dude. That's what British people sound like. 50 people had to use the trebuchet that year, leading to Yankoff's death. The catapult was put out of use during the investigation and was not used again. Which also, I just want to say, that is the most British-sounding ride ever. A fucking trebuchet. A literal medieval catapult, basically. We used to throw stones at big buildings with this thing.
God.
Instead, let's just do humans. Let's just do humans. That concludes our video, and I just want to say this. If you're thinking about going into a fun amusement park this spring or summer, maybe think...
Just fucking see if the ride looks safe to you. That was a W video, though. All right. The deadliest foods in the world.
Let's start with the dangerous and slowly work our way towards the deadliest ones on the list.
I feel like the only deadly real, like, what's the most deadly food? Probably like a puffer fish if you're going to eat something that's poisonous.
5. Casu marzu.
Okay.
Casu marzu translates to rotten cheese in Sardinian and is known as the most dangerous cheese in the world. This is a cheese that is traditionally made using sheep's milk and
Why'd they make the sheep look like that?
Made using sheep's milk and is commonly produced on the island of Sardinia, Italy. Even though it's illegal to sell, the high demand for this delicacy incentivizes local farmers to keep producing
Why
it,
is it illegal to sell? It'll kill people?
creating a massive black market that is estimated to bring in around 2.5 million pounds, or around $3 million annually.
We got guns.
No,
We
thank you.
got drugs.
No.
Fresh kidneys.
Wow.
Oh, and we have cheese.
Yeah, I'll just go with the cheese. The reason this cheese is so dangerous is simply because of the way that it is made, which first...
Well, isn't cheese like fermented milk? And it's like rotting, like cheese is effectively like rotting milk. Like it's curdling and getting gross. It's like expired, basically. Like it would eventually become that.
First starts with the wheel of pecorino cheese. It is then introduced to cheese flies, where they will begin to lay their eggs inside it. And in a matter of hours to a few days, these eggs become larvae. And around the 40th day, the cheese is completely infested with flies and thousands of maggots. For the next 2 to 3 months, the maggots are left to gorge themselves with the cheese, so they can, well, poop it back out. And that's the magical ingredient here, since the poop gives the cheese its sought-after flavor and texture.
Ew! Bro, I'm not eating that! People are gonna eat fucking, what was it, maggot shit?
The poop gives the cheese its sought-after flavor and texture. And honestly, the texture does look amazing.
Okay, that does look pretty good.
I'll give them that. But when it's time to
probably tastes like shit though.
consume the rotten cheese, expect to get around a dozen maggots with every single bite.
A dozen maggots with every bite? They can't get rid of the maggots in the because it's probably in the cheese block.
Since they are never removed. Scientists and health officials have warned that there's always a possibility that the larvae could survive a person's stomach acid and make their way into the intestines, a condition called pseudomyiasis, where the person's intestines become completely infested with maggots, surviving by consuming the person instead, successfully pulling off.
That can happen? Your stomach acid wouldn't kill the fucking maggot? Oh my god.
The sneakiest Uno reverse card. Even though this condition is rare, I don't think I would be willing to...
But then all you gotta do is just drink a bunch of Mountain Dew, and then you'll be fine. You get an ass, or that would make them, like, radioactive, or superhuman. You just drink a bunch of Mountain Dew. Just get really fucking full on, like, sugary ass food. It would just kill them.
Textured cheese. Well, maybe just one bite. Number 4, larb. Larb is a type of salad that consists of greens, spices, sticky rice, and a choice of meat. This dish originated in South Asia in Laos and is a very popular dish there, even becoming its national dish. At first glance, this would definitely be something I would consider ordering while on vacation.
Yeah, it just looks... Oh, wait, what was it? Larb raw meat salad. I feel like a raw meat salad is just... Isn't that like a weird form of like ceviche? That's not bad for you.
Now here's the thing. Even though this dish looks delicious, it can quickly become deadly, since this meal is oftentimes served with raw meat. There are many types of meat that can be used for this dish.
Oh, not like fish? Like raw chicken?
But the most common ones include beef, chicken, duck...
Ooh, raw chicken? I don't know about that one. I'd eat raw beef. I've eaten raw beef.
Fish, and pork. And eating this meal...
no. Anything outside of like beef or fucking fish, I would not want to eat raw.
...of you contracting a dangerous and potentially fatal disease.
You're just gonna get
from
salmonella.
Trichinosis, fatal bacterias, rabies, Streptococcus suis, which is a deadly bacteria that is commonly found in pigs, and Southeast Asian liver fluke, a parasitical flatworm found in uncooked fish, which once consumed, the worm can live inside the human liver for many years, where you can rest easy knowing that you'll never truly be alone. There have been many cases throughout the years where this meal has directly led to human fatalities, like in 2019 in Thailand, where a total of 265 people contracted Streptococcus suis after
do they know that there's a fucking high chance they're gonna get that?
Consuming larb. And sadly, 23 of those people would end up losing their lives.
Wow.
Number 3, Sannakji. In Korea, Sannakji could be enjoyed multiple different ways, but let's cover the least deadly one first and the most common. Sannakji is a raw dish consisting of the long arm octopus, which is killed just moments before it's to be served. Here, the octopus's body and legs are chopped into pieces and drizzled with sesame oil, and by the time this makes it onto your plate, the legs will still be moving.
I've seen that! That's fucking disgusting. I don't want... Dude, I know it's like a thing that people really enjoy, and maybe I would try it one day, but I'd really have to mentally hype myself up for that. If I'm about to eat, and what I'm about to eat is currently moving, I know it's dead, right? Like it's its leg, but the muscles are still twitching? No.
As you begin to eat, the octopus's suckers will begin to suction onto your tongue and
and you could suffocate? Or choke on them.
Oil. And by the time this makes it onto your plate, the legs will still be moving. As you begin to eat, the octopus's suckers will begin to suction onto your tongue and throat, making it difficult to swallow. But I know that if I ever came face to face with this meal, I would have no choice but to totally crush it. Since I have talked way too much of a big game, watching people struggle as they eat disgusting foods on the challenge. No, I'm telling you just have to plug your nose and just power through it.
Sure, honey, sure.
Oh my god, just
Dude,
chase
and that's
it.
just probably really chewy. Like, it's probably not a normal meal to eat. You're not just eating that shit like it's like some soft salmon and it's like nice tuna. No, it's just raw octopus. You're gonna be like chewing it like it's a piece of fucking gum.
With the water. He's wasting so much time.
Yeah.
So I have a lot to prove. Now, the second method, on the other hand, is much more challenging and poses a much greater risk of death. And honestly, it's more of a one-on-one fight rather than an actual meal. Here, the octopus reaches your plate fully intact and alive.
Alive? And they'll tell you you have to kill it.
It is then tightly wrapped around a chopstick, dipped in sesame oil, and shoved into your mouth. But who are they kidding? The sesame...
No, I don't believe that. You'll eat a live octopus. How big is it? If it's going to fit around a chopstick.
Oil is not meant to enhance the meal. It is simply used to rig the fight in the cheating human's favor, as it will now serve as a lubricant. And as soon as the 1v1 starts, the octopus begins to attack, squirming to find its way out, frantically suctioning on to whatever
This isn't real. This is not real. No way people do this.
Can get a hold of. But if you're the human, you must completely focus on your chewing. Soon your hands begin to get sweaty, and within seconds, you begin to break out into a mental panic, questioning yourself, thinking
probably. When it's still alive as you're swallowing it.
That this might have been a mistake. With your heart beginning to race, you try and cover up your fear by chewing harder and faster. And you have now convinced yourself that it's now or never. It's time to attempt the swallow. But there's a problem. The octopus is still moving. The stares of everyone at the table are piercing, and you feel the ever-growing peer pressure accumulating. So you're forced to go for it, praying to whatever god is listening that the octopus doesn't latch itself onto your throat as you try and swallow it, as that would surely be a death sentence. You force the ball of squirming octopus down your throat, and for a second, your heart stops. But you manage to swallow it. With your heart still racing and a bead of sweat coming down the back of your neck, you look over at your buddy and say, it's not so bad. You got it. As you get up to go clean yourself up in the bathroom.
Yeah, dude, I feel like that's like some peer pressure type shit. Like, where you're like, you're only doing it because the other people before you want to see you do it because they had to do it.
There have been multiple deaths in the last few years directly linked to eating live octopus. Even though the danger is obvious, people still search out this.
Because even if you do the Heimlich maneuver, you're still just gonna choke because it's literally stuck to your fucking neck.
Delicacy, with some athletes even claiming that this meal increases a person's endurance. But others simply do it for the experience that they will get when they show off the post online. Number 2. Fugu. Fugu is a popular dish that originated in Japan in the early 20th century, but as time has gone on, the dish's popularity has only grown, spreading to many countries like China and South Korea. This is a meal that consists of a poisonous puffer.
Yeah, dude, I feel like just eating a poisonous fish in general is just fucking stupid. And I know they have like ways to make it safe, and there's like high-class chefs that like know how to fucking prepare it, but like, dude, what if they just fuck up?
Fish that has had the poison carefully removed from it. Well, at least that's what should be done, but more on that later. In countries like Japan, a chef must go through long and rigorous training to learn how to properly remove the poison from the meat. The training takes up to 3 years to complete, followed by a string of exams which include a written test, fish identification test, a practical test, and of course, successfully preparing the dish. This test is so difficult that only 35% of all applicants end up passing it and acquiring the license. The reason the pufferfish is so dangerous is because it contains a poison called tetrodotoxin, which is one of the world's most deadliest poisons. A single pufferfish...
Do you think the fish is that good that people want to eat it that bad? To where they're, like, I understand these people are going through, like, rigorous examinations to, like, be able to fucking prepare this for people. But even so, I don't think I personally would want to take the risk that, like, this fish might taste minutely better than, like, a tuna or a salmon or, like, a fucking, and just any other fish, like yellowtail, if it's, like, whitefish to whitefish. That I'm going to pay more and risk the fact that I'll die if I eat it. And it's fucked up.
Fish has enough poison to kill 30 adult humans. Now, here's the terrifying part. If someone happens to be so unlucky that they end up consuming even a small amount of the poison, they will be presented with a prayer and a splash of holy water, since there is no known antidote. The poison
you
kicks
just
in
die.
shortly after eating it, with your muscles becoming completely paralyzed, and eventually it could cause you to stop breathing. And this is probably when you would start to think to yourself, damn, I should have just gone with the chicken dumplings. The deadliest year ever recorded was in 1958, when 176 people lost their lives to this
And like, why? Why are they eating it?
food alone. Today in Japan, the odds of you dying from fugu are very, very slim, as long as you order from a licensed restaurant. Since most deaths in recent history have come from
But now I kind of want to eat it. Now I kind of want to eat it one time to just say I ate it, you know? Fuck, dude. Like, if I was in Japan, I'd be like, all right, fine, fair. Just one try. Just one fugu order.
people who attempted to prepare the dish at home, but sometimes pure evil and
Yeah, watch a little 5-minute YouTube tutorial video. How to fillet your pufferfish so you don't get paralyzed and die.
selfishness increased the death rate even higher. Like in 2004, when fish vendors in Thailand tricked people for 3 years by dyeing the pufferfish meat red and telling buyers that the meat they were selling was salmon, leading to 115 people needing to be hospitalized, and 15 of them sadly losing their lives. Number 1. Wild and exotic wet markets. Now, of course, this had to be number 1 on the list, since a single meal from one of these wet markets carries the greatest risk to human health. This is one of the rare instances where a single meal consumed by an individual doesn't just
the old bat soup
affect the person eating it. It could potentially affect every person on the planet. Now, I know what you're thinking. What could possibly be so delicious that it's worth putting the entire world's population in jeopardy? Brownies. The answer is brownies.
Brownies?
But as far as wet markets go, yeah, I don't think snakes, turtles, dogs, cats, bats, my nephew, porcupines, or raccoons would be a justifiable answer. And it seems like every few...
I would eat a porcupine. I don't think I would eat a raccoon. I would eat a porcupine. If somebody was like, what are we eating today? And like my friend was like, oh yeah, I got a porcupine from a market. We're going to cook it up. I'd be like, yeah, I'll try it.
Few years without fail, the world gets a massive scare when a deadly disease breaks out. And of course, they always seem to be traced back to one of these wet markets. Remember the SARS outbreak of 2002?
No.
Me neither. But it's widely believed by epidemiologists and public health officials that this outbreak originated from a wet market in the Guangdong province of China. What about the Ebola outbreak of 2014?
I remember that.
Remember how terrified everyone was to even let out a cough? As you would forever be known as the person with Ebola. The origins of the 2014 Ebola outbreak was traced to a small...
Dude, and Ebola was scary. I remember being in class and we would watch fucking videos of people that had Ebola and what they went through, and they would talk about like vomiting blood in a bag. I was like, ugh.
Child whose family regularly hunted and consumed the bats. Sure, this wasn't a wet market, but it easily could have been. And last but not least, as we all know, the recent pandemic we just had is widely believed to have originated in China from a bat in the Wuhan wet market. These are just a few of the diseases that have caused a massive scare in recent times. But here are some other diseases that are known to be present in these wild and exotic wet markets. The reason these wet markets pose such a hazard to humans is largely on the fact that almost all the meat will be cross-contaminated by the time it's sold. Since being sanitary is not really of the...
Well, that, and it's just like random ass animals that just might have diseases because they're not being cleared by any facility or fucking regulation standard. You're getting a bat out of a cave and selling it for fucking $10.
Utmost importance. This, included with the close proximity of wild animals, makes it easy for diseases from animals to infect humans. And the hot and humid conditions in a lot of these markets make it a perfect place for the growth of bacteria and spread of disease. Or possibly something even worse.
That was a good ass... What the fuck? That was a good ass video, bro.